love the machine. It works fantastic and the price is worth it.
Machine works perfectly well, no issues, and if I had any questions, Pinhole were very helpful.
I absolutely love the machine. I always use it for quilting. I've never had any issues and the machine was a good deal.
Oh, hello and welcome to Sewing Street. I know this is not what you're expecting. You're expecting the gorgeous John Scott, and some of you may have seen he's all okay, but he's well just above his eye. He's fallen over in the studio this morning, so we've sorted him out. He's just going to be seen by a nurse or someone, but he's completely fine. I think he posted on the Facebook page. So you've got it's a bit all over the place. You've got me today, which I'm Hannah. Thanks, Charlie's in my ear. I don't normally have talk back. So you've got me, I'm Hannah, who's normally producing. And you've got Becky, who's doing floor and cameras as normal. And she'll be helping me out no end, because I don't know where to look. And Charlie, who is directing and producing. Oh, there he was. And you have me for the first hour, obviously with our lovely guest, Sarah. And then I think we've got Ian, boss Ian, coming in from 9 to 11, and then you'll have Stuart. But we will, obviously, John will keep you updated on Facebook when he can, but I know he posts on there this morning, and he's getting himself sorted out. He's fine. It's just to check on him and text him, and he seems all okay. He said it was nothing like 24 hours in A&E, because we both watched that. So, also, I'm going to say before we start with the early bird, I'm really sorry about my nails. I do gardening and didn't know I was coming on the telly. They look awful. And also this is not a television look. This is a kind of, I woke up at 5 a.m. look. But should we go with the early bird? Because no one wants to know about that. Oh, it's Christmassy. Oh, you didn't do the Christmas one, Charlie. Oh, well, there is a Christmas one, but Charlie is just, he's not gone above and beyond it or anything today, has he? Can't do the sting. Right. Stitch remover. Back in stock, but not just the stitch remover. We've teamed it with the scissors. A little pair of scissors, which is really useful when you're using the stitch remover. I'll talk a little bit more about it, but basically the scissors is useful just to start you off, really. If you cut one of your stitches, I'm going to open it up. Oh, this is risky, isn't it? You can use this to cut one of your stitches. You can use it, they're sharp right to the point. Oh gosh, my skills on the overhead are probably nil. Oh, right to the point. You can always cut one of your stitches. Well, I found this in the box, so I thought I might as well start. Cut one of your stitches to start off, and then you can remove the rest with the stitch remover. Oh, it's very fiddly in the morning, isn't it? Sorry, Charlie? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, sorry, I got too much in my demo. So I would normally use your little scissors that are coming in this bundle to start you off. I haven't checked if this is even charged. It is. Basically, this is like a little shaver, but it's developed for your sewing. Yeah, developed for your sewing. You get your charger in the box, a little brush, a little oil, but I've never known how you use the oil, so please let me know if you do know. And then I'm going to do a little demo, and we will get you crashing. I haven't forgotten. A producer knows. Can you see this on the overhead? Of course. And you basically go along your fabric. I'm only going to do a bit because, do you know what? I've done this with no one watching on my own things. But when someone's watching, you suddenly are aware you're left-handed. And as I went to go do it, I was like, oh, I wonder if it's going to work for me, because some things just don't. And it is working, but I'm not sure if I'm showing it the best. I'm going to finish there. Basically, really quickly, it removes all your stitches. Where you can see that you brush off, you can use the brush as well, just to brush off your excess threads, much quicker than using a stitch remover. Those little holes will go back into the weave of the fabric, so you won't see them. Should we do our crash, Charlie? Teamwork will make the dream work. So you're getting your Bridgewater stitch remover, specially developed for removing the stitches in your fabric. If I can get it back in the box the right way, goes that way, very easy. And your scissors. And today, as your early bird special, we're going to bring it to you for, I'm going to read the price because I've forgotten and don't want to tell you the wrong price, $29.99. So you're getting both of those. This stitch remover sells out repeatedly. I think it's one of those things that you may not be aware of straight away. Oh, I'm going to move it in there. That you may not be aware of straight away. And then you may think, when am I going to use that? And it's always that project that you're there being like, I'm having to unpick all of this. Or if you're doing Bargello, unpicking is part of that process. So you're going to have to unpick. And I also think that fiddliness is taken away with your unpicker and picking up every stitch with it. Go straight through without damaging the fabric. Also, upcycling clothes, really useful if you buy things from charity shops. Especially, I know bag makers do a lot. So who was it that came in the other day? They like to take the hardware off of bags that they buy and reuse that hardware, which I think is really great, to be honest with you, because you're getting that look. With these, you can take those manufactured seams off, which often are hard to get into with a seam ripper. And then you've got your little scissors to start you off. So, also they can go in your kit, can't they? And also, you can't lose them when they're bright yellow or green. Also, for anyone that's just watching, you've got me today for the first hour. I'm Hannah, I'm normally producing. This look is hence because I didn't know I'd be on. Mr. John Scott is meant to be here. He was here. He had a little trip over. He is fine. He's just gone to the hospital to be checked out. He put a little post on Facebook. I know lots of you will be sending your love already, but he's completely fine. We're texting him and checking up he's all right. You'll have me for the first hour. Then I think we've got Boss Ian coming on and then Stuart. But should we see the menu? Because that is a lot clearer than me gabbling on, isn't it? Menu. So coming up today, we've got the raw edge jacket with Sarah. I can't say your second name, Sarah. Brangwyn. Yay. Sorry, I just know Sarah as Sarah. 9 a.m. we've got Kaffe Fabulous and 85 collection. Some gorgeous fabric in there that, you know what you love from Kaffe. All your bright colours, your amazing patterns. Gorgeous things. Then 10 o'clock, we've got Sarah back with her pattern booklet. So it's like a little collection of all your lovely patterns.
All perfect for a beginner.
Thanks so much for your help there. Sarah's going to be my aide today. And then 11 o'clock, that's where it changes a bit. If there's not enough changes today. It's always an exciting one to watch when things like this happen on shopping telly. Anything can happen. We've got wadding cut to order. So we're going to be in a slightly different set because while we're doing our waddings, we have Pete and Liz. Well, you'll only see Liz on camera. Pete will be with us in the gallery answering your questions with the Moxie long arm quilter. So even if you're maybe not in the market for a long arm quilting machine at the moment, or maybe you're like, what is that girl talking about? What is a long arm quilting machine? I'd be there because we've got an hour and a half. Amazing opportunity. I'm looking at the wrong camera. Such a pro at this. Anyway, normally we would then show the website, how to get in touch, all of those things. I'm going to say, I'm going to do that a bit later, because I want to get going with Sarah. And also, to be quite honest with you, the gallery's one long line and Charlie's doing both buttons either side. So it's kind of physically impossible. So we're going to start with Sarah and one of her patterns.
Yeah, good morning, Hannah.
Good morning, good morning. Sorry, we said good morning outside and I forget everyone's
snuck in and I've
that.
set everything up.
It was so smooth.
I know.
Coming in and helping
Well,
me.
hopefully.
Right, we have got one of your patterns today.
We have, yes. We've got the Rachel raw edge pattern.
Nice.
Yes.
Do you want me to put that on the overhead, Charlie? Nice. So I'm going to talk through this with you because I think that's going to be the best way if you've got the designer there.
Good plan.
Fantastic. So what is the size range with this?
Okay, so it's a one-size garment. It's a really easy to wear garment, and it fits a slim Jim. It fits any size basically. It is across from armpit to armpit. It is a 26-inch measurement. So if that gives people a bit of an idea, but we run this as a really successful workshop down in our studio, and everyone's come and everyone's been happy by the end of it.
Looking at the samples, which I'm gonna, can we pull that one in slightly? Just have to look. It kind of looks like one of those staples that will go in anyone's wardrobe.
Absolutely.
That they can pull out at any time.
Absolutely.
And it looks very like boutique-y, kind of
Yes.
ready to go.
Yeah, so the thing about it is it's the simplicity of it all. So this one, for example, has just literally got a pin badge on it just to hold it together if you want to hold it together. Because actually I really like the wear when it's open and it drapes. And it's a really easy sling on. It's a dog walk, it's a trip in the car, it's shopping in the high street when you're in and out of shops, so you don't want to wear a big coat all the time because you get too hot.
I think it's a good one as well if you're going on a weekend break somewhere.
Yes.
Have it in your bag and you know you can have that in during the day, what
Yeah.
you're doing.
Yeah.
And even in the evening as a little cover up, you've got something there.
Yeah, exactly. It's the perfect all.
Also your sleeve, you're not worrying about setting in a sleeve at all.
It's the simplest pattern. I can't wait to show you.
Fantastic. Right. I will open it up for a quick second, have a look.
Okay, then.
So obviously you get all your key information on the front, where
Yep.
to hear about you, and it's all beautifully packaged.
I do like these twisty turny envelopes. I think they've got a fancy name, but I can't remember what it is.
Twisty-turny, we'll do that.
We'll do twisty turny.
And you're getting your full little booklet.
So I've got a nice, little booklet. It's a really simple make. There's just one pattern piece. So it probably doesn't look like there's loads of information there, but that is all you need to make this garment. So you've got...
And, sorry, you're going to make it again and again. This is the thing that you
Yes.
wear that people go, where'd you get that? And you
Yeah.
go, oh, I can...
And do you know what? Because it's one size, it means that you can make it for all your friends and you don't have to worry about cutting the pattern and resizing the pattern. One size is going to fit everybody. And also, as well as the pattern and the booklet, I'm including a free video tutorial. So if you've not done much sewing and you don't feel confident with some of the techniques, there is a free video tutorial as
And
well.
it's on thick paper, so when you are making it again...
Yes, really decent paper.
I'm not going to unfold it all, but just... Gosh, my skills, when I'm always to presenters like, why did you do it like
know.
that?
Now you
when you come and
know.
do it, you're like, oh, I am a bit tricky sometimes with them, aren't I? And it's all beautifully labelled. You've got your notches and everything like that. Right. I do have one question about seams.
Yes.
Is there a certain fabrics that you advise with these? Because I can see here, like finishing, it's not lined or anything, which I think is perfect for this type of document.
So
garment.
You really want a low fray or no fray, okay? So low frays work quite well because they fray off a little bit and give you a nice kind of soft edge. Yeah. You can use a boiled wool. This one was literally my very first prototype. I've worn it loads. It's an old wool blanket. So
brilliant.
you just want something to work with that is only going to fray a little bit or is not going to fray at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
We've put some bundles together.
I know.
Obviously, I know people already have fabrics in their stash and things, and this is perfect. But I think maybe if you're making it for the first time, if you get one of our bundles, you know you can do it, and then you'll go, actually, that blanket that never gets taken out of the blanket box would look gorgeous.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, and this sample here is made up in one of the fabrics from the bundles today.
Nice. Oh, I'll start with that one. Yes. We've got Charlie who's directing today, so he's deciding the shots and he's putting the graphics in. So a little bit slower than I would say when the pro Hannah is doing them. So this is your burgundy bundle. It's got 2 meters in there, which is enough for, because it's a one size, it's that roomy fit for everyone. And it's important quality of that kind of no fray fabric. I'm not going to unfold it because mainly I have to fold it up again. And I think you can see what it is, really. Oh, lovely. Right. Oh, sorry, I forget that I have to do what you say, Charlie. I'm going to do grey because this is my absolute favourite. I know if I had this in grey, I know that I don't look much of a fashionista right now on my 5 a.m. start. I'm not saying a fashionista, but I think this would go really well with the type of things I like to buy. Like I like shops like Cos and Toast and that kind of,
neutrals.
the posh bit of Marks and Spencer's bit. that kind of look,
Yeah, absolutely.
this would go with a lot of my
I
wardrobe.
don't think that one's going to hang around.
No, that is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, and you wouldn't be paying. Like, I know you got your pattern that you're going to use again.
Yeah.
$27.99 for a garment you're going to wear again and again.
Yes.
That you've made, that other people aren't going to have.
Yes.
That you're going to be stopped and asked for.
Yeah.
It's amazing price. I'm going to go navy next.
Another classic.
Nice. Navy here. Also with these, also all the bundles are the same amount. So they are all 2 meters, which is perfect for making
Absolutely.
this. It's a one size. I keep on wanting to say document. Garment.
We're sewing.
Yeah, I'm like, the document, you know? The garment. Yeah. I think as well, this colour, Charlie's saying how much he loves this colour.
Yeah.
This colour as well, and the thing will go with lots of like.
Yeah, it's the garment that you're going to wear over everything. So choosing some really lovely, they are all relatively neutral colours. The pale pink we haven't got to yet, and the red. They're just colours that go with so much.
And it's the layering up as well.
Yeah, it is.
Like, I know it's particularly cold at the moment.
Yes.
But we're going to get hot again next week.
Yeah,
no
I know.
one quite knows what they're doing. So the layering up as the day goes on and being able to take that layer off, put it on, is this garment and these fabrics perfect. I'm going to go pink next.
Lovely soft pink.
Pretty in pink.
Yes.
Also, if you are doing like around the house as well, you can put this on around the house.
Yeah,
I'm
it
not
could be a bit
putting
of a
the
house
heating on
coat.
during the day.
Yeah. Gardening, to be honest. Gardening, you get hot 1 minute and then you're doing something less the other minute and you want to put something on. It's perfect gardening jacket as well.
Nice, perfect. So that's your pink bundle, 2 meters. Oh, it's very hard to know what you're doing out here. It's just suddenly like, oh.
Are you putting on somebody else's clothes and suddenly realising it's...
Literally, like, oh. It's very difficult to be a presenter. And then we've got the white one here. Oh, well, I was going to say festive, but you're going to be making it after Christmas.
Yeah.
I think this is nice, even if you're wearing like kind of your monochrome look
Yeah,
as
this
well.
is the classy one. This
Yeah.
isn't the one with the kids and the snotty noses.
I'll just stay away from them anyway. So you got your 2 meter bundle in the white there. Right. I think that's all I'm going to introduce at the beginning. I'm just going to recap the pattern, if that's okay, Charlie, because I know this will be really popular. Obviously, it all comes in this beautiful envelope. It's a one size pattern, really easy, suitable for beginners.
Absolutely.
Or if you just want something, you've been dressmaking a long time and you want something to put together quickly, you know you're going to wear, and something you're going to make again and again, or a refresh.
Yes.
Nice. Can it all be done on a sewing machine? Don't need an overlocker.
All be done on a sewing machine, don't need an overlocker.
Nice. Can use an overlocker if you want, of course. You get your instruction booklet, you get your pattern, lovely quality paper, because you'll want to make it more than once. And it's a little bit of info about
little
you,
bit of info
Sarah.
about me.
I see you sliding that in there. Here's my
Fancy
card.
that, yeah.
Anyway, I'll let you go. So it's
Okay.
also a bit tighter on this desk
It is,
today
it's
as
going to be
well.
cosy, isn't it?
Yeah,
I'm
we
liking
really
that
like
though.
to throw it at you today.
I'm liking that though.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so first up we are working with thicker fabrics, which you might not have done before. And when you're cutting it out, you're going to be cutting your pattern out with the fabric on the fold. So I just wanted to give you some tips when you're working with thicker fabrics, too many F's and TH's, and how to cut. Because some people will find that when you start cutting multiple layers of fabric, that you might find that your grip on your scissors isn't quite so good. So if I was just using normal scissors, then you're cutting through that and it can be a lot harder, and you can see that that's quite hard to cut through with just the scissors. So if you do find that tricky, one of my top tips is these ergonomic scissors.
So we don't actually sell them.
No, I know.
I am going to talk to Paul afterwards, because we've got like little snips that from this range with Fiskars, and I know a lot of people love them because obviously the hand strain and dexterity and things like that. But I never thought if you are cutting multiple layers.
So these just slice through really easily. So that's 2 layers of the thick wool fabric, and they just go through really easily. So don't be put off.
Yeah.
You don't have to cut it out on the, when it's doubled over, but it's just going to be a little bit sort of labour saving, time
also,
saving.
when you're going to make it maybe the second time, you
yeah,
actually think,
when you're on your sixth, you're going to want easy
I think the scissors are the one.
So
something worth considering, isn't
something
it?
worth considering, and just knowing, because we don't know what we don't know. So you
don't want to think it's just you that can't do it, when you can.
And if you haven't bought yourself a new pair of scissors in a while, now might be the time, because actually we forget how much they blunt. So either get them sharpened or maybe do it with a whole new set. You could rotary cut it. There's no reason why you couldn't if you're competent with a rotary cutter. But what you just need to make sure is that, again, that you've got a really strong blade in there, because it's going to be cutting through quite a thick fabric. New blade.
New blade, new project.
And I would say that, I always say to people, I've been learning to use scissors since I was probably 3. I love rotary cutters and I use them all the time, but on something freeform where you've got curves and stuff, I'm still a big fan of the scissor. But I know not everybody is. Oh, my other top tip is, when you're cutting something like this, don't cut all the way to the end of the blade.
Okay.
So you tend to get a smoother cut when you, she says.
Can you show where you'd hold it?
So I would go about 2/3 of the way down the blade, slide the blade on and keep going. And then I don't know if you can pick that up on the overhead. Oh, she keeps moving it, making it difficult for them. But you don't get that jaggedy cut. So sometimes people snip all the way to the end of the scissor, and then the scissor kind of judders a bit. But I always keep it on the table as much as I can.
I really appreciate these tips.
Top tips.
It sounds silly, but I don't want to say to people, I really struggle.
lot
I've not
of
done loads
people
of dressmaking,
do.
but simple things. I'm always just, it's because I'm left-handed. It's because I'm left-handed. And I'm no, there are little things that I can put in place, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, I always use, where I can, I use the table to support me. And have you got left-handed scissors?
There are on the website as well. I have some at home.
Yeah,
I was like, I do. We do sell some. But yeah, I would look on the website for any scissors, things like that. And
cool. Right, so let me just show you the pattern as well. So I call it a one-piece pattern, but in fairness, it's 2 pieces because there is a pocket. But what you've got on your pattern when you cut it out is you've got this thing here, which is called the front extension. So the pattern is designed so that on the front we've got a wider bit coming across the front, which means that it's going to overlap, and that's what the extension is. Okay. So when you're cutting the 2 front panels, you need to make sure that the extension is showing, but when you're cutting the back panels, you want to tuck that extension out of the way.
You've got that video that goes along
it's
with
all
this
explained,
as well.
Yeah.
So basically like a little masterclass, really.
Yeah, exactly that. It's just there to hold your hand, basically. So yeah, front extension just means we've got a nice overlap on the front piece. So it's raw edge, which means there's no real turning through. It's all being stitched on the front of the garment. It's all going to be visible stitching. So I also just wanted to talk really briefly. So this is going to be overhead again. As I don't know why I look up to the sky as I say that, but I don't.
That man we've got on the ceiling dressed as Spider-Man, he'll get the shot.
So I tried to do this in a colour contrasting thread, but I don't know how well it'll pick up. But when you're stitching something and you're going to see your stitching, you really want to have a nice stitch, and it tends to be a slightly longer stitch. So I moved from how the machine was set up at 2.8, if you can pick this up, and then down here, excuse me, morning, I've gone down to a 4. Okay. And can you just see how the stitch looks a little bit nicer against the wool?
Yeah, I can definitely see it. Do you know what I mean? That's the...
So you would obviously use a colour matching thread, so you're not going to see it, but it just sits a bit nicer on this sort of fabric, I think.
Did you change the needle?
I didn't change the needle, just the standard needle. You might find that a walking foot may or may not help you. I don't know where I've put it now, but I was just going to show people what a walking foot was. But my machine is just a bog standard machine.
I think it's what you're used to.
Yeah.
I think if you've got a walking foot already, it's not a project I'm going to go out and buy a walking foot for.
No. But if you've got one, it might be...
And it's already set up and left on there.
It might be helpful.
It's going to help.
Just because it's slightly thicker. But I've always constructed, and in the class we've constructed on just pretty middle of the road machines and standard presser foot, and it's never been a problem. But it is quite nice sometimes if you lengthen your stitch as you go.
Fab, top tips.
Okay, so that's that top tip. Oh, that's where the walking foot was. Thank you, lovely lady.
It's going so smoothly.
Yeah, I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? If you aren't sure what a walking foot is, one of these. And the special thing about them is that they have these feed dog that come down through the top, so both layers are fed through the machine. So that's what a walking foot is.
If you've got one with your machine, you'll be aware already.
Yeah.
I think it's good to mention, because a lot of people, it's one of the things when they like getting an extra thing, that's the thing they'll work towards.
Do you know what I'm thinking? Stocking filler. If you are really keen at sewing and want to sew lots, a walking foot is definitely something to invest in for some projects. It makes pattern matching really simple and things like that as well. So yeah, that would just be my top tip on that.
Fantastic.
Right, so miraculously, here's one I prepared earlier.
Amazing.
I know, who'd have thought I might have done some preparation. So we've got pockets, but we're going to attach the pockets on each piece in a slightly different way. So this is, let me just show you how I can work it out. We just look at the top and I slide it down. You'll notice that obviously one bit's wider at the top and one bit's narrower.
Yes,
so that's
I would think I'd done it wrong.
Yeah, that's the bit with the front extension. So we know that that piece, even if you've taken your pattern off and you haven't labelled your fabric pieces, the piece with the biggest bit at the top is the front piece and that's the back piece. So when it comes to attaching the pocket, on the front pieces, we stitch them to the wrong side so that they come in like this, okay? Which is probably what some people, that might not be what they would expect. I've put a pin because the fabric's really hard to tell which is which side.
I wouldn't know at all.
So some people say, oh, well, it doesn't matter, I'll just, sew it all together. But chances are sometimes when you can't see it in one light, by the time you've sewn your garment together and put it on, you go, oh, okay, there was a difference. I haven't spotted it.
And it would be that one person. Mine would be my mum that would go, lovely, but what did you mean that? You'd be like, yes, Mum, I did.
So when you cut it out, even though it looks the same on both sides, make sure you put a pin on what would be the same side on each piece, just so you know.
Nice.
So on the front, we're attaching the pocket so it goes like this, and that pocket is nicely butted up with the edge of the fabric there. In contrast, we like a bit of contrast. This, let's take the other one out of the way, make it easier to see. This is the back piece, and on this one, the pocket gets stitched on like this, so it's completely different. And the reason for that being is that that's actually going to end up popping inside like that. So that's going to curve in from the outside, and then if I pop this front piece on top of this, this one just sits in like that.
And of course, when you get your pattern, which is Sarah's pattern, she's very helpfully done a YouTube tutorial as well.
I have.
If you, obviously you get your instructions here, which has got pictures, but I'm very much a beginner, very much a visual learner, and things like that, writing that down, in, out, backwards, forwards is not going to mean anything to me.
No, you can put graphics, you can put pictures, but sometimes just being actually shown.
And to have that video linked to this pattern when you're buying it.
Exactly.
Very popular pattern, by the way, so do check out.
So there's notches to show you where to position your pockets, but there's always a check in life, and the check on this one is that before you've stitched them on, obviously I have stitched them on in my prepared sample, but before you stitch them on, I would just line up your two coat pieces and just lift it up and just see if they do actually match or not. And actually, look, mine are a teensy bit out, done in haste.
Oh my gosh.
So always do a check. Don't do as I do as I say. And make sure that those pocket pieces are going to line up, because that's going to be really important when you sew the side seams. Now, should you do as I do and not as I say, and you end up with a bit of a discrepancy down here at the bottom.
100% I'm going to.
Yeah. Don't worry, because all you've got to do at the end of the day is just trim that off and level it off. You're talking, if you had it like that, maybe do something about it.
Yeah, maybe have a think.
Maybe think if sewing's for you at that stage. But
that would be like, I'm just going to resort this situation out. Use my stitch remover from my early bird and sort my pocket again.
But yeah, if you've got a little bit of a discrepancy at the bottom, don't worry about it. It's more important that everything sits nicely at the top. So you would make sure that your pockets are lining up before you stitch them on. And then once your pockets are in, all of our seam construction is created by overlapping the edges of our fabrics.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's
what's
no...
that seam called? Sorry, is it just...
what would it be called? That's a really good idea. Because you literally just overlap. It's not like a flat fell where you bend it back on itself or anything like that. Oh, I don't know.
You can invent
Don't ask me difficult questions.
You can invent that now.
John wouldn't do that.
You can invent that name now. That's you can name that one.
I can name that. Right, well, we'll try and come up with a name by the end of the session. So there's lots of different ways that you can do this overlap. What you've got to do is you've got to have a centimetre overlap. That's your seam allowance. Now, I find these sorts of things, I kind of guesstimate them because it's a loose fitting garment, so we don't need to get too stressed about it. And the way I would do it is I would look at the very start where I'm pinning and go, right, okay, I want a centimetre there, pin a centimetre in place. Notice I'm doing this right sides over right sides.
Okay, yeah, because your pins that are already in there.
Yeah, exactly. And I would put a pin in there where I know I've got a centimetre. Might need a sharper pin. And then I would work my way up. Okay. Now that's me, lovely lady, lots of sewing experience. Bit daunted, don't have sewing experience, feeling I need to really I need measurement, I need precision.
Yeah, I would want to measure it only because I know as I'm going up, I'm veering off or something.
Exactly. So what you're going to do is you're going to get yourself a tape measure. And then what you can do, so I always hate how you lose that very beginning of the tape measure when you want 1
I always
centimetre.
have to be reminded of that.
Yeah. So I'm just going to measure and then pop a pin in at where the 1 centimetre is. Okay? So measure, pop a pin in, like so, and that's probably as high as I need to go for this particular bit. And then what that means is you can then bring that over and sit it on top and then pin it in place. So you're looking to see where that centimetre is. So now I know I've got a centimetre overlap under there.
This is the thing. If you've been dressmaking for years and me going like, oh my gosh, that's the best way ever, they'll be like, oh no, that's so slow, Hannah. Like, why would you need to do that? For me, that makes me feel so much better about what I'm doing.
Exactly.
So I'm the person that draws the straight line to put the picture up and it's going across. And then I put the picture up and go, what?
Yeah.
That extra bit of security is going to help me out no
just
end.
feel free to measure it and mark it. You could mark it in a fabric marker if you know that it was going to come off your garment. Be careful on the white. Maybe be really careful on the white. But yeah, so there's always ways of doing it. Just because somebody hasn't necessarily said it doesn't mean you can't do it. That's what I think with patchwork. Well, with patchwork and dressmaking, I pull skills across from both because I do both. Yeah. And you know, you just find your things that work for you. So easily you can mark your centimetre or you could just eyeball it. It's a garment with a lot of ease. So, you know, it's up to you how much you would want to do. So that one's really easy because that one is nice and flat. You can lay it on the table. But some of them aren't so easy because we've got a nice curve in the garment because as you notice, there is no set-in sleeves.
Yes, well, the word
Raglan.
set-in sleeve.
Does it make you quiver?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, not for me, not for me. But I can't not have arms.
No.
Do you know what I mean? So
Well, that is a
I've kind of got a
poncho.
way round.
Is it a poncho? I don't know. So at the top, above the pocket, it's obviously a little bit trickier because we've got this curve going on. So again, what I would do is, most importantly, don't try and do it flat on the table. So I've got the back piece in my left hand, I've got the front piece in my right hand. Again, just measure and mark or just overlap. Lost my pins. Like so. Oh, I've lost the head on that pin as I've done that. And then just keep holding it in your hands and doing it because this is a little bit like setting in a sleeve because you're fitting curves together, but it isn't difficult. But if you try and do it flat on a table because it is a curved piece of the garment, it's not going to work.
But I've got all those resources there. I've got the pattern that I'm getting. I've got the instruction booklet, pictures, words, and video. Not just this one. Got your YouTube video that comes with the pattern.
Yeah, exactly.
And do you know what I mean? Like that is the process of learning. It's not going to be that fun without being challenged if you're new to it.
Well, and the whole thing about doing things is learning little bits along the way.
Yeah.
So when you've pinned that side seam above and below the pocket, you're going to stitch it in place and stitch down from the pocket because we generally stitch down a garment. But when you're starting from above the pocket, just because we want to make sure that our pocket lines up, stitch away from the pocket and up to the top.
Okay.
Because at all the points where you come to the edge of the garment, whether it's the hem, whether it's the sleeve, whether it's the neck, you've got that ability at the very end just to trim it off, basically.
So, which gives you the freedom.
Exactly.
If you're a tiny bit out.
Yeah, if it's a little bit of movement, don't get stressed about it. And then once they're stitched together, we've just got this nice pocket inside. And we're just going to stitch with a 1 centimetre seam allowance around the pocket.
Okay.
Okay.
So is that 1 centimetre throughout?
1 centimetre overlap, 1 centimetre seam allowance. You could go a bit smaller if you wanted to. It's a pocket. You're going to gain a little bit, lose a little bit, depending on what seam allowance you take.
The snack fits in, so it's fine.
Snack fits in.
Tissue in this weather.
I always really struggle when choosing pocket sizes, I have to say, because if I've got a big pocket, I will put lots in it. I'm not very good at having a deep pocket and just putting, 1 or 2 little things in it, or maybe just a tissue. So I've kept the pockets
A reasonable size.
reasonable size.
You're not gone overboard with the pockets.
Yeah.
You're not like replaced it with an inner bag.
Now, the really good thing about this pocket, though, is it's really strong because it's made out of the same coating fabric, okay? So if you are going to be wearing this for a dog walk, or maybe you're going to be, you know that you're going to need a little bit more pocket space, just grab that pattern.
Just thinking of those situations like, won't be able to wear that today because I need a little bit more pocket space. It was that kind of emergency outing with a more pocket space.
If you wanted to make it bigger, don't change the opening. I wouldn't change the opening too much, but what I would do is the drop of the pocket could be a bit bigger.
Especially for dog walking. You can't go without pockets.
Well,
for
you
your
need
bits.
snacks, poo bags, you know,
money for coffee.
Yeah,
otherwise,
exactly.
why are you walking the dog?
So yeah, if you think that the pocket doesn't look quite big enough for your life or for your purpose, you just need to make it a bit bigger by extending this curve down here. Maybe come out a little bit as well.
Also, like if you're taking children out, grandchildren out, you know you're going to be given things all day to put in your pocket.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it's a small pocket. I think it's a perfectly adequate pocket.
We really focused on the pocket. It's obviously
let's
close to our
focus on the
heart.
pocket. But it's a really simple thing to change, and because it's a really strong fabric, it would take being a bit bigger.
In this pattern. So I think as a beginner, I might be like, oh, I don't want to do a pocket.
Yeah. It's really simple, really simple. Just remember that the more you put in them, the more that it is going to drag down a little bit sometimes. You know. So, yeah. Cool. So does that all make sense so far?
Yeah, I actually...
You're itching to run into the gallery next and make one, aren't you? In between producing and
in
directing.
between all the different things I'm doing today.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm going to have, because I've got Charlie now producing me, I'm going to quickly run through the bundles and the pattern because it's really popular. Can I start with the bundle that we're using to demo?
The lovely grey.
It is.
I do like a bit of grey, notice.
Oh, yeah. As I was saying, like, I would always wear this colour. I'm looking at you and I was like, oh, I look like a right creep. So we've got the grey bundles. All the bundles have got 2 metres in, which is, sorry about my nails. Oh, it's enough for the largest size, which it's all one size.
It's one size.
So perfect. What were those? Sorry, I will talk about this with the pattern, but what was that one measurement you gave us?
Armpit to armpit.
Yeah.
So that's at the bottom of this curved bit here across. It's 26 inches.
And as you can see, it's loose fitting. It's that over the top.
It's designed to be worn open, but you can close it across if you want to.
You don't need that kind of excess amount of measurements.
No, big scarf, you know, looks really nice.
Fantastic, super popular, that grey. Also, I've got like a grey and lilac thing going on at the moment.
Ooh, you need to stay tuned for my fabric bundles at 10 o'clock.
I think I'll be here, they won't let me leave. I'm going to then go on to the pink.
Pink. It's a really flattering pink as well.
Yeah, pretty. Pretty makes it sound too girly, but it's a very like feminine kind of, I don't know, like powder. Yeah. Kind of powder pink. And lots of like home interior stuff I've seen in this kind of colour.
Really easy to wear.
Again, 2 metres in there. Oh, I'm really bad at the overhead. Oh. I don't know.
Bits out
the problem is you've just all seen me do this with my hands. I don't know left and right. Left. No, left. Anyway, the pink bundle, 2 metres. Oh, I wished it away too soon. I'm going to do navy now. Again, 2 metres. Important thing about this fabric and this pattern is this doesn't fray or has, well, this one doesn't fray, or you need a fabric with a low fray.
Low fray.
And expect that kind of look, because it is, that's how this seams and hems, not seams, the hem bits work. Edges.
Edges, yeah.
I've got the word garment now, though, instead of document or whatever I was saying. Super popular, this one. I think it's a useful colour, isn't it, navy?
Oh, so useful.
But yeah, oh, my earpiece. My earpiece fell out. I've got tiny ears and nothing fits in them. I'm the most moany presenter ever. I'm going to go to this red one, but I can't
The red is
hear
gorgeous.
you, Charlie.
Burgundy.
But when we go to the overhead, I'll sort that out. Burgundy, wine.
Wine. Let's start early.
Please. Port in the gallery at noon. Tiny, tiny ear problems I have with my life with this. I have to wear like an earpiece, and I think I've got tiny ears. Anyway, this is your kind of wine colour here. Again, it is the most popular overall, I think, because we've got this sample here made out of it. You've done a brilliant job there, Sarah. It's like you know the pattern. You made it
It is a
hundreds of
gorgeous colour,
times.
because at this time of year, who doesn't need a little bit of extra colour? And it just brings it out, doesn't it?
It's beautiful. And then we've got the white one here, which I think is very designer.
Yes.
It's like, it can be that overlay instead of wearing like your posh kind of, not necessarily fur coat, but your posh coat over the top.
If you're going out for the evening
with a brooch on or something,
exactly.
statement jewellery, that is going to
gorgeous.
complement that.
Yeah, I just know I'd spill something down.
Yeah, I'm a spiller. But
I aspire...
you can take this off.
Yes.
It's not a top that you've got to take off at dinner and
No,
sit
that's
there in
true.
your underwear,
Yeah.
have you? Like, this can go off, it's done. But yeah, there's your white one, 2 metres again. I'm just going to mention the pattern, which I think I've buried. Woo. I've also taken it all apart. But it comes in your beautiful envelope. Obviously, it's a one size garment, 2 metres of fabric, which means our pattern is perfect for bundles is perfect for this. You get your little booklet, Sarah's instructions there, photos and words, really achievable pattern. There's also a little YouTube video that goes along with it. You get your pattern pieces, lovely pattern, fabric, paper.
Paper.
I do know
Like
all
a
these
document.
things. I do work here. Oh, I can look like you just got me off the farm or something, walking next door. It's just walking along with a horse or something. I've got walking boots on, but beautiful paper that will last. So if you, when you cut it out, you're going to be making it again.
Yeah.
And a little Sarah's card.
My little calling card. Now, I've just realised I forgot to bring. So you obviously, when you dress make, you always end up with some scraps of fabric, and it's like I hate waste. So all of these colours actually would work really well, but out of the red, I made some little miniature stockings. I should have bought them. I completely forgot. But because it's exactly the sort of fabric that you can hand sew, make a nice little bunting garland.
That's really good, because I think sometimes with leftover dressmaking fabric,
Yeah.
look, I've only done a few projects, but I kind of struggle, so I know what I want for my quilting. I do little EPP things.
Yeah.
Very slowly, but I do them. I know what I'm going to use for that, whereas sometimes with the dressmaking fabric, it gets put there and I'm like, oh, it's too small for...
Yeah.
anything.
You end up with scraps, and there's loads of things you can do with them. But the nature of this fabric, I know you'll probably be making it after Christmas now, but cause who's got time before Christmas to do too much? But it would be brilliant for garlands for next year.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could start your Christmas decks
I like
early
that.
next year.
Make use of everything.
I do. I don't like waste.
Right, I'm ready for my next phase of learning.
Right. Excellent. Right. So where did we get to at the end of the last phase, Hannah? Can you remember? Was that really mean?
Don't be that teacher. This is like in French when they made us say words and through a ball.
Right.
And I was like, I can't do French and I can't do catching.
So in the last stage, we had just finished our pocket insertion.
When do you need a pocket?
So we'd stitched the side seam. Okay. So we've done the 2 whizzy sides, and
Brilliant.
there's now shoulder seams to do, and then a back seam. Now the back seam is super easy because it's just completely flat and it's just this overlap process. But the shoulder seam is really straightforward, but I could see that it might be where I could add a little bit of value for you.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know. So here's the one I prepared earlier. I've pinned in place my my overlapped 1 centimetre overlap seam, okay?
Okay.
But if I was to kind of, it's a tricky old seam because it's curved and you're coming down to something which is already connected.
Okay,
Yep. And people might be used to using like the free arm on their machine and things, but we're not going to use that now. Might be worth me turning the plug on.
Did we get... Sorry, this is producer Hannah coming
there we
out.
go.
Oh, we did get an extension lead. Sorry, not to think about that then. We've wiggled things around and there was already quite a lot going on today and we changed the power source.
Excellent.
So I was just suddenly like, oh!
No, I just hadn't turned the machine on. That's all right. So I've pinned in place my 1 centimetre overlap, and always when you get to the edges of your garments, try as much as possible overhead to make sure that that's flat across the top. It's nice and straight where that pin's sticking out. So where's the best place to get this?
Yeah,
I'll keep moving the machine and then...
I forget you can't hear Charlie as well. It's very strange for me to be out here. He said, yeah, there is perfect.
Is it? And then I moved it. Right, so I'm going and putting the glasses on because we're going to get serious now, and I need to find this foot pedal, which is kind of balanced a little bit on the... These are slightly longer. There we go. Right, cool. I'm all good. So I'm going to stitch down, but I've got this big curve going on, so I'm just going to show you what I do as I get there. So to start with, I'm just going to put a few stitches in to get me going, okay? And I'm just at the moment running the edge of my press foot down the edge of my top fabric. So at every point that I'm going to stitch about an inch of the fabric, I'm just going to flatten the next inch or so out.
Okay, so take your time.
Take your time. So I'm just going to do a few stitches. And it's all beginning to curve up, so I'm going to stop and take my pin out. Oh, get caught in it. And then I'm going to go and flatten it out again. So it's a curve, so we can't expect too much of it to be flat at a time. Okay. Take the pin out, move on. Take the pin out. It's going to start to get really interesting in a minute, even more interesting. Because I've got to get down here.
Yeah.
And I've got this sleeve to get into.
You've got a little area to get into with a big machine. I'm intrigued.
I love things like this because people think it's always going to be a lot harder than it is. So you'll just notice that I'm not rushing. I'm taking my time, taking the pins out, just flattening it out as I go. And then it's starting to sort of bulk up a bit here. So you just curl, lay all the fabric out, and let the sleeve sort of curl up in front of you.
Okay.
Okay. And go all the way down. Making sure, obviously, that under... Oh.
Sorry. Because you're curling up one side. At home, no one else is like, do you know what I mean? When you're doing it at home, no one cares about the other side.
No, I know.
So it's not affecting your stitch, but obviously we're trying to see as well.
So
that's
actually,
a whole other element.
Yeah, this is actually all curling up in front by me, and it's now coming, it's rippling out the back, and that's because it is curved. And then I'm going to come down here. Let's try and clear that out the back again. So it's completely possible, even though it's a closed armhole sleeve, to get all the way down to the bottom, and just make sure that when you finish, that you finish straight. Oh, I love it when they cut. It's the simple things. And there you can see.
Oh, brilliant.
That's all gone in. Look at that stitching. That's not bad for freewheeling it standing up.
You do say so yourself.
If I do say so myself.
No, I was very impressed.
Yeah. So it's really straightforward to do it, but it feels like it's going to be really complicated because obviously you've got that narrow bit.
Obviously we can't see right in there what I'm getting the best view, but I think even seeing you tackle that is kind of reassuring that it's not like you're looking at it going, this isn't going to work.
No. It's completely doable.
You just take it slowly.
So that if there is a tricky seam, that is the trickiest seam. And then once you've done that one, it is literally just a case of coming down the back. And because that is a completely flat part of the garment, you can just literally lay that over on top of each other and just do that marking, pinning technique if you want to, or you can just freestyle it a little bit because it is completely flat and you can leave it on the table.
Okay, wow.
So all of the seams, all of the panels, when you join them together, the front panel always overlaps the back panel so that the edge, if you like, is going away from you.
Yes.
And then when you do the back panel, you've got two bits to join together. It really doesn't matter whether you join the left over the right or the right over the left.
Oh, right, so there's no rules.
No, you can, once you've done the shoulder, you can just relax.
Nice.
Yeah, and then it's made. It is literally one of those makes that you could cut out and put together in maybe an hour and a half tops.
Yeah.
Because it's just 4 pieces.
I'm giving myself a weekend.
Are
But like only because I've not done anything like this before. So I know I'd want to get the pattern out, have a look through it, watch the video, do the first stage, have a cup of tea.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's where I'm at. But there are people like you, or you've been dressmaking years, or you've got back into it and you go, oh, this is my starter project back in.
Yeah.
I'm
And it is
going to whiz this up in no time, ready to go.
Yeah, it is beginner's project, but if you've got a little bit of experience, you'll have it knocked up in, not long.
No.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It is.
I absolutely love it. I think for the fact that you're going to make it lots of times, and you know that, looking at this, it's one of those patterns you look at and you go, this isn't a one-time thing. This is something I buy and I make in multiple colours.
Yes.
This is something that I look at things I've got in the house and I'm like, actually, that blanket never gets used as a blanket, but I want to wear those colours.
Yes. And again, I've always said this, but I go into lots of charity and thrift shops, and you can see blankets, and some of them are just, like this gorgeous pink.
Yeah.
So
Colours. Why let that go to waste?
Yeah. So you can have fun with the colour on a blanket, but I'm liking your neutral bundles.
I think this is a good place to either start when you're getting the pattern, you know everything's arriving. It's then, I think it takes out that kind of, you buy something meaning to do it.
Yeah.
Like I brought a lampshade, I'm meaning to recover it. I see fabric every day. But if I brought the fabric at the same time as the lampshade, it would be done.
Yeah.
So if I'm starting off and I'm buying my fabric and my pattern ready to go, it gets to you. You get it done, and then you're like, actually, now I know how to do that. That would be perfect. That would be perfect.
Yes.
I think for me, that would be the way to actually do it. I'm the one that buys things to do something all in great intentions.
But you just need it all there, don't you?
Yeah.
You just need it all there.
Yes, I'm going to do a recap. Would you like to do bundles first, producer Charlie?
Let me move this out of the way.
Of course. I'm going to start with the grey. Oh, this may have become the lead.
I thought it would.
It's weird getting updates of things I see. Oh. Over half the stock has gone off the grey. Remember, it's perfect for these because of that kind of no fray quality. 2 metres in all the bundles, because that is the size of the garment.
Yes.
It's loose fitting, one size fits all.
Yeah.
And in a kind of believable way. I hate using the phrase one size fits all.
Yeah.
Because on the internet, that does not fit me.
No.
Whereas this is kind of a true to size.
Yeah.
You've designed the pattern, one size fits all.
And I've seen it go through loads of different people and different sized bodies and shapes and everything. And everyone's
you
always
teach classes with
we teach class with it, so I've seen it. That's why I would only bring stuff that I feel really confident in. Yeah.
So that's your grey one. I'm then going to go to the navy because this was the most popular. Oh, see, this is still ever so slightly in the lead.
Oh no, come on, let's get grey up there.
I'm intrigued to know what people's colours are.
And it's Christmas, let's get red up there. Come on, sweepstake.
So you've got your navy. Here, again, 2 metres, same type of fabrics, perfect for this. How am I going to know when I start which size is the front and the back? Or do I just pick?
There is literally, I looked and looked and looked, and
it's something to do with the selvage, people tell me.
So on the selvage, you've got, I don't know if they'll be able to pick this up, but you've got these little holes on the selvage where it's been on the wheels in the factory or the mill. And I've always been told that they come through to the right side with a bump when it's the right side of the fabric. Now, you can't see a bump on this fabric, and sometimes when you buy fabric, it's been handled so much that you can't, but you can definitely see that's the side they've gone in because the hole is bigger than on that side.
Nice.
So I would say that this was the wrong side and that was the right side. But do you know what? Literally, you can't tell.
I think as long as, well, this is coming from my non-dressmaking experience, but looking at them, surely it's fine if I pick one to be the front and one to be the back, and as long as I stick to that. It's not the end of the world if I don't, but it avoids that kind of like, is that slightly different?
I've actually seen people, they'll come in with a fabric and they really like the reverse of it because it might be a more muted print, or they prefer the look of that side for whatever reason. Maybe the weave looks slightly different. So there is a right and a wrong side that manufacturer has deemed to be the right and the wrong side, but it's your project.
Yeah.
Put your stamp on it.
Perfect.
Just make sure you mark it with a pin.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
Oh yeah, sorry Charlie, I was changing what I was doing. I'm then going to do the pink. Beautiful pink, 2 metre bundle, everything for you, well, all the fabric you'll need to do this. Perfect. Graphics out. That's what I normally say in there. I'm like, graphics in. Got the white bundle here, if you're a non-spiller of things. But it always can be removed. Do you know what I mean? Like,
It
take
is,
it off when you're
it is
eating.
very classy. I
It's
tell you
your
what, if I was
posh.
going to get a white coat, I would be tempted actually thinking about it to make this one, because it doesn't invest, that's not loads of money. That's such
No.
a good value coat.
Yeah, in terms of coat.
Yeah, exactly. Because I know that I wouldn't wear it necessarily loads, but I would definitely want to
It's
have
your-
that smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Off to the theatre.
Yeah.
Over the
Grown
top.
up. When do we get grown up?
See this morning, this is me doing my grown-up job. Jumper and boots. Sorry. And then I got the red one. Well, clarets, ports, all the wines.
Burgundy, I believe.
Oh, Burgundy, not the wines, not the wines.
No, that's a wine.
Oh.
You need to go to a bigger wine section.
Oh my gosh, £5 my budget. That's where I'm at. You can get chilled reds now, they're lovely.
I know, very nice.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and it's sold out.
The red's sold out.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's the one that samples it.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
It is.
Christmas red.
I don't know how long we've got left, producer Charlie.
One thing we haven't
got 4
spoken about.
minutes, so this is perfect.
So
I've said it's perfect. I don't know what you're going to say. It's perfect.
right, closures. So you could, if you wanted to, put a buttonhole into your jacket. That would be absolutely fine. I prefer that it's worn loose. So when I sort of designed it, it was a kind of worn loose. It was thrown over the top. It was maybe a big scarf over the top of it, and a big scarf can kind of hold you. Sorry, Mike. It can kind of hold you in place. So it wasn't designed to have necessarily a buttonhole, but you could.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of brooches and badges. So I've got a selection of those sorts of things at home. So I would normally naturally go for some sort of pin over. But you can also get some really nice big sort of feature poppers now. You know, really chunky ones, like maybe a 1.5, 2 inch diameter. So that could be quite nice as well. The only thing about that is when you're not wearing it with the popper done up, you end up seeing a bit of the popper, which is why I'm not a big, I mean, you can see where this has been
I was
pinned.
going to say, like, we have like these toggles. I don't think we've got them in stock,
Yeah.
but with like hand sewn kind
Yeah.
of bit that you could
Yeah,
stitch
you
on.
could
I
put
don't
those on.
find that offensive when it's not done up.
Yes.
I think that looks quite
Yeah.
nice. I do like the idea of a brooch.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you have ones, sorry to go, but like in the family you don't have
Yes.
reason to wear, or it's been brought for a special occasion
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's nice to be able to have something to wear it on.
Yeah, I'm not a big
Like-
fan of brooches, but I do enjoy it when it actually has a function to it. Like I
Yeah.
wouldn't just put a brooch on a blouse necessarily.
I know
but
I've got
would-
some in a jewellery box, but
Yeah.
I don't have the opportunity to put them
Yeah.
on and things
Yeah.
like that.
And imagine the white one with a really nice brooch.
Shows that's why I'm in the theatre in my head. I'm wearing
Yeah.
this to the theatre. Take it off for my ice cream at
I was
half-time.
just about to say chocolate ice cream. I've done that so many times. Worn them really nice and got chocolate ice cream.
But
So
for the photos, perfect.
photo's perfect. So yeah, so in terms of closing it, it's like what's your style really?
Yeah.
You can just completely wear it loose, or you can just use something that fits with you and what you've
Yeah.
got at home. It doesn't have to be a massive expenditure or investment. But you could do a buttonhole, but it's just going to remember that it's always going to be there.
Nice. Thank you so much.
Oh, how
I think you've been
fun.
so lovely to me. And do check out on your pattern. Your patterns are gorgeous.
Thank
You're
you very
just-
much.
Oh, overhead. You're great at teaching.
Oh, thank you.
I'm watching a lot of people, so it's great. Do check out on this. We're going to go to break now. We will have a slight presenter change. Ian will be coming on with the Kaffe
Ooh.
fabric. He knows all about his Kaffe fabric, so he's perfect for it. Yeah. Ian.
Okay.
And then I think you'll be with Ian next hour. I know you'll miss me a lot.
If I had 3 shows today, I could do 3 presenters in one day maybe. It'd be like the Prime Minister's, wouldn't it?
All right, I'm going to go to break. Bye. Bye.
Hi, I'm Sandy from Family Comforts, and I'm here to wish you all a really happy Christmas. Everyone here at Sewing Street and all the Sewing Street family, I hope you have a really merry, crafty Christmas. I've really enjoyed my first year here on Sewing Street and hope that I can bring you lots of great demos in the coming year. Here's to a really happy, healthy and peaceful Christmas.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Where are you going to be this Friday? Well, you're going to be watching me because guess what? I'm launching the brand new Kaffe Facet launch. You know who's 85 last week, don't you? Well, it's his new Kaffe Facet 85 fabric. I'll see you then.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
I absolutely love the machine. It works fantastic and the price is worth it.
Machine works perfectly well, no issues, and if I had any questions, Pinhole were very helpful.
I absolutely love the machine. I always use it for quilting. I've never had any issues and the machine was a good deal.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Good morning, hello and welcome. How are you? I'm Ian and it's a bit chaotic as you can imagine this morning. Poor old John, he's had a bit of a tumble, but don't worry, he's okay, he's all good. He's just needed to go off for a quick checkup just to make sure that his hair looks all right. But he's all good, so we're sending him our love. And yeah, so it's all a bit mad today, but don't worry. You're in safe hands. We've got Hannah did the first hour, she did a great job. So you've got me. And then Stuart's coming on to do the Moxie show, which is going to be very exciting. But I get to do a fantastic hour because coming up we've got Kaffe's brand new collection, 85 and Fabulous, which is a little bit how I feel this morning. But before then, we've got some special products. It is a bit chaotic because these are brand new. Well, they're not brand new. They're back in stock. We've had them, haven't had them for a while. So the comic boards, which, as you know, a lot of you love because we use them not just for your comics, which I would use them because I was a comic collector in my youth, but these are great to keep your fabrics wrapped up and keep them all in. So you've got a pack of 100 here. And these, I think it's about 2 months since we've had these, but we've managed to get them. So you've got 100, you get 100 comic boards for $14.99, which is fantastic, isn't it? Look at that. And so you keeps all your, so you can wrap your brand new Kaffe, you can wrap it up. Oh, actually, I think we've got a little VT actually of what a good idea of how you can use them. So here we go, have a look. So, oh right, I've just realised there's no sound in it. I was waiting for something to come through. But this shows you how you would use it. That's a ½ metre of fabric, and there we go. So you fold it again. Oh, I recognise those hands. There we go. Look at that. 2 folds, lovely. Yeah, keeps it nice in the middle. Then you pin it, or if you've got the clips, and there you go, and there you are. So yeah, I quite like the idea. So how Hannah showed you there, you left a bit at the top so you could actually write, you know, Kaffe and what the collection or what the fabric is, you know, if it's more than ½ metre or if it's a fat quarter or whatever it is, 1 metre, you can write at the top how much fabric you've got left if you've cut some off, and then you keep them all folded up, and it's a perfect way to keep your stash well organised, I always think, and then you can keep them in rows and or collections. You can put all in picks. Oh, look at this. This is a customer that sent this in. Work in progress, but beats having to constantly tidy up the shelves. That looks amazing, actually. And I'm guessing that's just a standard unit that you could probably get from a flat pack supplier, and put that up together. And look how well they are all put together. They look fantastic and nicely colour blocked as well. I think that's how would you keep them colour order, Hannah, or collection order? Colour order. Yeah, I think I'd be the same. Keep it coloured because you could then, I need a red, or I need a pink, or I need a green. You can just go straight to it then, can't you? So of course, being specially made for comics, all these cards are acid free. So what it means is that then if you're keeping your fabric wrapped in them for a while, there's no acid in these, so it won't damage the fabric, or you won't get any print release or anything from it. So as you course, if a lot of comic collectors that use these, comics going back sort of 30, 40, even 50 years, they're going to want to make sure they be kept in a good condition. So this is perfect to keep your fabrics in a really good condition. $14.99, and we haven't had them for ages. 2 months. And there we go. Yeah. So they were actually going to be going on at the weekend, but as a special, and because I've been allowed to have some special products, compensation for the fact that I'm on air. So, and I tell you who else, Rebecca Reed loves these. She uses these a lot as well, actually. So yeah, they're back in stock. Always sell really, really quickly. $14.99. So great for your fabrics. Well done if you can get some of these. let's move on to what you've been tuning in for. I know. It's Kaffe. He's 85. Unbelievably. I mean, he's just a legend, this guy. Keeps going. So this is a brand new collection, 85 and fabulous. Now, this, I just have to tell you that unlike other Kaffe Facet collections, this will not be repeated. It's a one-off. So all the colours and the designs, some are designs that he has recoloured or just retouched or made new for this collection. But as a collection, it won't be repeated. So once it's gone, it's gone. This is a special for his celebrating his 85th birthday with Free Spirit. So get them while you can, I would suggest. So first of all, we have a mega bundle. So as you can see, so that's the graphic. So that's every fabric that's in the collection, and you're getting half a metre of each, and it's £223.72, and that means you're getting 1 metre for free. There you go. So saving over £15 because, of course, you know, fabrics are pricey these days, so you're saving over £15. So be quick, and as I would have thought, already a quarter of the stock has gone on this, because I would imagine people are going to wanting to get this. As a mega bundle, you're getting everything. If you collect Kaffe, you'll want this because you won't see it again. Absolutely. And look, I mean, that's a mega bundle, I think. Now, I haven't put these. Thankfully, John, who prepared for the show, had already put these into a nice little collections. Yeah, there we go. So look at that, £23.72. That's on split pay as well. Of how many split pays do we get? I can't see. Oh, 3. So you're getting 3 split pays on that. So fantastic. Even better. So just to let you know what split pay is, if you've not used it before. So that gives you the option to buy everything. Well, as you see, that whole collection, £232.72, but you don't have to pay £223.72. You can pay £74.57 today when you check out, and then you get 2 other payments of £74.57. No interest. It's all done by us, so you don't get charged interest at all. And it's 3, and you get 3 split payments, and it's once each month that you pay £74.57, which is amazing bargain. And once you've made your first payment, everything gets sent out, and then you're set up to go. I mean, if you want to and you're happy to, you can pay the whole amount straight away. Entirely up to you, but or spread it over 3 easy months. And as I say, there's no interest, which is amazing. Bearing in mind, interest has gone up again, so you know we're not charging any interest at all. So you have to be careful. If you've got this in your basket, I would recommend checking out, because half of the stock of the mega bundle has already gone. So you are going to be disappointed if you don't get it. Okie doke. So that's the mega bundle. Let's run through each fabric individually so you can see what you're getting. So we have got all the fabrics here, and we're going to start with these ones with. Yeah, so that's KJ UI 97. Okay. There we go. There we go. So here we go. So there's 3 of the large circles that I think Kaffe calls these the targets. And again, this is one of the ones that he has put some new colour options, so brand new colours there. There we go. There we are. Have a look at that. So those are those 3 all together. And if you wanted to get them individually, so of course, starting with the brighter one. There we go. So this, as I say, Kaffe target. Now that to me is pure Kaffe. That just says Kaffe Facet all over it, doesn't it? It's amazing. I just think if you're a fan of his and you know his work and you love his colours, that is definitely Kaffe. £7.99 for a half metre. As are all of these, and you're getting Kaffe Facet 85 and fabulous. So turning on there, and again, it won't be repeated. Once they are. Oh look, you get little birthday candles printed on the side there. That's amazing. So Yeah, if you're a collector of the salvages, you'll like that one. Look, special candles along the side. And this, I would imagine, somebody like Sarah or one of our dressmakers would absolutely love something like this. Remember a Kaffe kimono? Yes, I think he's partial to a kimono actually. So look at that. That would look fantastic. So just to remind you, if you're wanting it for dress and you're wanting more than half a metre, if you buy it incrementally, so if you're buying 3 units, so 1.5 metres, because you wanted to use something, that will be cut as one continuous length. So, okie dokie, just to remind you, so this is the targets again, here we go, this is one of the ones that Kaffe talked about on his little introduction video I was watching earlier. This is the ones that he's recoloured and resized, and so he's made it brand new. And just to let you know, on pre-order, 1/3 of the stock has gone on this one. Yeah, this is these bold black and whites that is sort of very popular at the moment. So now I'm going to move along because there is a lot of these fabrics to get through. So just to remind you, if as we're moving along, because we are going quite quickly with these, if you want to go back, of course you can go onto the website and check out. It doesn't mean we've sold out, but just means that we're moving on, because we need to move very quickly because there's a lot of the collection. And there are so many fantastic designs I want to show you. But don't forget, and also if you're watching on the web, it's underneath on the web. It shows everything that's in the show today. So don't forget, you can scroll through and look through that way. There we go. And that's the 3rd colourway of the target, $7.99 1/2 metre. Again, that is a very nice option for a lining of the back of a men's waistcoat, actually. Yeah. There we go. I'm going to keep moving along. So I'm going to move to the flowers now. So there's 4 colourways in these. There you go. That's them all together. And then we're going to start with this one. So red and purple. So there we go, $7.99 for a 1/2 metre. Kaffe facet, 85 and fabulous he is. Look at that. I tell you, what a way to celebrate your 85th birthday, isn't it? By having an amazing collection. One-off, these won't be repeated. I'm going to keep saying that because a lot of Kaffe facet fabrics we do get back in stock, we're quite lucky to have, but this one won't be. Look at that, beautiful. That, again, fantastic colourway, beautiful for dressmaking. And the quality of the fabrics, as you know, is always top drawer with these. So we're down to single figures on the mega bundle. So if you're still after the mega bundle, don't forget you're getting 1 whole metre free, over £15 for free if you're buying the full mega bundle. And it's in 3 split payments if you wanted to. And so we're now going to go to the black and white with actually that lovely lime in the centre. Yeah, I think this is one of Hannah's favourites. It is. She said actually, and quite rightly, that actually when you look at the picture of that on the web, it doesn't bring it to life as it does here. Look, yeah, I think so. See, look at that. That's the web shot. There we go. Oh, thanks. Oh, Hayley's just brought me a coffee in. Thank you, Hayley. That's all right. She knows I didn't get a chance this morning because I had to rush. I was walking the dog when she phoned me and said, "Can you come on air?" There we go. So that's the black and white flowers with the lime. There we go. So $7.99 1/2 metre. And so now, which one, Hannah, do you want to go to the brown or the lime? Sorry, teal. Yeah. Here we go. So that's $7.99 1/2 metre. Zemina blue. that say Zimina? I can't. Zinina. I can't read. I need my stronger glasses. There we go. Teal. That's again fantastic. Really vibrant colour. Beautiful. Beautiful. And then finally in this one we've got the 4 colour options in the flowers. There we go. And so the final one. Yeah, here we go. So again, oh, there they've got lovely. This one's got more the beautiful purple in that. Look at the flowers. Yeah, it does. I mean, that's to me. I think the flowers stand out more because you've got the blue flowers against that sort of quite. It's not brown. It's sort of a mocha background, but again, beautiful. Really, again, that's quite a. If you follow Kaffe and the colour options that he uses, that's very much his sort of colour style. He's the kind of fabric designer who's always gone, you know, with the colours that he thinks work. You don't always think that they're going to work together, but the colours that he sees and he puts together, you think, oh, that wouldn't normally work, but actually, you know, when you see it, you think, oh, what a fantastic colour option. And that's been his kind of thing throughout his career, really, using colour as a fantastic medium. So, yeah, and again, $7.99 a half metre, and look at that. One ending 82. Yeah, I've got them. Yeah, these ones. Yeah, so these are flying out. So we've got this four colour options on those. Yeah, is that correct? So these definitely, these are Kaffe all over. Okay, so this is the most popular one on pre-order. So we have already gone with 1/3 of the stock has already gone on pre-order on this one. So let's have a look at this because this is, look at that. Wow, look. This is amazing. Look at that. Yeah, it has. You can see Kaffe's embroidering background and influence on this one actually, can't you? Because how he's put all these flowers together. Yeah, oh, amazing. That is, I can understand why that has sold so well on pre-order. That is one of the popular ones. So this would be something that if you were going to use it in a block, or if you were going to, you only need sort of a few solids to put around that. I think, you know, to create something, because there's a lot in that design. That is one of the, you know, it's amazing. There's a lot of colour in that. Look at how much you're getting in there. That's $7.99. $7.99. And if I take it a bit further back, you can see actually, what you can see is it does create sort of like a diamond effect with that. You know, when you step back, the closer you get to the design, you can see the detail a bit more. But actually, coming back, you can see he has created that into certain diamonds as well. They'll repeat. Look at that. You could just quilt around those. You could cut them, or you just hang it up and look at it and stroke it. Put it on your comic board. There we go. We're down to single figures on that one. Unsurprisingly, it is amazing. So the next one we're going to. Yep, that's the one I've got. Yep, perfect. So this one. Oh, look at that. Wow, there we go. Look at that. $7.99, and that is Sprays Red, and it's got a lot of fuchsia in that one actually. Are you staying on the overhead for 2 seconds? Great stuff. Yeah, amazing. That is, again, I just think that's yeah, so I think if you, just to give you a, yeah, I was trying to work out if we've got a ruler or a, we did used to have stuff, oh, everything's moved, hasn't it, because we've got the handy quilter in. Oh, yes, there is a tape measure there. Yes, you're right. Yeah, good spot. So if you were going to use, this is a diamond. So if you're in centimeters, that's about 13 centimeter across. If you're old school and you're a proper quilter, that's a 5-inch diamond across, and then it's sort of 7 in depth length there. And I'll just move that round so you can see it. There we go. So you can see it that way round. There you go. There you go. That is yeah. Just the colours. Again, we all know how amazing he is with his use of colour. And that certainly is one that stands out very well. Very good. There we go. Moving on. Yeah, so in total sort of contrast to that, actually, this is more of a lime. There we go. Look at that on the overhead. That to me, yeah, I love this. This to me, I've got this as a sort of a real summer feel to it. Look at that. Once again, it's kind of just shows how clever Kaffe can be with his colours, because those are as colours you perhaps wouldn't put these together yourself, but he's not afraid to be bold with it. You know, I think he's had collections bold, and you know, he knows that things work that, you know, you wouldn't necessarily put together, and I think that's obviously that is why he is 85 and fabulous. $7.99 for a half metre. And that's got a real fresh feel to it. Yeah, there we go. And I'll move that around, give it a waft. There we go. That is, yeah, very traditionally in a sort of a Art Deco sort of tile that you might see if you bought an old house and it had got the tiled fireplace. Certainly got that sort of colour feel to it, hasn't it? Very Art Deco. Yeah, amazing. Beautiful, beautiful colour. Very fresh. And so the last one in this collection, again, perhaps more of a autumnal, still all part of the 85 Fabulous collection, but in part of this design. This design, yeah, it's very Morris-esque. This certainly, I think it's got that appeal about it, hasn't it? Yeah, again, just sort of the fantastic colours, and just, you know, just seeing the edges and the detail into the colour here that he uses, amazing. $7.99 a half metre. Check out, they are going quickly. This is, again, these are the kind of, it's difficult to sort of picture them as a full quilt, because I think you'd want to use one or two and then have plain, so these stand out so well. But yeah, they're the kind of fabrics that lend themselves to so many different projects. Homeware, yeah, absolutely. If you're making cushions, bed runners, you know, even going as far as if you imagine, you know, some fantastic bags in these as well, you know, you would stand out. Look at that, yeah, amazing, very nice. Oh, so yeah, in this design, the first one that we said it was very popular. I think it was the black, was that? Yeah, that's already sold out. So that one has sold out. So if you still want that one, it's available in the mega bundle, but we're not. We've sold out of all of the black one in the half meters. So yeah, we'll just bring that back in, just to remind you, because we still have a few available of the mega bundle. Okay, less than 10. We've got less than 10, and that's all we have left on the mega bundle. Don't forget that's 223.72, and if you are wanting to use split pay, you've got 3 split pay options of that. Which is 74.57, no interest, 3 split. No credit. We'll just, once you've made the first payment, you get the mega bundle sent to you, and then there's 2 further payments, 74.57, no interest. But there's only limited numbers left of that. As I said, less than 10. So, and if you wanted that one, that's the only way you're going to be able to get that. But still, we've still got some availability of the other colours, so we're going to work through. Right. So, which one is next? Yes, yep. I'm sure Kaffe had beach balls in mind when he was designing these. So those are the 3. So they're actually all sort of rolls of fabric that could be, looking at the end. So we've got 3 colour options in this particular design. And we're going to start with the black. And so again, this has been a popular colourway throughout the whole of the collection. So these are all selling very well on pre-order. This colour option, as you can see, that he was using the same colour option with the large circles as well, as you can see, so that you could, these all fit together beautifully. So that was the targets. So here we go. So here was $7.99 for half metre. So again, it's a dark background with the various sizes. Pebbles, what we're calling that? That is spools. Yes, it's spools. Yeah, I think spools works. So you said you said, well, you did say beach balls, but also spools of thread. Does look like that. Amazing. Yeah, beautiful. So check out, because the stock on that one is going very, very quickly. Then we've got the second colourway on this one. Is, which one are you going to? The red one? Yep. There we go. Look at this. And again, so this is that beautiful, vibrant fuchsias, purples. Amazing. Really, really fantastic colour option. $7.99, and then we're calling this one magenta. I could go with that. Works for me. Yeah, amazing. Really, really nice. So again, this is something that I think all of these colour options, all you need to do is have some ideas of what you want to make out of them, because they just look fantastic, don't they? Look at the depth of colour on that. He is a genius, which is why we love him, and long may he continue. We'll look to Kaffe Facets collections again, but this is 85 and fabulous. And as I've said before, once it's gone, it's not going to be repeated. They're doing it as a limited edition collection, special celebration for his 85th birthday. And once they've gone, they've gone. So well done to anyone who's got them so far. There we go. So that's the magenta, and then finally the blues. There we go. There we are, blues. Look at that. Fantastic. You're sticking on the overhead for that for a bit longer. Yeah, good. Lovely. So please don't forget to check out, because you've got a lot of people who are looking at this. If you've got it in your basket, you need to check it out to make sure you've definitely got it. $7.99 a half metre, Kaffe Facet 85 and fabulous collection, and it is flying out. As I say, don't forget as well, mentioned earlier, we'll get this. Look at those fantastic little birthday candles on the salvage. Very nice, very nice. So that's the spools in blue. Again, a really popular colour, which would sit with anything really. That you've got some fantastic, really gorgeous colourway. Lovely. Yep, got these one. Oh, these now, lovely. Look at these. Now this is, yeah, very nice. So we've got 4 colourways of this design. Now, when you see this unfolded, it is amazing. Which one would you like to go to first, Hannah? Yeah, 71. So look at this amazing. I'll just turn that the other way because so you've got it the right way. Now, oh, that is amazing. Look at that, fantastic. Yeah, I think if you are a follower of Kaffe and you maybe have his books or you may have his, you know, or seen his videos, you'll see at home he's quite a collector of pottery and ceramics, and he does love all these, you know, from around the world or around his travels. He collects a lot of pottery and it's which inspires his colour options and how he creates things. So yes, you can see very much in that design where he's got his pot there with the flowers coming out. So I think there you go. Look at that. I think now, I'm not telling you to buy more, but I think realistically, if you're going to appreciate the full design of this, because that's 1/2 metre, you might want a whole metre. You might want 2 units. If you really love this design and you wanted to get the full glory of it, you might be tempted to get a whole metre of that one, because I think 1/2 metre is just quite, I mean, don't get me wrong, depending what you're planning to do with it, but I think there is a fantastic pattern in that. And it will also depend on where, you know, where the fabric's cut, to be fair. It's you know, but you're going to get a full design in it either way. But yeah, it's got a bold repeat. It has got a really bold repeat. So I'll just turn it around for you so you can have a look properly on the overhead. So you can really get into see the detail here on these designs. Yeah. As you see the vase, it's kind of pulls through some of the other designs. You know, as you see, there's spools inspiration in that one as well. There we go, doing really. And again, this one's selling really well. So if you are interested in this one, you make sure you check out. As in, all of the darker colourways seem to be the most popular so far this morning. They're just. I think they're very much Kaffe. That's his, how his head works, isn't it? His colour palette. So now we're going to look at it in the red, and I think, well, this is going to be amazing. I know. Wow, look at that. Yes, yeah, that is beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Look at how that stands out. There's so much detail just in that one print, and actually, what you could, if you were going to use it to cut out or create something from that, there's a hell of a lot of detail in there. There is so much that you could use that for, even if you just wanted to use that particular part. Or as I say, I don't think even if you were cutting and you took parts out, I don't think you could just create certain things, because there's so much detail in that. Beautiful. Yeah, amazing. It kind of creates something for you to explore. You've got the choice of how you want to take this, into what direction you wanted to go in. You can you can use your own imagination to design things with that. I think that's fantastic. And again, would be beautiful for dressmaking. That would be stunning. That certainly would be stunning. And that's the red colour option. So we have 2 other colours in this one. 89 or 82? Yeah. There we go. I think. Oh, I'll just turn that around so you can see that a bit better. Now, again, I think this colourway is really amazing. I think that does make the vase stand out a lot more, and the flowers stand out a lot more in that one. Beautiful. Yeah, really nice. There we go. So this is the launch show of Kaffe 85 and Fabulous. Anyone who has just joined in and wanted to know what's going on and why John Scott is not here, and who is this person? I'm standing in. I'm Ian. I'm just standing in for this morning because I'm the head of programming. So I look after. Normally, I'm behind the scenes, making sure all of our lovely guests have got what they need and they're planned in and booked in, and the shows are all running smoothly and everything goes on. And but today, poor old John has had a bit of a trip this morning. So he's okay, don't worry, he's all good, but you know, we wanted to make sure he's okay, so he's gone off just to have a cut looked at, and so he's fine. No doubt he'll be watching on Facebook and looking forward to all your messages. So he's okay, so we're sending him our warm wishes, and hopefully he'll be back with us soon. But this morning, yeah, you've got me standing in for a couple of hours, and then Stuart's coming on a bit later to do the Moxie machine. But luckily, I just have to stand here and talk about some amazing fabrics from Kaffe, which is this. I do get the best of it, which is 85 and Fabulous. It's his brand new collection to celebrate his 85th birthday. It's not going to get repeated, so there's some new colour options of things you might have seen before. There's new things, but it's as a collection, it's a limited edition, and when it's gone, it's gone. It's to celebrate Kaffe's 85th birthday, and 85 and Fabulous he is. There we go. There we go. So, and then there's a final colour option in the vase design. Duck egg. I could go with duck egg. Let me put that the right way around. There we go. That's very nice. Look, beautiful. Look, yeah. Again, got a real summer feel to it. This one. Blues duck egg. Yeah, I could. £7.99 a half metre. Kaffe 85 and Fabulous. It is selling very, very quickly, as you can imagine. It's, if you are a Kaffe fan or if you're just a fabric fan, this is something that you're going to want in your collection because it is fantastic. There we go. So we're selling these now by the half metre. There is a mega bundle option if you're interested in buying everything in that collection. It's £223.72. That's what you get. You get every half metre. You're getting a metre free, so over £15 saving on that. You can have it by 3 split payments if you want to, of £74.57, or you can just buy it outright, and it's £223.72 if you're buying that. And if you do use the split pay option, you get sent it after you've made your first payment. Then you take 2 further payments of £74. I have to tell you though, unfortunately, there are more people that have these in baskets that we've got left. So I don't want to disappoint you. You need to check out with that one because it is selling very quickly. We've got less than 5. So normally, with a lot of collections, we can repeat, but we're not going to be able to repeat on this. And sometimes we can make more mega bundles. But with this, because some of the fabrics have already sold out, we can't make any more mega bundles. So the mega bundle is a real story of when it's gone, it's gone. So we've got less than 5 left now. So if you have got, and there is more people with them in baskets. So please don't get disappointed, and check out if you're after that. The chevrons, yes, yeah. So we'll do the chevrons. So now we've got quite a few different colorways in this one. Yeah, amazing. Yeah, really nice. Quite often he'll do stripes, but this is again a different way using with the chevrons. Amazing. This is, well, I can actually see John in a shirt with one of these. Actually, they're very very vibrant. Amazing. Right, which one are we going to? Okay, so we're going to go with this one because this, interestingly, is the most popular on pre-order. And well, there you go. I think it's clearly, if you are a dressmaker or a quilter looking to make, you know, the triangles in there. Half square triangles would look nice with that. Absolutely, yeah. You could flip it and then do and repeat. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, absolutely. $7.99 a half metre. The chevron stripe yellow for half a metre, $7.99. This is the most popular on pre-order. Really nice. Yeah, I can see why now I've opened it out actually. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. Fantastic. There we go. So there we go. So that's the yellow, and then we've now got the blue. Now this is amazing. This really is. This for me is that's one of my favourites. Absolutely. I think that is. Yeah. Just and if you can see the gradients in the colours there. If you can get in any bit closer, it would just. Yeah, that you can see the detail. Yeah, how the different blues and purples of on the gradients on that stripes. It's the detail in it is amazing. It really is nice. Yeah, I could definitely see that as a shirt on a well-known branded shirt maker that like. Based in London. There we go. There we go. So which colour would you like to go to next? Yeah, 62. Yeah. Fantastic. There we go. Look at that. And again, real amazing detail on that. That is again the colours that Kaffe uses that we mentioned before. He puts together colours that you think wouldn't always work, but yeah, but that is that's got a definite retro feel to it. Yeah, very nature. Yes, yeah, walking through the woods in the autumn. $7.99 a half metre. Kaffe Facet 85 and fabulous, limited edition, don't forget. Once it's gone, and we've got less than 10 units of that one left. Yep. Again, this beautiful colourway. Look at that. Wow, that is fantastic. Look, yeah. I'm feeling that one. I feel that's definitely got a party vibe to it. Speaking of which, I'm very grateful that it was today that John hit his head and not yesterday. Had you wanted me to come in yesterday, you might not have been able to see my eyes, as we had a Gemporia night out on as our Christmas party on Wednesday night. So yes, I wouldn't have looked good yesterday if you'd asked me to come in, if I'm honest. So yeah, thankfully it was today. But John's all right. Don't worry. He'll be back with us as soon as he can. You know what a pro he is. But yeah, he's had to go off today with a little bump to his head. So we're wishing him well, and hopefully he'll be back with us soon. Which is why you've got me. There we go. Amazing, beautiful, and there we go. So finally, then we've got the pink colour option. There we go. Beautiful. So lots of colourways, 5 different colour options on the chevron stripe. All selling really well. So I'll just recap on all of those if you wanted to see them all together again. So don't forget, we're all Kaffe Facet as Free Spirit fabrics, $7.99 a half metre. So after the chevron, we've got 2 other patterns. So these you've got there we go. There we go. You've got 5 colour options in this one. The chevron, beautiful. There we go. That's it with anything, absolutely anything that you're thinking of designing. You've got dress making, you've got quilting, so many different options you can do with those fabrics. I think I can see why that is a popular one. You've got 5 colour options, all of it selling well. We've got only a few of the mega bundle left. If you were one of the ones that had it in your basket, please check it out because we've got more people. Yeah, so now these beach balls, if you'd said beach balls about these, I'd have said yes. That's what you meant earlier, wasn't it? Oh, right, okay. Ah, right, so you meant the beach balls, not the spools. Oh, that was my fault then. So as before, all selling really well. So this one is with the light background, but again he's using the blacks, whites, the purples and blues that you see repeated throughout some of the other collections. Beach balls, fantastic. $7.99 a half metre. 85 and fabulous Kaffe facet, limited edition collection. Get them while you can. Look at that, brilliant. A nice little fun design on that one. Would sit really nicely with some of the slightly less bolder patterns. There we go. So that is the natural colourway, we're calling that, but that is the black and whites that's sort of has sat through. There we go. So and then we've got the blue colour option again, which looks taking some of the colours that you've seen in the previous designs. Look at that. There we go. Gorgeous. Really, the depth of colour in these is amazing. Really nice. Look at that. Look at that. Fantastic. So, definitely more blue coming through on this one. He has got the green colours of the beach balls, but you're certainly getting a more blue and mauve vibe, I think, on this one. But very strong colours that he's used. I like the way they're sort of, that one's hiding a little bit there, isn't it? Do you think this is like a ball pool that you just jump into? Yeah, it does. Makes you want to dive into the pool of balls. There we go. And finally on this one, now this is very Kaffe, these colours. Look at these. Yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Beautiful. Look, there we go. There we are. Yeah, that is, again, this is a really, really good example of how he's used his colours here, where you think, oh, I wouldn't put those two colours together, but you know, as you see here, the colours that he's put together, you think wouldn't work, but actually overall looks amazing. And it, you know, if you see that, you know, further back, looks amazing, really does. Yeah, very clever. There we go. So that's the beach balls. 3 colour options. Finally, so we've got the last one. The sort of the cabbages, is it, and floral. Oriental tree. There we go. 4 colour options in this one. And we're going to start with this one. Yep, that's the one. And this one is the most popular on our pre-order. So if you've, there you go. Wow. Oriental trees, large oriental trees. Yeah, I think as a repeat, these are. I think all the time. I think it's because he may have had used this design in something, but it was a smaller or different scale. Yes, of course. Sorry, yeah, my mistake. I'll turn it around so you can see that better. There you go. Look there, fantastic. Look at that. Yeah, definitely, really nice on that one. These are the Oriental Trees, and that's the stone colourway. Half the stock have gone on this one already. This is the most popular one on pre-order. I can see why it is. It looks very nice. There we go. So get that one while you can, because I would imagine that will definitely sell out. Yep. Here we go. So this is more of the green. There we are. Look. There we go. Lovely. I think would take a lot of tending to if your garden looked like this, wouldn't it? So more of a green. You've got green, and then with the mauve there. But again, you can see the depth of that going through. Beautiful. Very nice. So over half the stock of that gone, so please check out. And we've got 2 more left. So we're going to go to the blue. I would have thought this would have been the most popular, but maybe that's my love of blue. There we go, and there you can see that one. Look, yeah, lovely. Lovely. Let's just move that so you can. Yeah, fantastic. Oriental Trees in blue, $7.99 a half metre. We're coming to the last couple now of Kaffe's 85 and Fabulous collection. Again, it's a limited edition collection, won't be repeated, so if you're considering anything, I would check out today, because I'll be very surprised if any of these are left by the end of the day. There we go. There we are, look at that. That's the blue colourway. There we are. And finally, the very, very last one of this collection we have is the Oriental Flowers in Mold. Again, look again, seeing that from the distance, that's where you can really appreciate the colour options on those. And then I'll pop that round so you can have a look on the overhead. There you are. Look at that. Look at that. There we go. Look at that. Fantastic. $7.99. That's the last one to show you today of Kaffe's 85 and Fabulous. Just to remind you about the mega bundle that we had on earlier with £223.72. We're down to single figures, so please, if you've got it in your basket, check it out, because we're limited with less than 5 left now. I know sometimes you wait to see everything before you decide on the mega bundle, and you obviously wanted to look at all the fabrics, which you've seen, and they are all fabulous. They are absolutely fabulous. But yeah, if you are interested in the mega bundle, please make sure that you check out. It's £223.72, which you can pay as a one-off if you want to do that, or if you want to use our split pay, you can. Split pay option is over 3 months. You get 3 payments of £74.57. No interest. Your fabrics get sent out to you once you've made the first payment of £74.57, and then you have 2 further months of £74.57, because there's 0 interest on that. And there we go. That was Kaffe, and he was 85 and Fabulous, and that was the first hour. Not too bad. So make sure you check out any of those that you're interested in, because I'll be very surprised if we have any of these left over the weekend. Don't forget, coming up next, we've got Sarah. She's back to do a second hour, so I'm looking forward to that, and that'll be with me. Oh, well done. Yes, she had a pattern in that first hour that was amazing. I think was it the coat? And yeah, that's well done if you've checked out. So the next hour is going to be busy. We've got a lot to get through with Sarah, and then Stuart's going to be on, and he's going to be taking you through the Moxie Handy Quilter. So stay with us, and we'll be back. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
love the machine. It works fantastic and the price is worth it.
Machine works perfectly well, no issues, and if I had any questions, Pinhole were very helpful.
I absolutely love the machine. I always use it for quilting. I've never had any issues and the machine was a good deal.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you ever so much for all the support that you've given me in 2022, and I cannot wait for 2023 to bring you all the new designs on Sewing Street. Happy New Year, everybody, and have a fantastic Christmas from me, Becky Alexander Frost. Bye!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hello and welcome back. We were just admiring that festive graphic. I haven't seen that before. That's lovely. Makes you feel Christmassy, doesn't it?
It does
Very
indeed.
nice. Welcome back. So I'm Ian, and as you may have known this morning, or if you've just tuned in with us, poor old John's had a bit of a tumble, but he's all right. He's bumped his head, so he's gone off just to have a check to make sure. But he's all right, and I'm sure if you're following him on Facebook, he'll be posting soon. So we're sending him our love, and I'm sure he'll be back with us very soon. But this morning you've got me for a bit, and then Stuart's coming up a bit later. But now we've got Sarah back again. Hello again, Sarah. And we did meet ages ago, actually, when you came in when we were doing the search for the star.
I know, you were my screen test presenter.
I know, yes.
and
now I'm a real presenter. Yeah. And you've gone on to do fabulous things. So I've been watching all the shows you've had, and it's been really popular. So we're lucky to have you, actually.
Well,
because
I'm very pleased to be part of the family.
I know our audience have really enjoyed the projects you've made.
Oh, thank you very much.
Which is great. And the first hour did really well. I think the patterns were flying out. So we'll recap those a bit later. But I know those did really well. But this hour, you're talking to us. You've got this made and making fat quarter projects. Now, it's actually more than instructions. It's a booklet. It is got chock full of things.
It is. We've mixed it up with photos and graphics. Yeah. I actually did a little post out on the Facebook Sewing Street group and just said, what do you prefer? Just trying to understand the best way to present things. But not only do you get all of that, free video tutorial on every project.
Wow. So they can log in, see the video tutorial, or watch the show back today. But if they're looking for a specific project,
full-on tutorial there, and all the highlighted bits and bobs from today.
Amazing. So you're getting all of these, and I can't believe it's only $9.99.
I know.
This is amazing. This is really good, really good. You're getting step-by-step guides. And how many projects actually have we got in here?
There's 4 different projects.
4.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah.
4.
3 with zips and 1 without, just in case you're a bit scared. But I'll talk to you about
zips. There we go. So Sarah's going to talk to us. So the 4 projects are
So we've got a lovely fabric box.
Nice, yeah.
We've got something I call the 2-zip pouch,
which
I use all the time. It's always got all my sewing stuff in it, but you can use it for makeups, you can use it for pencils, all sorts of things.
Got you, and is that one of the ones you're going to talk to us, show us?
I'm going to show you the next one. Yeah, so that's the 2-zip pouch.
Yeah.
This I call an A4 project pouch because it's just big enough to pop your pattern inside.
Very nice, very nice.
And you can have a load of fun with all the scraps left over.
Yeah, perfect.
And then this one here is a really quick make. So if someone's got a new gadget, a laptop, a tablet, I store my light pad in one.
Okay,
like a light box
if you've got an A4,
quickly make up a lovely cover so that it's not going to get damaged.
Brilliant, yeah.
So 4 really useful projects.
A good size for as you said, iPads and things like that.
And I tell everyone how to size it because they're all different now, aren't they? They're all slightly different. So I tell them how to size it up to make sure they measure it right.
Amazing. So you get all of those in that. I mean, quite often we'll see $9.99 just for 1 or 2 of those projects, but you're getting all 4 in that. Amazing. And plus the support and the help you get from Sarah's video tutorials. Unbelievable. Really good. That's great value.
Okay, what are we going to make it in though, Ian?
Right, come on then. Well, don't worry, we've got plenty. If you've got fabrics or you need fabrics, we've got some fabrics we'll talk about later. But I think at the moment, we're going to concentrate on the project book and the projects you can make in it. Because I think you've got so much in it. It'd be good to see what to make. So you're going to make the little bag first?
I'm going to talk to you about the box first. So the box is made out of a square of fabric.
Yeah.
It's up to you really how you do it in terms of the outside. I've got some different samples here. So this is made up in one of the packs we're going to show you today.
Yeah.
And you can make them so that they nest as well. So all 3 of these will happily, you can make them to different sizes, sit them inside. Okay. They're perfect for storing your fat quarters in as well. I've got a load at home storing fat quarters, as well as making a lovely hamper for a gift.
Yeah.
So, when you buy a load of things.
You can put little,
exactly.
Or plant pot or something like that in.
Pot plant, perfect.
Yes,
but in terms of the design, there's some quilting that goes on the outside of them. This one we've tried to make it really simple on this one. So, but there's a little trick to it. It's a square, And the way that you sew it together means that you might have stitched your quilting lines on the diagonal, but then when you stitch it together, they turn through and they're on the straight.
Okay, yes.
So this particular square was quilted, and it was all quilted done on the, so point to point, as we would call it in patchwork. So it was all done diagonal, but works out very square on the front, whereas this one here was done all on the straight, moving it the wrong way, and actually now ends up on the diagonal. So just something to bear in mind when you're making these. I'm not going to demo necessarily these today. They're quite straightforward and it's good step-by-step instructions, but just to think about your quilting technique, because you might start off thinking, oh, it's going to look really nice and like on the diagonal, and then it's going to end up being on the straight.
Got you, okay.
But there is a little bit of choice with this. So inside, you end up with these little corners in here. And some people quite like those, because they can stick an extra bit and bob in there.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to have that corner, you just actually push it flat. So we've got the overhead going on, I don't know. And you can push it flat and then you can stitch it down. And that's how it has been done in this one here and in that one there.
Yeah, so I like it with the pocket, so you can just pop extra little bits here, you know, a pen or something.
Exactly, just like that.
Yeah.
So they're a great little make, and you can make them in lots of different sizes, as I say. The smallest one here was made from about a 10 or 12 inch square.
Right.
And this one here is made up in another one of the fabrics that we're going to be showing a bit later.
Yeah.
That was 15 inch square. So you can make them up in different sizes.
Got you.
For whatever you want to, you know, use them for at the end of the day, really.
Got you, but all, again, sort of fat quarter or sort of
very fat quarter friendly, fat quarter friendly. And yeah, I mean, you could piece the outside if you wanted to. If you wanted to, you know, you don't have to just have a solid piece of fabric.
However, however you feel or however much you want to embellish it, really.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I do find that quite. I've got some coloured ones at home, so I put my red fat quarters in one and my green fat quarters in another.
Right, yeah. There you go.
So yeah, I'm slightly organised at times,
of
not
course,
always.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the fabric box.
Okay.
Shall I move on?
Yeah. Well, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to pop that one up on the shelf behind us. Actually.
Absolutely. That's
and
good.
You can stick it down with buttons, or
I like that little detail. Actually,
yeah, it looks really cute. Yeah. But you can just stitch it down as well. It's entirely up to you. So let's get more involved then. Let's have a look at this, which is the project pouch.
Yeah.
So this is a great one. I threw this one in as a project because it's a great way of using up all your scraps that you've got left over.
Yeah.
So to do this, we're going to start off with just a piece of fabric that we can stitch stuff onto. So I've just got a bit of old flannel, brushed cotton fabric here.
Okay.
But it could be absolutely anything, kind of something that isn't prized, isn't your favourite part of your stash.
Yeah.
And then you've got a choice. You can either just put your first strip on the diagonal, and then you would have a line coming down like this.
Got you, yeah.
But if you wanted to, and you really like the kind of 45-degree line, then all you've got to do is just fold this in half, finger press that in place, and that'll give you the guideline for your first strip.
Okay, got you.
Okay,
right,
because it's just a rectangle. So if you fold it on the square, then you'll get your 45-degree line to use as a bit of a guide.
And that's where you'd line that first strip up. Yeah.
So to do this, it's a good old flip and stitch technique, really. We just put our first strip on top, and that one's going to be right sides up.
Mm-hmm.
And at this stage, I don't really worry too much about what my fabric's doing. I just make sure that at one end, there's not too much overhanging, because then I can trim off these bits and maybe reuse them later.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So I've got my first strip on.
For the sort of corners.
Where you need the shorter bits.
Okay.
So I just brought a load along, so let's see what we can use next. So I'm going to pick this blue one next. So this one will go down directly on top of that first one.
Yeah.
And then I'm not even going to pin this. I'm just going to wing it in. Is that okay?
And is that reversed? That the on one on
top?
Yes,
so they're right sides together.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm just, so if you are a patchworker and you've got a 1/4 inch foot on your machine, that's fine. If you're not a patchworker, just use the edge of your regular foot to stitch down, she says. And I'm just going to stitch those in place.
Move these a little bit so you can see.
Oh, have I killed the shot?
There we go. Actually, is that better? We might lose the iron, yeah. Can I move him here? Yeah, if I pop those, oops, there we go.
Anyone that knows me knows that I come with a bit of clutter.
That's all right, don't worry. Well, I should explain that we're a little bit short of space today because we're only using one of the desks because we've got our handy quilter
Oh, yes.
example here in the studio. So hence the reason why we're a little bit cramped today, because we're just on the one desk, because as Stuart will be taking you through the handy quilter later, that's already set up in the corner of the studio.
It's cosy today, isn't it?
It is a bit cosy, yes, definitely. There we go, so we can see what you're doing now.
Okay,
That's
so
perfect.
I've just stitched those two together, right sides together.
Yeah.
I'm just going to quickly press them open using the lovely whizzy iron.
Sorry, you're a bit, you have to stretch
That's
a bit.
okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. And then that's pressed over. Now, you could just keep on attaching them, but actually it's quite nice to top stitch that down.
Okay.
So I'm just going to put it into the machine.
So just, yeah.
And on my top stitch technique is to run the seam down the centre of the foot and then offset the needle. So on most machines you can move the needle position. This is an Elna 570, it's very nice. And on this, to move the needle, I'm just going to change the width of the stitch, and I'm actually going to make it slightly wider. So it's gone from 3.5 to 4.5, and it's moved my needle to the right ever so slightly.
Okay.
I think I'm going to take it up to 5 actually. 5 looks like a nice distance. And then I've got my longer stitch length on here for top stitching, and I'm just going to run my seam line down the centre of my foot, which is really easy to visually follow.
So you're keeping the seam line in the centre, but you've moved your needle across so to give you that
exactly
top
that.
Okie dokie, right. Nice.
And then it's nice because it's a nice light thread. We've got a really lovely line of top stitching going down there.
Fab.
And so then you
Very
can just
clean.
build up. Oh, I don't want purple again. There's too many choices. Let's go for that one.
Yeah, so little tips like that, obviously, which you talk about, and I guess you've got in the project book, but in the video tutorial as well. Just little tips that that will help you. If you are a beginner or not a beginner, just wanting something to make up and looking for some extra ideas and tips.
I think it's really interesting when you're teaching lots of people all the time, you begin to really pick up on what people don't generally know and what they do know. And that top stitch technique is always something that everyone's like, oh, it's a game changer. It's an absolute game changer.
Well, as I say, you might have your machine sat with you and you might have used it for a long time, but it's just changing with it and, having a play around or having the confidence to know, if I move the needle across, what does that do kind of thing?
Yeah, and a lot of people don't even realise that when you're on a straight stitch that you can use that because they just assume it's for a zigzag, that they wouldn't even use that setting on a straight stitch. So I've just added another strip on and I'm just whizzing down that now.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to fill this up. Won't take too long. So notice every time that I'm adding a strip, I'm just making sure that there's not too much overhanging at one end. And then that way we can just trim off all the extra bits and not have to worry. I am moving my needle back to the centre every time I'm stitching my strips on, because we can trim all those bits off and then continue to use them in the shorter areas.
Okie doke, yeah.
So I'm just going to finger press that one back this time. These fabrics are really lovely to work with.
Good.
They sit in the shape really well.
Are these ones that Kerry had sent out to you?
These are.
Yeah,
they
great.
sent me two lovely colourways.
Yeah.
And I'm not normally a purpley kind of person, but I have to say I quite like these. So when you get to the corners, this is the perfect opportunity to just use up the smaller ones.
Yeah.
And if you look at it and you go, oh, that's going to fit, but then you realise that by the time you've stitched it on and folded it back, it's not going to quite fit, then all you've got to do is just try and take a slightly smaller seam allowance.
Yeah.
Because when we assemble the project later, if I just, that little bit won't matter.
Got you. Okay,
as long as it's not more than 1/4 of an inch, you should be fine.
You'll be all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So don't stress too much, because it's always the way you get to the last bit.
And is that because it'll go into the next seam, or you'll bind it, or?
Yeah, we're going to go into the next seam.
Okay.
Absolutely. Just press that one back and stitch that one down. So sometimes it's a bit of a faff, keep changing your needle setting. But the more you do it, the more you remember to do it. That's how I look at it. So
does it always come back then, once you've...
No, I have to keep moving it.
You have to keep moving it, right.
So now just going to do it in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Just quickly fill it up with some strips in the opposite direction. So this is a classic flip and stitch technique. So again, even though they're my long bits, I'm just keeping my eye
Yeah.
doing shorter bits at that end now, and then I'll
Okay.
stitch those down.
Perfect.
Do you know, my car said -6 when I drove in this morning. That's chilly, isn't it? -6.
Lovely.
Oops.
There we go. Very nice. All coming together. And I guess it's up to you what kind of colourways you can go sort of Kaffe mad if you want to, or if you want to just do tonals, or as you say, it works with any sort of bits and pieces of scraps or anything you've got knocking around, really.
Absolutely. You can. So if you do something like this, where I've ended up with it a little
Yeah.
bit too small, just make sure that the next bit overlaps so that you
Okay.
can fold it back on itself.
So right.
It won't matter. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to be multicoloured. You could have just alternating stripes.
I say it works that way, but so you can, whatever is your sort of colour desire, really.
Yeah, and they don't, I'm trying to keep these all really parallel.
Yeah.
But you could have them going at jazzy angles. You know, it's a technique that lends itself to all sorts of play, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I suppose actually, if you could put bits of rip-rack or anything along the just to jazz it up as well, couldn't you? Yeah,
definitely could. Right, I'm just going to trim off this bit because I feel that this bit could now go up here, and I haven't got any more of that in my pack. So there we go. So this is why it's quite good to make sure that you centre everything and only leave little bits.
Very nice.
Over the end. Let's speed this up a little bit.
So just to recap, Sarah today is demoing from her booklet. It's more than just one set of instructions. It's a booklet with 4 different pattern designs in it, and Sarah's doing the bag. What
It's the project pouch.
The project
this
pouch.
one.
That's it. There's the project pouch. There's the 2-zip pouch. There's the project pouch, and there's the fabric box in it as well, and also the laptop and tablet pouch. So you're getting all of those 4 patterns in the booklet, as well as online tutorials that you can go on and look through. And if you wanted to recap on any of the projects that we're talking about today and watch in more detail, you can log on, and Sarah's done some amazing... Oh, hello, there's a message here. Fab to see Sarah doing the demo. She is a natural teacher. There we go. Look at that. Well done to the team this morning. Not easy to cover for a legend. You're right.
I know.
You're right.
I
It's
know.
not
So
easy
you've got
to
a tall
cover
gig.
for a legend. I have.
Okay. So I'm not going to worry too much about those corners. I can trim it down.
Yeah.
So.
Would you press that again?
I would give it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Should I give it a
normally,
press?
yeah.
Let's
Sorry,
give it a
I was.
press.
I know you. It's difficult to say, but I was just saying, if you were at home, you would.
I
give
wouldn't.
that
Oh, I've
extra
only
press.
top stitched half of it as well, but that's fine. That's fine. It's just for the demo purposes.
Yeah.
So that bit of fabric that you cut at the start, that was the set size, which is in the pack, and then you're just going to trim off all of those ends.
Yeah.
Oops. Again, I'm just using a smaller ruler than normal, just because it's a little bit cosy. Cosy, cozy, cozy.
Very nice.
Hello. Oh, hello.
Here we are.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to see you here.
The
I'm here to
cavalry's
relieve
arrived.
you, Ian.
All right, am I being subbed? I feel like Ronaldo. You being subbed off on the final.
Are you having a lovely time?
Am I going to get subbed?
No, you're here for the full hour.
Loving the
Welcome
top.
to my camp Christmas.
Yeah.
You're
Very
welcome.
nice. Well, thank you for coming in, Stuart.
It's a
Yes,
pleasure.
I can
Morning,
hand you back to the
everyone.
professionals now
Oh, don't be silly. I was
and
just
enjoy.
watching. I said it's not too bad, is it? It's very good.
Well, I'm going to go and have a lie down in the coffee. So I shall see you all again sometime, no doubt.
There's a masseur waiting.
Oh, good.
With your usual chamomile tea.
All right, thank you.
Thank you,
Bye.
Ian. Morning, Sarah.
Morning.
How are you, darling?
I'm very well, very well. How are you?
I am fabulous. It's lovely to see you again.
I know.
Tell me what
What a
you're
treat.
making. This looks gorgeous.
So-
tell me about the book, because this looks like a bookazine rather than a pattern. There looks like a lot in here.
There is a lot in there. So this was put together with the beginner in mind.
Okay.
So none of them too stressful, too hard.
Yeah.
But also with an
Ooh,
experienced sewer in mind, so that they can make up some really quick projects when they need that, that gift that they haven't got, that kind of thing.
I hear you.
I hear you. So we've got 4 different projects.
Wow, in one pattern?
In one pattern.
That's fantastic. Oh, I like that.
There's a fabric box.
Oh, I like that.
You can make them in different sizes and you can store your fat quarters in them.
Oh, these are cute.
Aren't they cute? Perfect hamper for your Christmas presents if you get a chance. So that's
I've
one.
got to ask straight away, Sarah, what's your angel policy? Can people make and sell?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So these are so like craft sale, craft store, craft market, aren't they?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Well, so that's one project out
That's
of 4.
one.
Tell me more.
So that's one. Let's pop that back up there. Then
Tidy.
we've got the 2-zip pouch. So this literally 2 zips, 2 pouches. You could put a popper on it if you wanted to.
And there it's a wallet.
Yeah.
I love that. I'm also thinking, wow, you could add little D-rings and a little shoulder strap, have it over your...
God, you're good this morning, aren't you?
I'm on fire.
You are. So this is my little hand-sewn pocket pouch, basically, that when I'm at home, I got loads of them, different
Really
things.
like that. Really like that.
back
And
out
that's
way.
half the projects for $9.99.
Yeah, I know.
Amazing.
I know.
Amazing.
This is my Christmas gift.
This is lovely.
So this is what I'm demoing at the moment. This is the 2-zip, not the 2-zip pouch. This is the project pouch, A4 size to put your projects inside.
Perfect.
This one's double-sided with the lovely flip and stitch technique, but I'm going to make this one one-sided and put some denim on the other side, just to show you that it can be done that way. This
and then another.
super quick and easy laptop tablet pouch. So when someone gets that gift for Christmas and they haven't got something to put it in straight away.
Or if you're completely useless at gift wrapping like me, but you can sew.
Yeah.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, no,
Over half the stock's gone already. And we are not even at the halfway point. So fabulous. Well done if you got yours. This is awesome. This has got, and also, of course, you've done strip piecing, string piecing on this one.
Yeah.
But you could do little bits of applique piecing on any of them.
If you're experienced and you're a patchworker, it just doesn't have to be a one-cloth wonder. It can be, it could be pieced, it could be anything. Yeah.
Love it.
It's just the construction techniques, really.
So what stage are we at now, Sarah?
So we have one of these I prepared earlier, one of these I've just prepared.
Good.
So we're at the stage where, if I bring in my other bits, so I've got a pink zip, and then look at this gorgeous fabric from one of the bundles.
Yummy.
That's going to be the lining, and then if you don't have enough of the fabric, or you haven't got enough of the scraps, then I always keep my denim offcuts from everyone has denim, don't they? Everyone loves denim, and I tend to use that side quite a bit as well,
like
rather than that, so that it's it's a bit softer.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll come back to that in a moment. So I'm at the stage now where I need to stitch these two together to make one.
I'm thinking is what you give instructions for how to do the string piecing.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking this is a gorgeous block for a quilt.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Because you could do quilt as you go and put strips.
I want to be inside your head. It's
Deputy
like a load
Joan.
of noodles, but they're all going in the right direction.
We've got a lovely message from, I've got my eyes in, Welsh Mary. Oh, Welsh Mary, I love. What a lovely surprise, Stuart. You popping in, and a lovely workshop with Sarah. It's been a very enjoyable morning. Hope John is okay. Well, it is like a workshop with you.
It is, I guess, yeah.
And buying the pattern is like 4 workshops or like 2 half-day workshops for $9.99. How much would a workshop with you actually cost?
Half-day workshop would be about £30 to £40.
So we're talking £80 for a day.
Yeah.
$9.99. This is 2 workshops.
There's 4 projects.
Yeah, morning,
Each video's
afternoon.
probably about half an hour.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Another message. Hello, everybody. Lovely
nice to get
demo.
messages.
Stuart, you're a star. Oh, bless your heart. Well, do you know what? I was lying in bed, checking my horoscope, and it said you will have an unexpected journey today.
There you go. You're
Bit
like an
spooky.
angel. You talked about angels.
It's good
You're
to
like
be
an angel.
here.
So you came and helped the team. So, can you see what I've done wrong?
No.
So I did the fold. I've put them all in the same direction.
Okay. Does that matter?
Doesn't matter. But if you wanted the V,
right,
like you've got on
you
this
need
one,
to vary
you
it.
need to get it up. Yeah.
Let me just put the lock on here. I was just sliding across the studio. That's better. Oh, there we go. Jolly good.
So I'm not going to worry about it for the purposes
I like
of this,
that.
but we would normally try and do them in opposite
Mix and
directions.
match.
Yeah. I'm actually going to just do them that way.
Yeah.
So glasses
We've
on.
already seen this one, right? We've seen that variation. I want to see a different variation.
You're so
Can we do
kind,
anything
Stuart.
with this pattern? Anything else? Yes.
Well, you can do all sorts.
Really cool.
Right,
really
I'm just going to run
cool.
down here with approximately a 1/4 inch seam.
So again, very beginner friendly. Don't worry if you're a little out with your 1/4 inch.
No.
And a nice opportunity as well to learn a new technique or two.
Yeah. And this flip and stitch technique, you can use it in so many ways.
Oh, it's brilliant. And so good for your strips and your scraps and bits and bobs. I was doing a bit of scrap quilting this week, and someone commented, I was only using 1.5 by 4.5 inch strips.
Yeah.
And someone commented, oh, my scraps aren't even that big. But you can sew 2 or 3 bits together and then cut your strip for this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it could be made up of 3 or 4 fabrics in the strip.
Yeah. Great
So-
instructions, so many pictures.
Wow, it's tricky, isn't it? Making sure that it's clear enough for somebody to read if you're not there.
Yeah.
So we've aimed, hopefully, by the miracles of preparation. Look at that! I'm feeling a little bit smug about that, everybody, this morning. Right.
Hashtag stay humble.
So when you're doing this, you're going to want to zip. Now, if I just use the board to cheekily measure.
Yeah, can I just let everybody know there are less than 30 of these instructions left?
Oh.
We started off with hundreds.
Yeah.
This is such a fantastic bargain. I mean, this is a real deal.
Yeah.
4 projects. And you know, I'll tell you something. I was actually looking the other day and I saw some fabric boxes, cute fabric boxes. I thought, oh, I'd really like to make some of those. I've been doing a bit of a, you know, it's the kind of thing you could make again and again and again.
Yeah. Do you know what? Batch produce them.
Yes.
Do all the same step at the same time, have a load mapped out, and it won't take you very long at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New baby room, little for storage.
Yeah.
You need lots of stuff, I believe, for a baby. Ooh.
And you can have fun quilting each of them in a different way and experiment with your quilting techniques as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a really good project for somebody that wants to build their skills and doesn't want to take on overwhelming amounts of fabric. Because it can be daunting when you've got your first quilt done and you've got a big amount of fabric to try and get through the machine and control. So you want to build your skills on small projects.
So you put the zip in next?
Yeah.
You're going to show us how?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So with this, we're doing a tabbed zip. So if you're a new sort of person to stitching, you might not be familiar with that, but it has a little tab at the end to keep it nice and tidy. And if you're doing a tabbed zip, your zip needs to be narrower than your project. So this particular piece of fabric has ended up at about 13.5 inches. So my zip, you want to leave enough room so that your zip's not going to be in your seam allowance on the right or on the left. So I'm going to be kind to myself and go, well, I want a good 1/2 inch there and I want a good 1/2 inch here because I want to get rid of that corner.
Yeah.
So I need my zip to be 12.5 inches rather than 13.5 inches.
So it doesn't get caught in the side seams?
No.
Perfect.
Yes.
You know, I saw this a couple of weeks ago and I thought, what a genius idea, that's so much neater. Because if you take it right into the corner, it's always bulky.
Yes, exactly. So this one, if you notice there, the tab just sits across the top.
That's really neat.
Yeah. But you do need to allow that space at the edges for your zip. So I'm a big fan of continuous zipper or really long zips. So if I just take off the end that I was preparing, I've literally just shortened a zip. So I'm just going to see now if it's the right length or not. So actually at the moment it's too long.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is just go to find a pin. And I'm just going to mark where I want that zip to actually be. Oh, look at you.
I'm just giggling at my mug because I saw this side. It was just a random mug I just grabbed, you know.
Hello, Monday.
That says, hello, Monday. Which is cute.
Yeah.
But then the other side, I didn't realise, says, is it Friday yet? But it is, Sarah. It is.
I know. It's very exciting. I'm normally on a Monday. It's really throwing my head out. So I'm just going to stitch over my zip where I put that pin. So I'm going to position it and then do that.
Take the zip out. Take the pin out.
Take the pin out. And then I'm just going to do a forward stitch going across it. And then I'm just going to go back. And I'm just going to do that 2 or 3 times to create a zip stop.
Great.
Some people will put the zip in the other way round and zigzag across it.
Okay.
So they're kind of hopping across it all the time. But I actually quite like my stitches to go through it. I don't know why.
I do that.
That's how you do it as well?
Yeah. And it's really easy to shorten a nylon zip, isn't it?
Oh, really easy. Just don't do it with a metal zip.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that. Why would you do that?
Why would you do
so I can trim off bit that I don't need.
Yeah.
Like that, and I can trim it really close. And then I've made a little zip tab.
Okay.
So you get yourself a rectangle of fabric. You got this on the overhead, yeah, cool. And then...
Charlie's on it, Sarah.
He is, isn't he?
Charlie's on it.
Full instructions are in the booklet of the sizes and everything, but basically you're going to fold in one end and fold in the other end, and that's the two short ends. And then you've got two new short ends now, so to speak. You've got the top and the bottom, and you're going to fold those both in as well. This zip tab doesn't have to enclose the whole of the zip. It just has to go over the end of the zip.
I see.
Okay, so that's perfectly fine like that.
Neat, cute. Gets a bit more fabric in. I'm down.
So now I'm just going to put that underneath the machine and stitch that in place.
Just having a look through these instructions, if you've managed to snaffle yourself a set of instructions today, well done, because it's gorgeous.
It's nice paper, isn't it?
It's really great quality, but it is, because you're going to use this again and again and again.
It's going to come out every time. I did think about doing it as individual handouts, but then I thought, actually, no, because you can lose those in places, but something a bit more substantial, you don't lose, do you?
No, you don't. And also, really high quality, detailed photos. Plus, this is the bit I think is super amazing value, the videos that accompany each one of the 4 patterns. So, you know, if you're a visual learner, and I know lots of us are, and myself included, it's really good just to see someone doing it. And I know often we have comments, we have emails that say, can you show a particular part of a technique? Because that's the bit that's always stopped you doing, you know, a zip bag or really cool. Single figures of this pattern left, and there are way more in baskets than we have available. Sarah, what are you doing to us?
Oh, it's exciting.
New year, new hobby.
Thank you, everybody, because it's a real compliment when everyone buys. Right.
It's a great pattern.
So, when we're putting the zip in, lining on the table, right side up.
Yep.
Zip on the table, right side up. And my zip is going to match up with the top of the fabric. And then my outside fabric is going to go down on top, right side out. And so all of those top edges are matched up.
Okay.
And I'm just going to pin that in place.
Okay.
You can talk about fabrics.
I'm just stroking them. Just stroking them. This is the bundle that you're using. It's luscious. It's luscious. Look at that.
We said that at the same time.
You did, twin. Are you Gemini?
No,
I'm all about horoscopes today. Are you? January.
Yeah.
Birthday coming soon?
Yeah, really soon.
Well, of course it is.
Yeah.
Wow, happy birthday.
Thank you.
This is a gorgeous bundle.
This is really nice, and I'm not normally purples.
That's cute. I love this. I love there's some little nods to the 1930s in there.
There are, aren't there?
Really sweet. That's beautiful.
This one's
nice,
gorge.
Contemporary, little tone on tones. I love this little dashed one here. I'm going to move it slightly over now. If you're sewing that.
I'm going to sew that,
Go for it.
Okay.
Go for it. Very cute. $28.46. That's great value. But let's make it even better value. Hurrah, I have arrived, Sarah. I'm notorious for demanding price drops. $24.99. Huzzah!
For that fat quarter bundle,
yeah,
it's a
2,
bargain.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 fat quarters, 2 meters of fabric. These are the fabrics you'll get. Gorgeous mixture. Really, really fabulous. Great quality as well. All designer fabrics for $24.99. Lovely. That's the bundle you're using, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is also rather gorgeous. These ones right here. These ones. I have a bundle. I have a bundle. These are delish. Now these really appeal to my need for warm, rich, bright colours.
Don't they glow at the moment?
They're absolutely stunning. Now let me show you the fabrics you get in this bundle. We've got that beautiful kind of burnt orange, golden yellows. It's the teal that's in there as well though, and the pinks that really lift this into the stratosphere. That's beautiful. Oh, I love those. Hello. I love when that arrow comes up. $24.99. You're welcome. Fab. Those are really pretty. Are those Anchor's Treasures? Who's the designer on those? Heather Peterson, Anchor's Treasures. Lovely.
Know your fabrics.
I think. think. Beautiful, really like those.
Yeah.
So you've sewn the zip in.
So I've
with
popped
the
the
zipper
zip in
foot?
with the zipper foot. So the zip's now in, but what I want to do is I just want to top stitch that fabric on the front away and catch the lining.
Okay.
So use the iron, Sarah.
Yeah.
Use the iron.
Use the iron. Not just any iron, the Eliso
I
iron.
know, that's why I should be using it. It's cosy today, isn't it?
It's what, sorry?
It's cosy, just
It
the
is
two of us on a
cosy,
small
it's
table.
lovely.
Cosy Christmas. And I'm going to press that side away as
So
well.
are you all set? I've got to ask, you all set for Christmas?
Tree went up on Wednesday.
Good, so
Yeah.
did ours. Same day. I think we might be twins.
Christmas delivery slot is booked.
Oh, for your groceries.
From the groceries.
Lovely.
2 days before Christmas, so that if you don't get anything delivered, you can still pop out and get it.
Good.
And then...
Done this before.
Done this before. Might be a bit short on the Christmas shopping at the moment.
On presents?
Yeah.
Well, you know.
There's still time, and I can make things.
But also as well, isn't it that sort of almost there, that sort of, I get this about lots of things like going on holiday. I know I've got everything I need, but I am still there on the morning thinking, I've forgotten something. Don't you think?
Yeah. I think
I haven't bought enough presents.
I always think
need
with
to buy more.
Christmas that you never actually decide that you can never actually say, I'm done.
Yeah.
Because there's always that little thing in your head, isn't there?
It's actually a relief when the shops are shut and you just think, well, if it's not bought now, I'll do without it.
Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
We went grocery shopping once, it's about 30 years ago, for Christmas Day dinner at about 4 o'clock on Christmas Eve.
Did you really?
And it was literally like, if there was suddenly, you know, a great disaster, what would be left in the shops? And I discovered that, what was left in the shops. So I had the weirdest Christmas dinner that year ever.
What did you have?
But it was lovely.
Can you remember?
Yeah, I had salmon fillets, new potatoes, because no one wanted either of those things, clearly. I think broccoli, something else pretty random. And do you know, I can't remember what we had for pudding, but it didn't matter.
Doesn't?
It didn't matter.
It's all about the people.
It really is. Yeah. It really is, you know? So what are you doing on the big day?
On the big day, we've got our immediate family around, so our girls are both there, and my folks will be there, which will be really lovely.
Lovely.
And we will have, our day consists of quite a lot of eating of one meal. So I'll walk the dog in the morning while everyone else is cooking. I'm just unpicking, by the way. And then I will come back and we tend to sit down and we have quite a number of courses in our meal.
Ooh.
So we have things
How
like...
many courses?
Well, see, my husband really likes cooking.
Good.
So sometimes it's 8, but there'll be little things like...
8? Do you have an amuse-bouche?
Sometimes.
You're so posh.
Well, no, it's just that he really enjoys cooking, and he enjoys cooking for people. And like
What's your
Christmas,
husband called?
He's called Tim.
Tim.
Yeah.
We love you.
Yeah.
And you're amuse-bouche. We love food here.
So we'll have things like
We
sorbets
accept
and palate
gifts.
cleansers and little salads, you know.
Yeah.
And maybe, well, this year one of my daughters is cooking a soup.
Yeah.
So there'll be a soup as one of the courses. So yeah, so we just enjoy that, and we'll sit down about 1 and we won't get up until about 6. But it'll be a long, leisurely.
I should think not with all those 8
long,
courses.
leisurely, yeah. So what I was doing wrong there is I was stitching both layers, and I just want to stitch the front layer.
Okay.
So I'm just going to top stitch that down, and then I'll show you how to put it in the other side of the zip.
I'm still thinking about the amuse-bouche and the palette cleanser. I'm so there for it. Oh, lovely. Well, that sounds good.
And what will you do?
Well, I've been cooking for the freezer all week, so I've made Irish cream tiramisu. I have actually used the branded one, but you know, I'm keeping it open there.
Yeah.
Irish cream tiramisu. This is for the 23rd. We're doing like Christmas dinner at my parents-in-law first, with my mum too, and boeuf bourguignon and braised red cabbage and things like that. So that's all made and in the freezer. So that just needs defrosting, and that's all done. And then Christmas Eve, I'm doing like a ham.
Oh, we do that Boxing Day.
Yeah, and then I haven't decided on the pudding. I was going to do Christmas pudding cheesecake.
Right.
But that's been vetoed. I don't know why. But anyway, so I don't know yet. And then Christmas Day, we're going to Friends for
nice.
Yeah, which will be lush. and we're providing pudding.
Right.
So I've made a Christmas pudding. Charlie's going to make a trifle. I know what will happen. I'll come in with the Christmas pudding all flaming and everyone will go, yay, is there anything else? And we'll say, yes, there's trifle, don't worry. Because that's what always happens. And then I sit and eat the Christmas pudding.
Does nobody else eat it in your house?
Not really, but I love it.
It's in demand in our house. We have cider and chocolate in our Christmas pudding recipe. Very nice recipe. Very nice recipe. So one side's in. So then to put the other side of the zip in, so I've got these gaps at the ends now for my seams. So we're just going to pop the zip on top of the lining again, right side up, and then I'm going to have this as the outside, so I'm going to put what looks like the right side up, but actually...
Because you're going to use the wrong side as your right side.
Because I think, if you look at that against those colours...
I agree with you.
It looks really nice, doesn't it?
Wholeheartedly. Yeah. Either side would look great, but that looks beautiful.
Yeah. Right, so I'll get this pinned in, and then I'll stitch this in as well.
Fabulous.
Let's get those pins back in.
So, Christmas tree decorating is fun in your house?
Yeah, it's very traditional.
Good.
Tree has to touch the ceiling.
Okay.
I don't believe it's a proper Christmas tree otherwise.
I like it when it's actually like a foot too high and it actually bends over.
Well, I did break the top off this year. But it's okay, the angel was quite happy about that.
Good, yeah. Ow!
Ow! And we normally put on a Christmas album that I bought when I was a child, that I still have on CD.
Is it Boney M Does Christmas?
No.
Go on. Is it Sheena Easton?
No, it's now that's what I call Christmas.
Oh, lovely.
Always starts with Wham, White
course.
Christmas.
Love that.
Last Christmas even. Yeah, and you just got to have the cheese, haven't you, while decorating the tree.
I went to the German market in Birmingham with some of the crew. Our director was there, and we were serenaded by a man who'd been partying, shall we say, to Wham last Christmas. Sort of impromptu concert in the middle of Birmingham. It was fabulous. He was full of Christmas spirit in every sense.
Well, there you go. All you want is a little bit of fun at Christmas.
Oh, it was lovely. It was lovely. It was so cold, though.
Very cold.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just getting to the point where I'm going to move my zip head because it's going to get in my way soon. So press a foot up.
Yep.
And then slide that zip
right
down the back and out the other side. Pop the foot back down, make sure everything else is lined up.
While you're doing that, can I just grab this other little, I just want to show, because that fat quarter bundle that Sarah's using also was used, you've used it to make little box, which is adorable. And you know what I was saying about gorgeous to make these for a children's room or a baby's room? How cute is this? So it's got the little ditzy print on the outside and then the mottled sort of marble print inside. And I love that you've got these little pockets inside. You could put little baby tools.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what I'm talking about. But absolutely gorgeous. Love that.
Right, so zip is in on both sides. I would normally top stitch this side down, but I just want to make sure there's enough time to show people how to do these ends when you've got the zip tab. So we're going to bring right sides together.
Okay.
So we're going to bring these sides together, and I'm just going to put a couple of pins in to hold it. So this is the two outside bits are coming together.
So for this pouch, we don't use any wadding or it's fabric and that's it.
Fabric, I did have a bit of flannel that I stitched my flip and stitch onto, which just gives it a little bit of sort of something.
Bit of something.
But it could just be a piece of cotton. Yeah. It doesn't have to be flannel. It could be a bit of wadding if you wanted it to be padded.
If you wanted, yeah.
Yeah. So just put a couple of pins in this side here. Now, when I sew pouches together like this, I always do a full seam down each side, and I have crossing seams in the corners. And some people I know like to go around and pivot. But I think when you pivot and you've only got one stitch there holding it together, it's going to pop too quick.
I do the same with cushions.
Yeah.
I sew right off.
Crisscross
and
seams.
then sew across.
Yeah, exactly. So many people want to pivot. It's just, no, don't do that. Why would you do that?
I think you get a sharper corner as well if you sew cross seams.
Yeah.
Because often a pivot can become a little bit of a curve.
Diagonal. Yeah. No, I completely agree. So what I've got here is I've got my zip tab at the end here. Put glasses on Sarah. And I want to push that zip tab so that it's going towards the outside fabric. So I'm just going to give it a squish, like that. So you're pushing it, basically, that zip is now, the teeth are all pointing to my outside fabric over here. And then I've got myself about 1/4 of an inch space just here at the end. I'm just going to put a pin in there to show you where I got the end of my zip. And I need to make sure that when I stitch, I don't stitch any further in than that, or I won't be able to turn it through.
Understood.
So I'm just going to sew this side seam. Oh, I can.
So do you leave your gap in the side or in the bottom?
Well,
or?
interesting. Historically, I've always left my gaps in the bottom, but I've started more recently leaving them in the side.
Because?
Because when you look into the pouch, you don't see it.
Nice.
When you leave your opening in the side, and because I'm a bit lazy, I won't always hand stitch those openings shut on machine stitch. So when you look in and you look down and you go, oh, okay, that's where I didn't quite, spend the time on it. But if you put it in the side seam on the lining, you don't notice it quite so easily.
I had a message once actually from another sewer, and I thought this was a really good tip. And she said to me, look, I know you leave your gap in the bottom, but I always leave mine in the side, because she said if you think about it, all of the stuff you put in your bag is actually sitting right on top of that hand sewn bit.
Oh, yeah?
And that's the weakest part of the seam, and all of the weight is sitting on top of that. If you put it into the side, there's no weight on it. And I thought that was a really clever tip.
Yeah, that is. I hadn't thought of it like that.
It's always good to have options, isn't it?
It is. So I'm just approaching that bulky bit. So I've just taken my pin out and I'm just pushing it really down close. And then
a message across the bottom. Boxing Day leftover Christmas pudding, fried with cream. Lisa,
Fried?
all I need is your address and a time. I'll be there for breakfast.
Fried.
Oh, for breakfast, fried in butter, slices of Christmas pudding, fried and then served with cream. Delicious. That's what Boxing Day is all about. Boxing Day turkey curry.
Boxing Day turkey curry.
Or bubble and squeak with a fried egg on top. Oh, Becky, our multi-skilled operator, is she's going to need to lie down now. And I'm not surprised. Bubble and squeak made with sprouts and potatoes and onions with fried egg.
Fried eggs. Right, so let me just show you how that zip tab's worked out on that end that I've just stitched in. So you can see that you've got your zip tab, teeny tiny bit of your fabric, but it's nice and neat, and it just finishes it off. It just now sits nice and proud on top where it should.
That deserves, and we'll get, I hope, a cheer, please, Charlie. Can we? Oh, they're just doing it in the gallery.
Yeah.
Hooray!
Hooray!
There.
So that's how to put your zip in when you've got a zip tab.
Perfect.
So I was going ahead and do exactly the same down the other side, and you just got to make sure that your zip is always narrower than your finished project by the amount of 2 times the seam allowance that you're going to use, because it needs to be seam allowance there and seam allowance there.
Yeah, it's absolutely splendiferous, and it's one of 4 projects. You can't get the pattern now, I'm afraid, but well done if you did get it. Absolutely super. You'll bring it back to us, won't you, Sarah?
Yes.
Sarah,
yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Now, the fabrics that you've been using for your demo, I think are delicious. It's a beautiful kind of modern palette, but also has some really traditional fabrics in there too. But I just think the palette's gorgeous. Should be £28.46. Very odd amount, but today little price crash for you, $24.99. You got some lovely little ditzy prints there from the 1930s, almost like flour sack prints, aren't they? Really lovely. Got a couple of variations on this really beautiful floral print. I love a monochromatic.
I do.
Floral, beautiful. Some nice little modern prints there, like those very much. This is cool. This would be perfect for doing, like if you're going to use it for the whole front of the bag, or you could even do that and have a couple of strips along the top or something like that, couldn't you?
If you made your fabric box out of it, you could use the diagonals to help yourself do some easy quilting.
That's a nice idea. Like that. Lovely. And then you've got this beautiful mottle, sort of marbled fabric, which is great maybe as a lining, or you could use it for your zip tabs or something like that, add a little trim. This one here has got this lovely binding down the sides. That would look cool there. Just gorgeous, lovely little selection of fabrics for $24.99. Now we've also got the bundle. Buffer's got in touch, our Becky Alexander Frost. The best bit of that Christmas dinner is the leftovers. Yummy! Becky Alexander Frost.
So true.
Oh, yes. Favourite leftover?
Cold ham.
Not cold roast potatoes?
No.
We have them with a little sprinkle of salt, mint sauce, dunked in, cold roast potatoes or hot roast potatoes.
Okay.
Any time of the day, but particularly at breakfast. This is what you use to make the samples, which is delicious. Sort of like a happy cocktail, isn't it? Some kind of margarita.
And we did use that one on the fabric box, and we did use it to do the quilting because it made it really easy.
Yeah, that is lovely, isn't it? Love that for the lining. Beautiful, beautiful projects, all of it. I love it, it's gorgeous. Love that teal in there. I hear a familiar voice. Is that a familiar voice I hear out there? I can hear somebody outside. Anywhere, we'll see, we'll see. Now, I happen to notice this rather lovely thing.
Yes.
Here, and I'm told this is you.
Yes.
This is lush.
Yes.
We have this pattern.
We have this pattern. We did that first thing this morning at 8 o'clock.
Awesome. We have a couple left.
Oh.
We have a couple left. Can we just put details? It's the Made and Making Raw Edge jacket pattern. This is lovely. One size fits most?
One size.
One size. I love that. I love, actually, how the sleeves... Do they call it a dolman sleeve? No.
Raglan?
Is it?
No.
No.
I don't know.
Or somebody clever, please message me. I shall
Technical detailing again.
I shall worry about that. Beautiful, lovely little collar. Got 20 of these left. 20 of these left. Let me open it up. Oh, this is a nice touch. I like this.
I know, twisty turny.
Because you know the standard patterns, you can never get them back.
No, I know. So I always make sure that it's got an ample enough envelope.
Love an ample envelope. A little bit of me time.
Yeah, a little bit of self-promotion.
Nice, gorgeous, good. Why not? And there for that. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at these different variations. Yeah. Oh, they are stunning. I don't know if you can see those. There's one in red, there's one in green, there's one in mustard. Really gorgeous. Oh, yummy. So nice, easy, beginner dressmaking
friendly.
project.
Again, video tutorial, full video tutorial with that.
Full-size paper patterns?
Full-size paper pattern.
Do they overlap each other or?
They do. 1 centimetre overlap, and there's an extension on the front piece to create the extra bit of width
Perfect,
at the front.
perfect. But we've got full-size paper pattern, easy, one size. And what sort of fabric would you use for this?
So it's got to be something that's going to drape quite nicely and doesn't fray too much. You can fray a little bit because it just softens on the edges.
So something like boiled wool's ideal?
Boiled wool, that was actually, the pink one's actually from a wool blanket. That you're just,
really?
Yeah,
Do you know, I think we had this wool blanket when I was a child.
Yeah, it had a satin trim all the way along one edge.
Yes,
yeah, there you go.
Satin binding.
Yeah.
That's lovely. Really love that sleeve.
See, and those blankets do fray a little bit at the edges, but it just softens and it's not a fray that becomes a problem.
Oh no, but also as well, you could do some. You could put a binding around there if you wanted. You could blanket stitch.
Yep.
Really take the blanket to the next level.
If you're a felter, you could even needle felt in a little bit of detailing, or you could embroider into it as well.
That's a beautiful
really
idea.
Personalise it.
Floral.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
Now I need to make this. I love the fact that this was made out of a blanket. You know, there is a company in Yorkshire who do it for a man, and it's like a poncho made out of a blanket, but it's something like £180. And it's gorgeous, don't get me wrong, it's really lovely, but to upcycle a blanket and make or charity shop find.
Exactly.
Can you imagine a Welsh blanket? Yeah, it might be slightly sacrilegious to cut it up.
Well, if it's going to get used,
yes, exactly.
I don't believe it is.
No, true enough, a different life.
Yes.
Good. I think it's lovely. We're down to our last 20 of these patterns, so grab yours while you can. A great, lovely sort of, it's almost like a coatigan, isn't it?
It is. It's like a shorter sleeve coatigan. It's perfect for throwing on in the car. You could make yourself one for your gardening. dog walks, all those times when you just need an extra layer, but you don't want a big chunky coat on you.
Yeah, no, I really
And a big
like
scarf over the front, you can either pin it together or
Yep.
you can just have the scarf. You know, it just looks really nice on.
Flowing,
Yeah.
lovely.
Easy wear.
Oh, beautiful. Once everyone's checked out with single figures on this pattern, we've got 1 minute left on this hour.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, Sarah.
So all these lovely projects,
Yeah.
are yours for a snip at, what was it, $9.99?
It's gone. Pattern's gone.
Oh well,
Pattern's gone.
I'll have to come back.
Yeah. Anyway, listen, that is a fantastic wrap up for a wonderful morning.
Isn't it?
I'm so glad I got to spend the most of this hour with you. Thank you for letting me just sleep in there. And Anna's got in touch, who's in Norfolk, who says, Christmas dinner sandwich on Boxing Day. Hubby loves cold roast potatoes. Well, hubby's got it right. Cold roast potatoes are where it's at, I think.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful Christmas.
And you.
When are you back?
Back in January.
Awesome.
Mid-Jan, yeah.
I look forward to it.
Okay.
Fingers and toes. Have a lovely Christmas.
And you.
Enjoy that amuse-bouche. Ain't she posh? We're going to go to a little break now. When I see you after the break, we're going to be talking wadding. And then we've got a visit from the fabulous friends at Pinhole Quilting. So stick around. I'll see you after this.
Hello everyone, Delphine Brooks here. I just wanted to come in here and say Merry Christmas. I hope you all have a fantastic day and a happy and healthy new year. It's been a great year spending time with you and being able to sew with you as well and create loads of new projects. Bring on 2023, where we'll hopefully have lots of new projects for you and get to meet some more of you as well. Anyway, take care, stay safe and Merry Christmas.
Love the machine. It works fantastic and the price is worth it.
Machine works perfectly well, no issues, and if I had any questions, Pinhole were very helpful.
I absolutely love the machine. I always use it for quilting. I've never had any issues and the machine was a good deal.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello, my lovely friends. Look, where am I? I'm at Camp Christmas. I've moved. We're not normally allowed into the hallowed grounds that is the lifestyle set. But here I am. It feels rather special and wonderful. We're going to have a little look at some waddings. Now, I'm a bit of a wadding geek. I love wadding, and I know it's one of those things that it's often a bit of an afterthought, and it shouldn't be, because it's going to create, without the wadding, it's not a quilt. A quilt needs to be 3 layers. There needs to be something sandwiched between the top and the backing. But so often we just say, oh, well, whatever we've got, that'll do. But actually putting the right wadding into your project is going to give you better results. And it's going to give a more pleasing or a long-lasting result. It will show off your quilting better. It might be better to wash, better to hang, better to drape, better for a baby, better for the environment. Let's start there. Let's start with better for the environment. We're going to look at a couple of different battings which are really super eco battings. Now we're going to start with the bamboo. Now, bamboo has been a really hot product in textiles for a little while now. Incredibly fast growing, needs very little in the way of water, pesticides or sprays or fertilizer either, grows incredibly fast and creates the most dreamy batting for quilters. It's also a big product now in things like yarn, knitting yarn. There are lots of bamboo and bamboo blends out there, and they really are beautiful. They have the look and feel of cotton, but where cotton requires lots of water, lots of fertilizers, lots of processing, bamboo needs a lot less. So it's been really embraced as perhaps a more ecologically friendly fibre. Okay, so the batting that I've got right here, size-wise, now this is by the ½ metre, width-wise, this is 315 centimetres wide, which is 124 inches, am I right? 124 inches wide. So this is super king-sized width. There we go. I'm on fire. I've actually got a little label here that tells me that, but I'll take it. So this is super value, £7.99 for a ½ metre. Now this piece that I've got here isn't actually that width, but just so you can see what the batting is like. It is really beautiful. It's got a fabulous drape to it. It is very, very soft, but it is also very, very stable. Not lumpy bits in it. There isn't any scrim. There's no chemicals in here either. Now, you can machine or hand quilt this up to 8 inches apart, which is often very appealing. But you know me, I love to quilt, so I wouldn't ever do my quilting 8 inches apart. But you can do your quilting far apart if you want to. And if you're not familiar with why that's important, why the distance between your quilting's important, old style quilt battings used to shift and migrate. So you'd make the quilt and basically it would disintegrate inside the quilt over a period of time. So you had to quilt it. Some battings, I remember when I first started quilting, some quilt battings had to be quilted no greater than an inch apart. So you can imagine this one you can quilt up to 8 inches. So what it says is this is very stable. It is not going to shift or migrate. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to stay stable for years and years. Repeated washing. Very breathable. Bamboo is a very breathable fibre. It is also a nice thin bat. So if I hold up a single layer so you can just kind of see, very drapey. Now this is ideal if you want to do a winter weight quilt. So if you're going to do that, double up your batting. Now the good news is, because this is 124 inches wide, you could do up to about 61 inches wide quilt. So that would be a really good bed topper, and you could just fold your batting in half, bit of 505 spray in between the layers and stick them together, and then use it as one thicker layer, and that will be really insulating for a winter weight quilt at an amazing price. Amazing price. So that is the So Simple Ultra Clean Super Soft Bamboo Blend. Really lovely. So that is a blend. Cool. 80%, is it? Sorry, 50-50. 50 cotton, 50 bamboo. Thank you. Okay, right, pop that to one side. Now, I'll show you the next batting. This is a super soft eco blend. I love the fact that this quilt batting is 100% recycled. So it's 70% recycled cotton and 30% recycled polyester. I think that's fab. A fully recycled batting. Now this is lovely actually. This is a thicker batting. I wonder if you can just see, I'm going to grab the bamboo batting for a second and just show you the difference so that you can see. I don't know how close you can get. Oh, we don't have an overhead here, do we? Sorry. I don't know if you can just see that. If I just hold those two together, can you see? This feels to me, looks-wise, it looks like 3 times or 4 times the thickness. It's not really thick and puffy, obviously, but it is about 3 or 4 times the thickness. So actually you could just jump to a winter weight batting with this one, and that price is incredible. $5.49 for this. Now that 30% polyester in the batting is giving it that extra loft, which means when you quilt it, it's going to really show off your quilting stitches beautifully. If you want to create a sort of mock trapunto effect, here's what you do. Pick a motif or a pattern which has a kind of an outline and an open center. So for simplicity's sake, let's say a heart motif, okay? Quilt that heart motif and then leave the heart empty, open in the center. But then the background, I want you to quilt heavily. So if you're doing something like a little vermicelli, you know, that little wiggly stitch, do that quite small, fill the background so that you're really quilting the background heavily. That heart will leap, it will really pop, and look like you've done trapunto. You see this a lot on like championship long-armed quilts. They do a lot of open areas and then very heavy quilting. It looks like the quilting's been padded with extra padding, but it's a really beautiful look. That's an amazing deal. Width-wise, this batting is, I will need you to tell me please, Charlie, how wide is this batting? Hannah, 90 inches. 90 inches wide. Okay, great. So perfect for the vast majority of us. Most of our quilts are up to about 80, 84, 85 inches wide or long. That's going to be plenty. You want a couple of inches on either side. That is gorgeous. That's the Super Soft Eco Blend. Remember, 70% recycled cotton, 30% recycled polyester. So 100% recycled product. Gorgeous. Now, another project I just want to jump on while it's here are the comic boards. Now, these have been hugely popular. They've been out of stock for a little while, but we've got them back in stock. You're getting 100 comic boards here. They are 170 millimeters by 266 millimeters. So perfect for a mini board. Now you might be thinking, why are we doing comic boards, Stuart? What's that got to do with sewing? These are much beloved by quilters who want to get organised. And maybe that's your New Year resolution. I am going to get organised. I'm going to sort out my sewing space. I'm going to sort out my stash. Talking of getting sorted out, I've just spotted a friend of mine. Oh yeah. I've just seen a friend of mine. You darling. Oh, come here. Come here.
Oh,
watch
come
the
in,
cables.
come in, watch the cables.
Watch the cable. Oh, my, it's John Scott, everyone. What a trooper. Oh, my darling. Oh, sorry,
I'm all right.
that's that side.
No, this doesn't hurt at all. It doesn't hurt at all. Look.
You look like you've been in the ring with Rocky Balboa.
Well, I've been in Redditch A&E. That's almost the same.
Bless
But
you.
I want to say thank you to everybody at Redditch A&E because they were fabulous. They really looked after all of us and everything. And how they do that job every day, I don't know.
Amazing, amazing.
No, what hurts most is I use my arms to break my fall.
Oh.
You're looking fabulous, by the way. What have you been up to?
I don't know. Just no. Don't look for staples. He was looking in my hairline for staples. Did you see that?
Something.
If I ever go off for 6 weeks and then come back looking incredibly fresh, then look for staples.
Fine. Okay then.
It's lovely to have you
I'm sorry to
back.
disturb you because you're doing a brilliant job and thank you for coming in so quickly to look after everybody. The management haven't made me come back, right? I've done this because I want to do the pinhole quilting show. And we've done all our prep and everything like that. And I wanted to say thank you to you for all your messages. My Facebook's gone crazy this morning with all the lovely messages.
Well, I looked first thing this morning and there were 327 messages, and that was hours ago.
And that was before I got to A&E, you know.
Much love, John. I was so sorry when I heard what had happened.
It'd be funny. The cables now setting up, putting everything over here, and it was like a comedy fall. I went and I thought, oh no, I'm going to be all right. And then I was like, oh.
Did you stop midway and say, are you getting this on camera?
Well, no, there was nobody here. Nobody's here to witness it. And then they just heard the noise. They went, you all right? And I said, yeah, I'm fine. I banged my head. And then Charlie gave me a wipe, right? And I did that, and it was like, oh. And I was like, I think I might be bleeding, Charlie. And Hannah was going, I've got to get the book. Someone has to fill the book in. Somebody has to fill the accident book in. I'll get Ollie. Ollie's got to fill in the accident book.
That's the best impersonation of Hannah I've ever heard.
And then, so she went off to find the book. And then Bex and Charlie looked after me and everything. And then we thought, I better go to the hospital just to be on the safe side. So it's been glued up, that bit's been glued up, and I'm going to be all bruised on my arms on the next couple of days. But
so you're not going to be able to wear your sleeveless top?
Oh, still wear my sleeveless top.
Of course.
Just got a lot of body makeup, that's all.
Bless you. Well, thank you for coming back
No,
in.
that's my pleasure. So you finish off because you're doing comic boards, aren't you? And I'll see you. What time is it? I don't even know what time it is. Oh, in about 5-10 minutes, I'll see you with comic boards.
All right, gorgeous.
All right, thanks so much. I'll see you in a bit.
Take care. Now, watch your step now.
I will. Those cables!
Oh, the trooper that is John Scott. He's unstoppable. He really is. And yes, a big thank you to from all of us, to Redditch A&E for looking after our beloved John Scott. And thank you for all your lovely messages too. All right, John will be back in just a few minutes. Comic boards. So if you're wondering, thinking, how do I get organised with these? They are perfect for wrapping your fabrics around. Things like fat quarters, half yards, metre cuts, anything like that or more. Create your own little mini bolts fold them neatly on, and then you can arrange these on your shelf, and it's just like having your own little quilt shop in your sewing room or anywhere where you keep your fabric. You can of course as well wrap your fabric around these, store them in boxes as well if that's how you store your fabric. They are just going to be pressed flat, not getting crushed or crumpled, much more appealing to use as well. Really, really popular. $14.99 for 100 of these. Grab yours before they go out of stock again, won't you? Really good. And you can, of course, as well keep comics in them. I don't know how, but you can. Okay. All right. Should we do another wadding? Yeah, let's do another wadding. Let's do the super soft cotton blend. This is ending 5-3. So, one of the questions I'm asked more than any other when I give talks, workshops, is what quilt batting or wadding do I use? And just to clear up, wadding and batting, completely interchangeable terms. In the UK, we tend to say wadding. In the US, it's called batting. You can use either term, it's the same thing. And my choice is 80-20 quilt batting. And I vary between brands, but that blend is my absolute favourite. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. And there are a few reasons why I always go for that. The main one is I really like the results. And I'm very results driven. I love how the quilt looks. The quilting stands out beautifully. The quilt is soft, drapeable. It is a very stable quilt batting. It washes beautifully and bounces back every time. It's very, very popular batting generally. I started using it 20 plus years ago. Hobbs made the original, I believe, 80-20 batting, and I just thought it was fab. That bit of polyester in there makes it supremely washable. It stops the shrinkage. It makes the quilting a bit bouncier. You know, your quilting shows off better. Now, a question I also get asked a lot is, do I need to pre-wash my quilt batting? Why would you pre-wash batting? Some people like to pre-wash a batting. You would do that by immersing the whole batting in a bathtub filled with cold water, gently. I wouldn't do that ever. But what it would do is, it would get rid of any shrinkage in your batting before you layered it and quilted it. Because when you wash your quilt, if there's any shrinkage in your batting, then it will happen the first time you wash it. And your quilt will have a slightly crinkled look. Now, I'm kind of quoting directly what's usually said about quilt batting. The shrinkage on these battings is so minimal. It's like 2 to 5%. I think it's barely perceptible. I wash all my quilts. My final step when I finished making a quilt and the binding's on and everything's done and dusted is I wash the quilt, because I think that helps to bed in all of the stitches. It softens everything. It removes all of the grease, the dust, the dirt, and any marking tools that I've used throughout the making process, which over time can damage your quilt, can damage the fabric. So I always wash my quilt once it's completed. I've never noticed in any of my quilts any noticeable shrinkage. So it's very, very minimal. But that would be the only reason why you would pre-wash a batting, if you wanted to remove that from the equation. But you would then need to make sure that all of your fabrics were pre-washed and your backing was pre-washed too. And I generally don't recommend pre-washing fabrics, particularly if you're using a jelly roll or a charm pack or a layer cake. I've told the story before, but I remember once a lady came to a workshop I was teaching using layer cakes, and you needed that 10-inch square, and you just went straight in and cut it and got straight on. That's the point of pre-cuts, right? You get straight into the good stuff. This lady had done what she always did with her fabrics, and she had pre-washed her squares. And because there is a little bit of shrinkage with all fabrics, a tiny bit, but it's not even. So when she brought out her layer cake, her squares were now rectangles. And it was only slight, but they were not square and they were not 10-inch squares. If you tried to do that, can you imagine pre-washing a jelly roll? you just end up with a big pile of... I don't think John Scott and his 2 friends and a fork would be enough to put that jelly roll back together, would it?
I've got 2 friends.
Oh, bless you, John. You have got 2 friends. You've got me. And both of my faces. I'm kidding. All of my chins. Oh. No, but John always says, doesn't he, 2 friends and a fork. That's all you need to put that jelly roll back together. But if you pre-wash it, never, ever, ever. I want that great night in with John. John, me, and a fork. Okay, good. I'm glad we've cleared that up. Very, very popular one, that. Now, I've got another 80/20. Let me have a look. What's this? That's the super soft cotton. Is this the one here? Very white. No. Oh. Yeah. 1, 2, 4 inches. Is it this one? This feels very long. This feels very long. Oh, wait a minute. There's a second shelf. There's a second shelf. Okay, well, I perhaps don't need to show that. What's the width on it? 315 centimetres. Is that about 124 inches? Yes. So that's amazing value, isn't it? £6.49 per half metre. Now, size-wise, if you're thinking, well, how much do I need? 2.5 metres, okay, so 5 units, is going to give you enough for a queen size. If you're going king, then you need to go with 3 meters, okay, and then 6 units, and that will give you enough. But that is amazing value, amazing value. I remember years ago buying quilt battings, and you could pay £50 for a queen size quilt batting, and I did. 1999, 2000, the prices really come down. That is amazing value. Great. Grab that while you can. Can I grab the insulating batting? Is this insulating wadding? Heat resistant. Comes in 2 sizes. Let me just see what I've got here. I'm looking on my... Oh, I see the other ones. Give me 1 second. There we go, there we go. Right, so smaller one first. Let's do the smaller one first, ending 9/8. Oh. Oh, is it? Okay, that's the larger one. Okay, well, let me show you the product. So this is, you've got your batting. You can see that bit of fluff there on both sides, but also predominantly, can you see that bright silver lining? It's a bit like one of those space blankets that they wrap around people when they've done marathons. And that's exactly what this is going to do. That shiny side is going to reflect heat back towards the heat source. So if you're using this on the inside of a bag that you want to keep hot things hot in, keep that shiny side facing inwards, and then the heat that's coming out of your food will get reflected back onto the food. If you want to make a cool bag, have that reflective surface on the outside, because outside on a sunny day, that's where the heat's coming in towards the bag, and you want to reflect it away. So this could be for your shopping bag that you're going to take to the supermarket for your frozen food, or maybe you go and get those rotisserie chickens. Aren't they delicious? How do they get them so juicy? That you want to keep hot on the way home because you're having it for tea. Have your shiny side inside. You could use this for lunch bags. You can use this for things like table runners and placemats as well. This is also used in a lot of fidget mats, and okay, because of the crinkle. And it can also be used in things for babies and toddlers, so that there's that sensory joy from squeezing and hearing that crinkle. So lots of you multi-buying and bulk buying this for your stash. It's not one that we often have on air, actually, and it's one I love. Every single person that's checked out on this has checked out multiple units. It's a brilliant price as well, $3.49. This is also going to be brilliant for things like hot pads, oven gloves. I would absolutely recommend that you do a double layer of batting. Or you can also do like your layer of insulating batting and then another layer of quilt batting, just to make it extra insulating. You can use these for bowl cozies as well, but do not use this for something like a potato microwaving bag or a tortilla microwaving pouch that you put into your microwave, because obviously it has got a metallic inside. You can buy specific quilt battings that are microwavable. This is not one of them, but it's brilliant for keeping your food hot afterwards. What about a casserole carrier for those potluck suppers? I love a potluck supper. If you've never tried it before and you just want a little toe in the water, there's another pack. I'm sure this is the smaller one. It looks like a smaller piece. It's the other coat though. Look, there we go. There you go. That's your smaller piece for $1.99. Now that would be plenty to make a lunch bag with. You know, quite a decent sized lunch bag. Or you could even use this to make a small shopping bag. Yeah, just a small one. What about your takeaway bag? If you go and collect your takeaway, be your own Deliveroo. But you could pop that inside. Or if you love making things like I love cooking Mexican food or Indian food, where you've maybe got some warm naan bread, or you've got some chapati, or you've got tortilla wraps, and you want to keep them warm at the table. I love that kind of grazing food where you have all the pots out on the table. Well, you could make a pouch out of this that you could then keep your warm breads in at the table and then dive into the pocket. You know, one of those bags which is kind of like that, and then you actually fold the whole of the top down on the bag. Just something really simple. So this is your top that you then open up, delve in, pull out yet another tortilla, that's just me, and just keep grazing. Yummy, yummy. Okay, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, John Scott will be back, hero that he is, and he's going to be here with Pinhole Quilting. So don't go anywhere, and I will see you tomorrow.
Hi everyone, I hope you have a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year from me and from Freddie.
Absolutely love the machine. It works fantastic and the price is worth it.
Machine works perfectly well, no issues, and if I had any questions, Pinhole were very helpful.
I absolutely love the machine. I always use it for quilting. I've never had any issues, and the machine was a good deal.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Looking at all the new cameras, got everything set up differently today. So this is me and this is Liz. Liz is from Pinhole Quilting. Now we've done several shows together, haven't we?
We have.
And I love long arm quilting. Just tell me, what is the joy of a long arm quilter? Before we do anything else, just tell me why I should get a long arm quilter.
Yeah, I mean, it gives you the most amazing amount of freedom for that element of your making your quilt that a lot of people dread. And I think it's that amount of freedom and also the different way that we see thread going forward.
Can I lift these up just to show?
Oh, yeah.
Just literally, just to show. These are things I've just got underneath here. The freedom of what you can do and what you want to do are things like this. We've got loads of samples to show you during the day.
There's a nice Christmassy one here. This is the first thing I did on the machine that we're showing today, which is the Moxie. And I literally, I'd had this panel for ages, and I thought that would be a really fun thing to do, because it is not sort of prescriptive about how you'd approach it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, be free, have a great fun with it. And it was things like being able to do the little smoke coming out of the chimneys, doing some filler here to make these pop, and all that sort of thing.
But
so
also
literally just freedom.
Exactly.
And finishing your quilts, most importantly.
Most importantly, and just fantastic. And also not sitting with the sewing machine, fighting with the sewing machine, because your throat space is endless really on this, isn't it? I mean, I know you have to sew, is it 14 inches at a time? But it's all there. You can do the width of the quilt and everything like that.
Absolutely. And the most important thing with the system that we've got here is that you don't have to baste it either.
No, exactly.
So
now,
lovely.
So that's brilliant. Now, you might have heard of long arm quilters before, but you might not have heard of the Moxie. What is it that's special about the Moxie?
Yeah, well, the Moxie, John, was designed for people who are really new to long arm quilting. So it's actually perfect for someone who goes, do I really need a long arm quilter? This is your first step on that journey where you suddenly discover all the endless possibilities of long arming.
Now, let's start, because we've got 2 deals we've got offered for you today. Charlie, can I have the big telly as what's on air, what they're saying at home, please? Is that possible? There you go, that's much better.
That's great.
So, we've got 2 deals for you today. So, the first deal, I don't want to call it basic, but it is, if you buy the first deal, you can start, once it's set up, which we're going to talk about all the way through the hour and a half. Oh, by the way, if you've got any questions, email them into the studio, because Pete is back there with his ready to answer any of the questions. Just if you email studio@sewingstreet.com, Hannah will send them to Pete, and Pete will answer them straight away.
Yes, great.
So this bundle, you will start sewing, quilting, the minute you've set it up, right? So this is the first bundle. It's £5,495.
Yeah.
Split. They put 5-way split pay. Now I understand. We all know this is a considered purchase.
Oh yes,
it's not. You're not just going to tune in and go, oh yes, I'll get one of those.
No.
But the amount of people I've spoken to went, oh, my next, and this is kind of because you can pay thousands and thousands and thousands for a long arm quilter, can't you?
Absolutely.
So for £5,495. Now, we don't just leave you high and dry. You don't just get the machine, right? You don't just get the machine. You get the machine, you get the frame, you get all the goodies that I've got on the desk here, right? So let's just go to the overhead. I can show you everything that you get in this. We'll go through all of this thoroughly in a minute, but I just want you to know what the 2 deals are. So this is...
So this is the bobbin winder, and it's one that was specially designed for Moxie. So it's got Moxie on it.
Yeah.
And we put our cone here, it takes it up here through the little tension discs, and it's got an auto cut-off.
Right.
So we wind our big M capacity bobbins because they're really big bobbins.
Which you'll see in a minute, because they're in the box. Well, I'm going to show you those in the box. So, because it's not like a sewing machine, you don't thread your bobbin on which is fantastic, because if you're halfway through doing your quilt and you think, oh, my bobbin's going to run out, you just wind another one.
Absolutely.
Straight away, you can just get on with it.
It's a separate unit, so it's perfect for our long arm customers to have that.
So then you also get this lovely little bag. This is everything that you get in the, oh, hang on, I'll be able to show you this way, am I? Everything that you get in the kit here. So that's your bag. Then
to put your finished quilts in, obviously. To put the finished quilts in.
Put your finished quilts in.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second then. Okay, you ready to press the overhead then? Oh, it's not on, is it on the overhead? It's not on our screen. No. Hang on a sec. We'll be with you in a second, I promise. Hang on. Sorry about this. It's all with me falling over and everything. It's all been a bit chaotic this morning. Oh, it's on the overhead. Right, okay, it's because we haven't got it on any of our screens, that's all. Right, so what's in here then? What's in this bag? What's in that bag then?
What you said earlier was there's everything for someone to get started straight away. Absolutely right, including a fabric pack, which has got your wadding and your top fabric and your backing fabric, so that we can just start with the sample pack.
Okay, put that to one side.
Okay, this is a surge protector.
It's not just an extension lead.
It's a surge protector and extension lead. So it protects the electronics of the machine because it's a valuable purchase. You don't want to have it sort of getting affected by surges on your electricity supply, so we supply that as well.
Brilliant. Then also these were just on their own.
You see, I've got those. Oh, sorry.
Right.
I nearly
stabbed me. Yeah, that's fine.
It's going to be a day. Yeah, that's right. So these are lovely. This has got a zinger. And it has a little Handy Quilter logo on it. And basically, it enables us to use the scissors when we want to cut our threads.
Brilliant. Then you also get this box here.
Yeah.
So in the box, what's this then?
Okay, so we get our stickers that you can put on and make your Moxie yours. We also get some stickers to label up what's the quilt top and the backing for the rails. And we stitch like a boss.
Absolutely, right, okay.
So there's some
and then
little
there's instructions and things there, right?
That's right.
Then what's in here?
Okay,
then?
in here is a lovely, again, it's another how to quilt kit. So
Yeah.
this is Let's Get Started. It's got your instructions. You've got some gridded fabric as well, so you can kind of practice sort of staying within an area. You get a box of long arm pins. That's how we attach.
Oh, okay. Well,
the
you'll see
fabric.
all of this in action in a minute. Don't worry about that.
So the long arm pins, we get a sample pack, which is a superior thread sample pack. So we get some lovely threads to play with.
Yeah.
And we get a channel lock. So the channel lock, I won't get it out.
There,
I've got
there's
one
one
here.
there, look.
Okay, yeah. It's this here. It locks the wheels. I can show you how we do
Yeah,
that.
perfect. This all comes in. This all comes in the kit, and that's why I didn't want to call it basic, because you get everything in here.
Everything that you need to get going.
Yeah.
And so in here we've got our screwdriver, we've got our brush to clean up the fluff out of your bobbin area.
Lovely.
You get 20 needles.
Yeah, 20
and
needles.
We get
And now these are special needles. They're
They
not just sewing
are.
machine needles, are they?
No, they're not. They're
I
really
just need
strong.
to stop you 1 second. The people have somebody's messaging saying, do you get the frame as well? Yes, you get an 8-foot frame. Our frame that we're going to show you is the show one, which is a 6-foot one, so we can fit it into here. You will get an 8-foot one. Down the line, if you want to make it into a 10-foot one, you can do. Just speak to Liz. But ours comes with an 8-foot frame. Oh, we go. I already bought my Moxie from Sewing Street, March 2021. I absolutely love it. The best machine ever. Great to see you back, John, Leslie, and Charles. Thank you so much.
They're lovely people, Leslie and Charles.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Not that, and also, I want to say thank you to all the messages you've all sent me this morning. It's been incredible. So, they're special needles.
They are. They're industrial style of needle. So they are much stronger. We can go very fast speeds.
Yeah, and this is the base.
Machines.
This is the basic bundle. This is the basic. Right. So these are the bobbins.
These are the bobbins.
Huge.
Yeah, I mean these are so much bigger.
They're very lightweight.
Yeah, they're aluminium and.
They're what?
Aluminium for.
And you get how many of those? 4 of those?
You get 6 of those in total. Yeah. So there's one in the bobbin at the moment.
And one there.
And there's one there.
One filled.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And then there's wrenches. There's Allen keys.
Yeah,
there's all
to
sorts
help
of things
assemble
that's in there.
And
what else have we got?
to keep our long arm nicely lubricated.
Yeah.
We have an oiler.
Do you tell us where to oil it?
Yeah, and there's lots of videos online as well on YouTube, both on our channel and on the Handy Quilter channel. So this is what we put in, a drop of oil, every bobbin change.
Oh, okay, that's interesting, because on sewing machines you try and keep oil away from it as much as you can, don't you?
Just in the bobbin area.
Okay, and then there's obviously a cable.
Yeah, cable.
That's
an
your
open
foot.
toe foot. So we get a single, we get basically a closed toe foot.
Which is the one that's on the machine.
Which is the one on the
yeah.
machine, and then we get an open toe foot. If you want to do lots of intense stitching, micro stitching, that kind of thing, this enables you to see the needle much more easily.
So that's your basic. That's your basic. So
That's all the basic
basically,
stuff.
once you've set it up, you can plug it in and go, because you've got the fabric, you've got the what's that thing called?
Surge protector.
Circuit protector, and all the bits and bobs that you need, right? You can start straight away. This is the one a lot of people have been asking for, because they were saying, I love this, but what happens if I don't really, I'm just going to keep it basic? Then this is the kit to get, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. And you can always add on to it.
No, exactly. You can always add on to it in the future, but we've got a second bundle today. So the second bundle, same machine, same frame, same everything that you've seen so far. So you get all of this, right? You get all of this. But wait till you see what else you get, right? So what's this?
Yep. So shall I put these just back over here?
Yeah, hang on. So how much are we saving then here if we buy this?
So if you were to buy everything all together, you save over £235.
Perfect.
Yeah, and the difference in price between the basic and our accessories that comes with the quilting from the back option is £730.
Okay.
So for all that extra amount, this is what you're going to get.
Brilliant. So what's that there then?
This is called This is called
What is it called? It'll say on the thing here.
Read the label.
It's an HQ Super Quilt Clamp.
Yeah, I was going to explain what it was for more than what the name was.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this holds our fabric. Sometimes people like to do what's called floating their quilt top.
Yeah.
So that means that where we've got our quilt top, instead of attaching it to the rails, we might be doing something small project and we don't need it to be pinned on. We can use this.
Oh, okay.
And we can use these. These do similar job.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to put the box right in front of you.
This is one of the most important bits of the quilting from the back kit.
Right.
This accessories that you come with the second offer. And this includes what is on our machine here,
okay,
which we're going to come into a moment.
yeah.
But it's rear handlebars,
right,
a pantograph,
Right, which I know what that is.
Yeah,
it's a long
but not
thing.
everybody does.
No.
So it's basically a long design printed on paper that will enable you to reproduce that design on the front of the quilt.
Which we're going to show. We're going to show you all this. I just want you to know what everything is. So now, for people looking at it, if they buy the basic, they get the handlebars on the front.
They do, but
that automatic, but not the back ones. They come in this one.
And they also, with the additional offer, they get this solid table for the back.
Okay, we'll explain that when we can see the table in a minute. So basically, what you get is if you buy the basic, you get the front part, you get the whole you get the whole frame, but you get to do the front. If you want to then extend to do it from the back, you need to get
you need to get a table for this pantograph to lay on. So basically, I mean, the nice thing is that you don't need things that are superfluous. So when you're doing quilting from the front, you get everything that you need.
Right. I'll get to your questions in a second because we've got lots of questions about sizes and everything like that. Right. So what have I got in here? That's a letter that they get from you there.
Yeah, they get it.
Put that down there. Don't let me bit it in the way of me tripping over it.
No.
What's this then?
So this. You know, one of the lovely things about getting a long arm is that we see thread very differently.
Yes.
So many times people have got threads in their quilt room and they don't use them and maybe don't have the opportunity to use them or don't have the freedom to use them.
Yeah.
The lovely thing about the handy quilter machines is that we can use tons of different threads. Threads are like your paint box.
Oh, wow.
And it just becomes an exploration. So we've got these lovely glide threads in a super satchel box.
Okay, let's pop that down.
Oh
there.
yeah, it's got to be
there you go.
Yep. So if we open those up.
Do you get these as well?
Yes, you get these as well.
So
there's
you get
a lovely selection.
This with the prongs and the lovely selection of threads there. Oh, and are they glide? Oh yes, glide. Go.
Yeah. So we've got this as a trilobal polyester. We find it's really, really forgiving thread, and it works on domestic as well as
brilliant.
long
And then you also get a golden box, which has got some mini scissors in it. You've got some glide foot.
A glide foot, which is really useful for when we're doing pantographs. We'll explain that when we get to it. You get a handy quilter pen.
Wow, what's that?
That's a little light, so we can see better in the. Yeah, there we go.
Is it working?
It is.
Good. Right.
Let me see.
And then what's this?
Let me see the damage to your face. Oh, and then this. Yes, this is a little.
Oh, is that your gubbins tray?
Yeah, for either putting your tools in, like the oil and the brush and things like that.
Or it just means you keep all your bits and bobs. Yes, exactly.
As well. So that's
you can either use it as thread ends or anything that you might need, like your scissors or your anything you might need while you're doing it. You just keep them in there, your pen or whatever.
Exactly.
Now, earlier you showed me something else. What was that? Was it like oh, what have I done with it?
Oh,
was it the pen? There was a pencil-y thing, wasn't there?
Oh, the panda pencils. Yeah, here they are.
Oh, they're wrapped up.
This is it's wrapped up. There's 4 of those, and this will give you the opportunity to, if I just show you on this piece of fabric. So this is a panda pencil. It basically
panda, like the animal.
But no pandas were harmed in the making of the pencil, and it enables you to draw on your fabrics, and then it can iron off. So we can just draw with it like that.
Oh yeah, you can only see it there. But when you come to do it, you can see it on our telly really well. But when we come to do quilting in a minute, which I promise you we're going to start in a second. I just want you to know what the 2 bundles were. So that bundle is £6,225. A split pay £1,245. Now it's delivered to you after you've paid the first split pay. So don't think, oh, I've got to do all 5 payments before it's delivered to me. Before we talk about the sizing, let's talk about the delivery.
Yes.
You send it out from you, do you?
We do, yes.
Right. And it goes on a courier?
Yes, it goes. We put it all on a nice pallet. I say a nice pallet. It goes on a pallet. We wrap it up beautifully so that when they get it, it's all in good.
All on the pallet. Then you're going to wonder how you put it together. Well, there's an app that you need to download to your phone or to your iPad. If I do this from upstairs, that'd be all right, Charlie. That one there, isn't it built there? Right. So.
Okay, so the Built app is a lovely app. It's almost like a CAD system where you can look on here.
Yeah.
If I just press start.
Are we on us or the screen? There you go. Right, let me just get it in the right place. So there you go. So what you... Oh, there you go, there you go. Hold it still now. You click on whatever you need to click on.
Yeah, it just says it's downloading.
Oh, downloading. Find it later in my stuff. Oh.
Yeah. Hang on, it'll be there in a second.
Will
so,
it?
Yeah, let me just explain
here it goes.
What it does. So effectively, for both the Moxie and the loft frame, we've got an app on here that will talk you through all of the instructions in terms of how to build it. So we've got 3D instructions.
Okay, there's nothing moving. Oh, here you go. No, it's only a little. Right. Okay. So we'll show you that later because it's just downloading. It's going round and round on there.
It'll be another 10 seconds or so.
There you go. There it is.
Right. There we go.
Is it ready?
I think so.
There you go.
So it tells you what's included and what you need for particular parts of the process. And if I just press start now, and just go continue on the safety warning. It tells you how to use it. So we can rotate an object with one finger, so like this, and we can top an object for more information. Just explains to you how to use the app.
Righty-ho.
And now it's going to go on to the next thing, which tells you, here's the first thing. There's our machine, what it's going to look like when you built it. And
so how much building is included in, how much do we have to build it to make it?
For the machine itself, we're really attaching these handlebars, the cone holder here.
Yeah.
And this...
so it's not you're not building
much.
a machine,
No,
you're just putting the
no,
accessory bits on
it. It comes out pretty much like that.
Yeah.
So, and it normally, if we've got sound, you just see.
There.
Okay.
Oh, no, switch off.
Maybe. Let me just
Where
see.
it'll be on the side of here somewhere.
Yeah. And it shows
you
how
can tell I'm technically
Let me show you
minded,
this bit, because this is...
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, there is sound.
Yeah, there's a lady talking.
Yeah. And basically for this
there you go.
section, for example, it shows you how you put the Moxie onto the carriage, having built your loft frame. But there's similar instructions for the loft frame. And if you're not sure, you can just rotate it and zoom in and all that kind of thing.
Now, if they buy one and they're doing this and they think, oh, I really, really, really don't understand that, is there a customer service line they can call going, I've got this orange thing and I'm not quite sure where it should go?
Absolutely. And I mean, the easiest way is to contact us by phone or by email and send us some pictures of what the problem is. I quite often, if anybody's got a problem, the easiest way to solve it is WhatsApp, because I can just WhatsApp a video call with them and support them that way.
Brilliant. Yeah, because that's the only way my new Wi-Fi worked. There was a lovely lady and I was like, I've got this orange cable. She went, my dear man, you shouldn't have an orange cable. You should have a red one. And it was fixed it all for me and everything.
Yeah.
So all of it's on there. Now, did I not read somewhere that if they buy the either the bundles, they get a class, they get a day's class?
And I think that's really important to say as well, is that, you know, with long arming, there are certain skills like loading the frame that we can add some value to that whole experience by showing you in more detail one-to-one, or you know, as individuals we get time to spend with people.
So that's included in the bundle, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And our showroom, I mean, think at the moment we've got about 15 long arms in there. So when people come, there's 10 or 11 people that are learning it with them, and it's lovely because those people are kind of like their cohort
of
you know, friends they become.
And then you might bump into Stuart there, because Stuart's often in your workrooms, isn't he?
Yes, he was down there recently.
Now, is it in both bundles or just in one bundle?
It's in both bundles.
Both bundles. So it doesn't matter which bundle you buy, you get that free. That's free, isn't it?
That's free. It's normally £130 and it's included within the bundle. And one of the reasons, John, is that actually we just think there's so much importance that should be played on education. Because we really see that with our customers, that as they grow, if they take some of the classes or they go into some of the YouTube or some of the Zoom classes with people, their growth in terms of their learning, their long arm learning we call it.
And so where would they have to go for this?
So that's in Pershore, well, near Pershore.
Near Pershore in Worcestershire, yeah. It's lovely, it's really nice. I've been there, it's a lovely big barn and everything, it's a lovely comfortable place. Right, okay, so now the next person's question was, how big a space do I need to actually have the machine? Because we know it's 8 foot long, but how much space do we need?
Yeah.
Is that this one?
So it's on that the sheet that you've got.
This one?
Yep. So there are two.
Oh, you got it, Charlie. Well done.
Oh, fantastic.
Hannah's got it. There you go.
Okay, so there are two different options, and so on this table that Pete's done, we've got a minimum working space. In other words, you need at least this amount. But if you've got more, you'll be more comfortable. And you know, people have radiators and doors and things they've got to take account of. So for the option one, which is the machine, the Moxie,
which we've got the graphics coming in a second,
and everything else, quilting from the front only, you'd need 8'8" by 5'2".
So that's the minimum amount of space you need. 8'8" by 5 foot.
Exactly.
And that gives you enough room to squeeze in behind it and everything.
It gives you enough space to quilt from the front only.
Right. Okay.
So
well, that's
you
all
wouldn't
you've
have
got.
much space at the back.
But then the first bundle is only 4.
It is only quilting from the front.
But you might extend it.
Yes.
So tell us what we need for if we wanted to go from the back as well.
So to quilt from the back as well, 9'8", because now we need to get round the frame.
Yeah.
And we also need an extra 1 and 2 inches, so 6'4".
Right.
To be able to quilt from the front and the back. So you're thinking about something like a bed, you know.
Yes.
That sort of size.
Okay, now this is me just asking this off my head now. We haven't practiced this at all. If I've only got that amount of room, can I move the frame once it's in? So like if I'm quilting from the front and doing it, I'm happy. And then next week I think, do you know what? I want to do one of the ones from the back.
Yeah.
Can I push it that way and do it slightly, because you don't need as much space there? Is it on wheels and things?
It's not on wheels, but there's an option to have casters, so people can talk to us about adding casters. But also, I mean, it's got these feet. They're adjustable for the height to make sure it's level. And what some people do is put sliders on. You can get furniture sliders. They'll fit onto the underside of the feet. And that's a great option if you've got carpet.
I'm just thinking, I don't want somebody to go, oh, I can't get it because I've only got 6'6".
No.
If you're just going to use the front, then that's fine.
Absolutely.
But then later on down the line, think, I really wish I've got the. You can go to the back, do the back bit, do what those things called, those
pantographs.
Pantographs, right? But you just move the machine across a little bit.
Absolutely.
So I don't want you to put off. If you're thinking, I'm going to put them a little bit. Oh, can you put them upstairs? Can they go in your bedrooms? And things?
Yeah.
You don't need a concrete floor or anything.
No,
like
you
that.
don't. A standard floor is fine with any of the houses we've put it in. We've put them on top floors and in, loft conversions, that kind of thing, as well as garden rooms and she sheds.
Yes.
Or
right.
the
What
other
happens if your house is like Hannah's and you walk? Not that I've been because I've never been invited in. But what happens if it's slightly on a slope?
Yeah, we've installed some of the other frames. We sell a range of frames.
Yeah.
We had to have one where literally the ends of it were different from, there's like a middle leg.
No.
Yeah, they had height adjustable.
Yeah.
And it bowed so much at the edges that we had like an inch difference in the middle.
Well, I suppose if you like on Escape to the Country, they will say that, don't they? It's a feature of the house. So you can still do it.
You can still do it.
Okay, you've got to remember though that you don't get Liz or Pete coming to your house to do this one. This one you have to put it together yourself, but with their help and everything. They won't. We've had ones in the past, haven't we, that have been bigger and then you would go and do those. But these, you feel, well, everyone that's bought one so far has been able to manage.
They've installed it themselves.
Yeah.
And we've had people who are on their own and they've just taken their time and they've just put it up themselves.
Brilliant.
And said, done it. Yep.
If you've got a question for Pete, then send it in, studio@sewingstreet. He's sitting there doing nothing, see. studio@sewingstreet.com, studio@sewingstreet.com. Okay, now I need to tell you, stock update, first of all. The basic one is very popular. Lots of people got that in your basket. I know you're not going to check out till you see a sew on it, so we'll do that now. But I just want to let you know. So I don't want to call it basic because it's anything but basic.
It's
but
the
ready to go.
The ready to go
Moxie, right? That one there is £5,495. You can get on split pay. That one's more popular than the full bundle. But wait till you've seen. Right, we've now got a whole hour. So if you've got any sewing questions, any questions for Liz, any longer questions for Pete that he can email you back. I mean, we can do quick questions, like in the box, in the normal box sort of thing. But if you've got an in-depth question, that's what Pete's waiting backstage to do your answer for. So let's pretend you've bought the ready-to-go Moxie. Yep. So you've got all of this. You've got your fabric. You've got your fabric, you've got your, hang on, that goes there. You're all ready to go. You've got your starter kit, you're all ready to go. You've got your circuit breaker, or whatever it's called. And it arrives, you follow the thing on the app, you fill your bobbin, and you're ready. So where does the bobbin go?
The bobbin goes in here.
Right, okay.
Can we see that?
Hang on a sec, we'll just have a look at this.
Okay, so the bobbin, the assembly, what we call the bobbin assembly area, is just in here.
Yeah.
And this is our big bobbin.
Right.
Okay.
So it's like an old-fashioned sewing bobbin case.
It's just like, a lot of people are familiar with, the old-fashioned singers.
Just hold that still so Becky can have a look at the bobbin for you there.
There you go.
Perfect.
Okay. So our bobbin goes in there, and we do a little test when we wind the bobbin to make sure it drops.
Yep.
That's an important part of the things that you learn. And then big click, and it goes in.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So to start sewing, I'm going to use my handles. All the controls on the Moxie are on the handles. So I've got start, stop on the right. I've got a plus.
Right, okay, now.
Do you want to see that?
Well, if you slide over that way a bit, can you go into that over? Oh, there you go, perfect. Okay. Come down a little bit.
So we can see the
Sorry,
controls.
I'm directing for the floor, but it's just the easiest way to do it. Hang on a sec, have we got that shot? Yep.
Okay, so we've got controls on the handlebars.
Lovely.
And that controls also the menu that we've got on the machine. So we can see how many stitches per inch we're doing. This is a stitch regulated machine. I mean, one of the biggest reasons that people buy a long arm like this, it's got stitch regulator on it. So when we set 11 stitches per inch, that's what it's going to do.
What happens if you push it faster?
It'll make a beeping noise and say, I can't cope. You're pushing me too much.
Oh, okay. Oh, do you know what? I said something to the hospital this morning. I said, I won't be able to have a go, right, because I've hurt my arm and everything. I really want to have a go at this. So, not now. I'll do it later on, but I am going to have a go on it.
Good.
Right, so we put the bobbin in underneath.
Yeah, we put the bobbin in underneath. I'm going to use the handles.
Right.
So I've got start, stop on this side, plus and minus. I can adjust the stitch length, so I can go up to 12 or down to 9. I can
stitch length, like as when you're on your sewing machine, you pick a 3 or a 5 or whatever, yeah.
But of course, this doesn't have any feed dogs or anything to move the fabric.
No.
We're moving it.
Yeah.
And you can see how much range of motion it's got.
Yes,
because it's all on the wheels. Needle up, needle down. So if I go and if I pick up this thread here, it's going to bring up my bobbin thread.
Right.
Okay, I hold those two ends and then
Right.
I just do some sewing just to secure that.
Can we see that where the needle is on Becky's camera now, please? Is that possible? That's it. Good. Now, that's it. So
I'm going to have my hand here. Is that okay?
no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So you press the button on the top.
Press the button on the
that.
top, and then I start sewing.
What are we looking at now, Charlie? Look. That's what I wanted to see there. So you're totally in control.
I'm just moving the handlebars, and it's very light, so I can actually quilt pretty much with one hand. Sometimes it's nice to be able to have your hand down on the fabric.
Yeah, but it's that lightweight and that smooth, isn't it, as you move it round?
That's right. So I can make up my designs as I go.
Perfect. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, Charlie.
Okay, and just press stop when I'm finished.
Okay, so you press start and stop on the top, on the right hand
on the right hand
handle,
side. Yes.
and on the left hand handle. Now, how do I know what size stitch to choose?
But for quilting, we mostly have between 9 and 12 stitches per inch.
Okay.
That's a kind of typical point.
But obviously, you're
if you
going
want
to
to do a more
naive,
naive, you know, like a more naive or a chunky thread,
Yeah.
you might choose a longer stitch.
Okay. Right, now, if I've got it home, I'm not going to be able to do what you've just done the very first time I practice. What would you say when you've switched on, because you're going to be overexcited as it is anyway, what would you say was the stitch that you'd practice doing?
Well, actually, in that pack,
In
that box, there was some paperwork that actually gave you some ideas for what, that's it.
This bit? Oh, here, you have it, you have it.
So in here, it's got some, where is it? Somewhere. Maybe it's in
you got it?
paperwork.
Is it in that one?
Yeah, it's in that one. Folding,
there you go.
isn't it? Thank you.
That's right.
Yeah, so now it's time to quilt.
Put it flat on the thing so Charlie can get from upstairs. Brilliant.
This is why it's such a good one for when people are new to long arm quilting.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
No, don't worry.
And so here it says, okay, just practice some E's and L's.
Yeah.
E's and L's. So all we're going to be doing.
Where's the E's? Oh, E's and L's.
E's and L's.
Yeah.
You can do some stippling. You can do some meander with some stars.
Yeah, don't try and do that straight away.
No, but E's and L's.
Yeah, I'll move E's and L's out the way.
Yeah. So E and then L. E and L. E. Just practice that. Get a feel for the motion.
And also, the thing about muscle memory, isn't it? When you've done it lots of times, your body will know which way to swing.
Absolutely. And drawing practice is all.
Oh, well, I was about to say, is this what the panda pencils come in for?
Yeah, this is where they come in.
Right.
So you could practice just on a sketch pad or something where you know, like a whiteboard. People use whiteboards.
You normally have a notepad with all your squiggles in, don't you?
I do. Yeah. So
normally, not today.
Normally, not today. So I thought it would be, you know, one of those things that's really important to mention to people. The more you practice drawing, the better your quilting will be for free motion. But we can actually draw on here, so I can do my E's and L's and then follow that.
Yes.
So this is with the panda pencil. So I can follow a line if I find it easier. So like that.
And also, it doesn't matter if you're not dead on, because quilting is all about, unless you're starting to do, like you've got on your back screen, your feathers that are so precise and everything. When you're doing this sort of things freehand, you can just do whatever you want to do. And don't get your best quilt. You've just made them your Kaffe, you know, kind of, red chic, whatever it's called, and you think, oh, I'm going to do this now. Don't do that. Just get your practice fabric and just go for it. Just even if you go completely wild and completely wrong. Just tell me what you were saying about the beeping thing. So if you've set it to...
So if I set it to, say I set it to 13 stitches per inch, and I go way... the sound.
So it's telling you to go too fast?
Yeah, I'm going too fast.
Right.
So all my stitches are very, very long.
Which you don't want.
No. So this is now going the right speed.
Right,
and that's 13 stitches per inch. And that was making a beeping noise and saying, I can't cope.
Yes,
You're doing way too much.
So that's why practicing is so important, because you get used to the speed that you've got to go to.
Yeah.
Also, okay, so the other thing is if can you go too slowly? Because I know what a lot of people do is do what I did and go, oh, I've got to go really, really, really carefully like this.
Yeah. So if you go slowly,
does it beep at you if you do that?
No, it doesn't. It just matches what you're doing. So people wonder when they first have a go, why it's going so slowly. That's because you're moving
You're
it
slow.
so slowly.
Yeah, it's not the machine.
It's not the
you
machine
going
at all.
slowly.
So yeah, let's go back and do some. A lot of people do vermicelli. It's actually not the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
But if you don't want to do vermicelli, just some loops. Simple loops. And if you're feeling brave and Christmassy, we can do stars.
But all of this comes with just practice.
Yeah.
Right, next question is, how much of the quilt can I do at one go? And then the second question is, how have you actually got it on there? How have you actually laid it up?
Yeah, that's a good question. So, I mean, at any one go, I'll just show you the sort of area, but it's just slightly more than 10 inches. So we can quilt from here, where effectively it's at the back of the rail, and then I can come all the way forward to here. So it's about 10 inches. So that amount there. The other thing...
Right, so can I say, Sarah says, thank you. Oh, here you go. Oh my goodness, John, glad you're okay. Well, I'm sort of okay. Just bought the whole bundle, so excited for him. Oh, Sandra, not Sandra. Oh, yes.
Wow. Congratulations, Sandra. That's fun.
Brilliant.
A new Moxie owner.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
Fantastic. Right, so the next, what was that? What was the question I just asked?
Yeah, so it's about how much you can quilt at a time.
Yes, that's
so
it. So
just over 10 inches.
Right.
And the important thing as well is that we can see so much more of the quilt. You know, when you're quilting under a small space of a domestic machine, you can't actually see what the design looks like or what you just quilted.
No, exactly. So 10 inches in depth, but how wide a quilt? Well, 8 foot, I suppose, or it'd be a bit less.
No, it's less than that. It's about up to 72 inches. I think it says on that table, 72 or 74 inches. You can kind of squeeze a little bit more. Yeah. So on here, so
we've got the graphics. We'll put the graphic in and have a look at that
76 inches is the maximum.
So the 76 inches. Now, what happens if you quilt's wider? Very few are, but what happens if you quilt's wider?
Yeah, if it's wider than that, you could do quilts as you go, like you do at the moment. You might do your borders separately, but you'd always be able to do the length.
No, exactly. And I wasn't trying as a negative, but I just know everyone at home be going, well, I'm the one that's 82, you know, sort of thing.
Yeah, so you could do that separately. And the other thing is that the other question that somebody had asked was how to load it.
Yes, because we've obviously already got it on there, because we always say when we're talking about building a quilt, put it on your floor, stick your backing down, then you spray it, then you put your...
Yeah.
But this, you don't need to do any of that, do you?
No, you don't. And we've left this loose so that I could show you this more easily. Yeah. And there are videos on the Handy Quilter channel and on our channel as well about how to load the loft frame.
What's your channel then?
Oh, so it's Pinhole Quilting.
Pinhole Quilting. And they do lives as well, because she often clashes with my live.
I'm going to be live this afternoon.
Are you going to be live this afternoon? No, I won't be. Right, okay, so how have you done this then?
Okay, so we've got our backing fabric, which is grey, and we've attached it to our cloth leader.
Right, the cloth leader's already attached will be attached to your machine.
Will be attached, yeah. You get the cloth leader with the package, and we've got this Velcro that you put on here onto the rail.
Is it Velcro or one-touch fastening?
It's one-touch fastening.
Right, okay, so you put your header on there, your leader on there.
You put your leader on there.
Yeah.
So that means that we can now pin, with the pins that are included, we can now pin our fabric.
Are they just straight pins, long straight pins?
They're long straight pins, but they're like milliner's pins, so they're very strong.
Really fantastic.
Yeah, really nice quality pins. So we attach that to our leaders, and we put the backing rail on this one, and we attach that, and you can actually see the pins here, John. If I just back this up, I don't know whether you can see at the back of the...
Oh, yes, you see those. Thank you, Charlie.
So this is the long pins. We've pinned these to the back, what we call the take-up rail, which is this one.
Right, so that's the other end to your header.
That's where that's where your quilt is going to be all finished. It's going to be coming up onto this take-up rail.
Okay, lovely.
And this is called the idler bar. It's called the idler bar. It's a 4-rail system, so that this is always flat between here and here.
Right.
Sometimes some places that you get like a 3-rail frame, but actually the 4-rail is so much easier.
They all come in with the frame. It's on the frame, so you'll get all of this. You don't have to worry about anything. So you put your
once we put our backing fabric on, and we do it so that the wrong side is facing up, the right side to the floor, and then we load our quilt top onto this rail here. So I would pin from the centre out. I would pin the bottom of my quilt top.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
Now I've marked the centre of my my cloth leader here, and I would just pin all the way to the left, all the way to the right, and then I would roll it onto this rail. onto that rail.
Okay, yeah. So everything's all out of the way.
It's all out of the way. So that would now be rolled onto that rail.
There. So all you're seeing is just this little space that you're working on, because that's rolled onto there.
Yes.
Your backing's rolled onto this one. When do you put your wadding in?
So the important thing to note is that it's really important everything's square.
Yes.
Because we're putting it onto a quilt frame. We want everything to be perfect when we start quilting.
Yeah.
And so as we move down, we expect it to stay at the 45 inches wide all the way down.
Yes.
So that's extremely important. So what we want to do, there's a pen just coming out there. Let me just put that.
So I didn't say I was going to ask all these questions, but it's good to see.
Yeah. So what we do is we put with that channel lock. Would you mind passing me that channel lock, John?
What am I looking for?
It's that little white thing on the handlebar.
White. Oh, that's yes.
This channel lock
Which you get
the
in
wheel.
your kit.
Yeah, and we put in what's called like a plumb line, or a line that enables us to stitch a straight line that we then bring our quilt top up to. Just put that on the wheel. Okay, so that means that we can now go forward, back. So this will produce a straight line.
Oh, right. So it doesn't go anywhere at all. You can't move it backwards and forwards. It's holding it in exactly where it's meant to be.
And that plumb line is what I used to bring the quilt top up, having put the wadding on. So the wadding, you do your plumb line through the wadding. That's now attached the wadding to the quilt backing.
Yeah.
And then I bring my quilt top up to that line, and I stitch that in place.
Okay.
So everything is...
So when we do a quilt top, normally we say cut the wadding 2 inches, 3 inches. Is it the same for this, or do you need to go a bit wider or a bit longer?
A bit wider, because, I mean, we say 2 inches all the way around.
Yes.
Minimum.
Right.
But actually 4 is much better.
And the same at the top as well?
And the same at the top as well, because then we got space for our backing fabric to be attached.
Yeah.
And then we want our quilt top to be slightly smaller, and then we've got our wadding too.
Perfect.
And then when we get to the end, we do not want to be short of wadding or backing.
Oh gosh, no, imagine if you got to the end and your wadding suddenly ran out.
There are ways.
There are ways, but you don't want that to happen. That's the whole point of having
you
one of these,
do not
isn't
want it.
Right, before you go on, the next question is, people are asking, can they see the quilt that's on the wall behind you?
Oh, yes.
Because is that done by this machine?
It wasn't done on this machine. It was done before I had this machine.
Oh, okay,
so,
okay.
But
you can do that on this machine?
It's free motion. It's free motion.
And did you do it?
Yeah.
Go stand next to it. Tell me all about it then.
Okay, so this is a Dream Big panel. And one of the things that our customers who are long arm owners love is having a piece of fabric and just playing with thread. And this is a perfect example.
So
it's
that's not a piece, that's nothing piece, that's a printed panel.
It's a printed panel. It's called Dream Big. And it means that we can, I can have fun with like different thread colours. So I've got green in the centre here, yellow here, orange, pink, blue, and a dark blue at the edge. And what you're doing is basically outlining the petals and doing these feather shapes. It's 2 layers of wadding, okay?
Right.
So we've got our 80-20 on the bottom and then a wool on top of that. And that creates that really beautiful effect of the quilting. And that's it. You just go for it.
How brilliant.
Yeah, it's fun.
Thank you. It's just people were asking to see it. That was all. Now, I'm going to ask a quick question then. So how do you get your feathers? If that's lots of practice then, isn't it? If
Lots
you've got
of practice,
your
lots
like
of drawing,
Yeah.
a lot of drawing, honestly.
So when you say drawing, so in your notepad, practice drawing them just like with using a pencil or whatever in your notepad first before you even go to any machine.
That's right.
Yeah.
And it's so important to do that. I've done a lot of classes with some really good teachers. And that's one of the things. In fact, let me show.
Yeah, come on around.
Yeah.
I'll just say while she's coming around. When you get this machine, you can start all of this the day the day you've set it up. Once you've set up in whichever room it's going in, you can do all this because all of this that we've used so far is in the ready-to-go Moxie kit, the basic kit, right? And there's loads in baskets. I'm not going to rush you to check out. So we've still got 45 minutes, but I just want you to know there's lots in baskets, right?
So one of the things I mentioned earlier was
like
that the classes. Now this was done, and I didn't even know she'd left it. I found it hanging in our showroom when she'd gone. Telen Jeffries, a handy quilter ambassador from South Africa, and she was with us in October, November this year, and she is the most amazing feather queen. And so she did this class. She did a class where she taught feathers, and she left us a sample.
Did she come to you and you hosted it, or were you a member of were you one of the learners?
No, I wasn't one of the learners. I organised it.
So if people, once they've got their Moxie, they can come to you any time in the future and book a day's class or whatever, have tea and cake and things like that and everything like that
with
to learn a new
level. Level
so once you've got it and you think, I know how to do this now, you don't have to take your Moxie with you.
No.
You don't have to turn up with the machine. You just turn up with you, and you can do a class So basically, it is like an exclusive club, isn't it? But
it is, yeah.
And also you'll see people like Stuart. Stuart is there quite often, or you go along and you'll meet like-minded people, but of all different levels. So don't be thinking, oh, well, I'll be the new one, I won't be any good. There's people of all different levels there. There will be people who'll just go, oh, I can do feathers, I can do this, whatever. But there'll also be people like you who've never done it before. So then you move on. So it's not a machine that you're ever going to grow out of, because every time you think, oh, I could do feathers now, what's next? And then you can go to the next class and the next class and things like that.
But I did this on the Moxie, which is a small drawing.
Right, hang on, let me just move this one out of the way then. So this one, this was another of those little panels, was it?
So this is a smaller version. So this was done on the Moxie.
Right.
And this was done with feathers and swirls and all that kind of thing as
and
well.
that's all free?
All free motion. There's no ruler work and no computer. It's all just free motion.
Do you know what? Well, I'm sure these panels can't be that expensive. Well, we do panels, don't we? We do all sorts of... For you to practice on, you're going to end up with a beautiful thing at the end. But if you did make a mistake, you've not ruined a whole quilt that you've spent months piecing or anything like that. And you can just see, because you might do something, go, oh, I don't like those, I don't like the way I've done. Then you don't do them again.
No.
But I love the way I've done the feathers. I'll expand on that. I'll do more of those sort of things.
That's absolutely right. And the thing about the machine is, as soon as people can, we say, get a quilt on that frame.
Yes.
Because you could practice forever and never really improve. When you actually have a quilt, it changes the dynamic of it.
Yeah, of course.
So,
no, of course. But it is important to just practice a little bit.
This is all free motion quilting by another person who's a Handy Quilter ambassador, Carly Porter, and she does a beautiful job of this, what she calls graffiti quilting.
So they come to you to do a class and you nick a quilt. That's the
Basically,
idea, is it?
That's the way.
That's the way it works. Don't be frightened thinking, oh, I'm not very good, I'm not good. Draw it. Draw the basic lines, or you don't even have to draw all the lines. What you could do is you could draw big swirls and fill in you know what I mean? You could draw that swirl and then just free motion. The thing is, it's a very freeing, I know I talk about this all the time, right? Mindfulness, right? You know, when you want to have something that just, whatever's going on in the world, you just think, whether it's the big world or your own personal world, and you just think, I just need an hour just to myself. Imagine putting a piece of fabric on and it'd be like an artist when they're drawing a painting. You can just do what you want.
That's why I said at the beginning, it's very freeing.
Yes.
You know, when you do free motion quilting, you're literally, if you've done enough practice of drawing and stuff, you're in that zone.
Yes.
Actually, I'll just show you something.
Yeah, that's fine. Remember though, this is the, what do you need?
It's the other sample. Oh, it's just over there.
That one.
Yeah, this one. Because I was just going to say, you know, the other thing that you can do is put, with a pounce pad, a stencil on the front of your quilt.
Do what?
So I'm going to show you in a second, but this here
and
these motifs and that feather were all done just free motion quilting.
Right.
Using
She's going round again.
I'm going round again.
I told you she'd be a nightmare.
Out of control.
Yes. Well, no, but it's exciting, isn't it? Because even if you're not in the marketplace for it right now, this is a brilliant lesson for you, something to aspire to, isn't it? And I'm not saying, oh yeah, we're gonna, buy it now, don't do that, because if you kind of think, oh, I might want one in the future, we'll always stock them. They're not going anywhere, do you know what I mean? But if you are thinking, yes, now's the time, like Sandra, now's the time to do it, this is it. So what's that?
So this is Quilt Pounce.
Oh, hang on, I've got one question quickly from Maggie.
Sure.
From Maggie, exciting or what? The beauty of it all is stunning. Thank you for sharing, from Maggie in Bristol.
Oh,
yes,
lovely.
exactly. Yeah. Right, what you do?
So this has got Quilt Pounce in it. It's a fine chalk, and we just rub it over our quilt top, and that ends up with that design.
Oh, I didn't see that happen. Well, so the blue thing was a stencil.
Oh yeah, the blue. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Now, are they separate, or do we get those?
They're separate. But I just wanted to show that the concept of somebody, when people say, "I can't draw, I'm not an artist."
Yes, yeah.
And it's all about free motion quilting from the front. You don't have to be an artist.
Right.
You can do these kind of stencils. So that little Christmas tree.
But I don't have to use that stencil. You might have stencils at home that you love.
Loads of stencils, plastic ones. These have got, they're like a nylon.
Yeah.
And it means it just goes through the gaps.
Of course, yeah.
So,
but that's just
stencils.
one type. That's one type.
But I'm just really illustrating the fact that once you've got that on there, and now we can sew it.
Now, there's no putting the foot down. Like on the machine, you can't sew without putting the foot down.
No, that's right. There is no presser-foot mechanism.
That's it,
the tension is always engaged, and that basically means that we can just start sewing now.
All right, stop. Get out the way.
You can have a go. John's going to have a go.
I wasn't going to have a go today because I've hurt my arm and everything, but right, so start is
press
this
that one.
Press that one. Right.
And you got to know where you're going first. But
I'm going up there.
Yeah, up there and around.
Oh no, I've gone. Oh no, you see now this is what will happen the first time you do it. You'll over-exaggerate the marks. Oh, but look.
Top.
I'll go. Oh, I've missed the top out now. Never mind.
So what we recommend.
Look, stop.
That is very good.
Stop.
Hang on.
I was pressing the wrong thing. That's why. Right.
It will stop itself.
Look. Now the needle's down.
Yes.
How do I make the needle go up?
So if we press the needle up button.
Oh, well, that'd be why.
Yes.
Excuse me. Right, I'm going away.
Genius. Listen, this is your Christmas present sorted.
What, one of these? Oh, you're very kind. That's lovely. That's like Charlie thinks I'm buying them a 680. Anyway, that's how easy it is, right? I haven't practiced. I've got 2 poorly arms today as well. And I know I went over the edges and everything like that. But it's exciting. It's like, you get that silly thrill when you go on a fairground ride or something like that. It's a bit like that, isn't it? It's kind of, it must be some sort of adrenaline based or whatever.
Well, I think so.
Yeah,
this
new challenge for the new year. New challenge.
This is how I get my
that's
kicks.
the point. So if they buy one today, how soon will you dispatch them?
I think we basically say
Sorry,
we've got Christmas and New Year, so it'd be in January.
Yeah. But that starts.
But they're
January.
in stock. They're in stock. Yeah, within 4 weeks of the order. So
perfect.
Yeah.
So you'll get it at the beginning of January. Oh, what a lovely thing to look forward to. I'd love it. I'd absolutely love it. Okay, so now, are there any questions on this? Because I'm aware of the time. I want to go to the other bundle. Is there something else? So we're still on the basic starter.
No, not really. That is going to be it.
So let me just run through. Let me just run through what you get then. It's not basic in the slightest, right? Yeah. So the picture on the web only shows you the machine. So just look over there a second where Liz is, right? So you get the machine. You get these to attach it on the front here. You get this for your thread here, and you get the whole of this frame, but yours will be 8 foot. This one's only 6 foot because we had to, it's for the shows. This one you take for the shows, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yours will be an 8 foot. It's really easy to set together. And it's, what's this called when you do four bars?
4-rail system.
4-rail system. Yeah, what's the guarantee on them then?
It's 5 years.
Oh!
5 years, electrical and mechanical warranty.
Yes, obviously if you drop it down the stairs, it's not, but if it goes wrong.
It's a back-to-base warranty, which basically means if somebody needs it repaired, they can get it picked up. It comes in a box.
Right, yeah, because this obviously comes in a separate box, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, you got the box there?
I've got the box here. I thought it'd be useful.
Oh, no, you're right.
Look how strong I am.
Yeah, it's got nothing in it, don't you? So that's the box that your Moxie comes in. Yeah,
that's it.
It's empty, right? That's what your Moxie will come in, and then I presume all your frame will come
The frame
all
comes in
packaged up.
two boxes.
Yeah, brilliant. So then what you get, we don't just send you the machine, right? In the kit, you then get an introduction, like stickers, an introduction to it. You get that starter kit there, which is now decimated, taken things out of, the pins, the scissors, you get needles, you get bobbins, you get obviously the cable, the open-toed foot and the closed-toe foot.
That's right.
So you get all of that. So all of that together is £5,495. Now, I have a feeling that, I don't, Liz hasn't said this to me, but I have a feeling that if you went to the shop and tried to buy it, you'd pay more than that for it. You know what I mean? I think it's like a lovely deal you've done for us, isn't it?
What, the 5495?
Yeah.
No.
No? Oh, okay.
No.
Sorry, I thought it was... Now, I have got to talk to you about something, right? The P&P, right? The P&P, you know, it's normally $3.95. For this to be delivered is fantastic, right? It's free P&P. It would be more than that. It's free P&P. Now, normally, if you go to the Highlands and the Islands, you pay £100 and something more, right? Because obviously, to get it there, we, Sewing Street, are covering your cost. So if you've always watched the show before and you've gone, oh, I've always wanted one of those, but I'm not paying an extra £120, whatever it is, to get it here, we will take that cost for you. So everyone's getting free P&P. Everyone's getting free P&P. Oh, you got to have a code. Sorry, you got to have a code. Got to have a code. Here you go. Moxie free PP. Moxie free PP. Or ring the call centre. Ring the call centre and they'll sort it for you. But, so normally it's $3.95. And you're going, well, yeah, save $3.95. Imagine if you lived in Shetland or somewhere like that. And you've always thought, I can't have one of those. But now we are swallowing that cost for you, and we are paying for it to be delivered to you.
That's fantastic.
Good, isn't it?
That's really good.
I knew there was something, and that's why I didn't want to put you on the point there.
Yeah.
Pin-on Quilting's a great company to work with and are always helpful. I've had my machine for many years and would go nowhere else, from Adrienne.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Adrienne.
Yeah. Oh, we've got. Shall we do those now? These are ones that you're sending in, but we've actually got some. What do people call them? Here you go. I absolutely love the Moxie machine. I always use it for quilting, and I've never had any issues. Plus, the machine was a good deal from Julie in Ipswich.
Right.
There you go. Another one.
Julie.
I absolutely love the Moxie machine. It works fantastic, and the price is worth it. From Leslie in Tyne and Weir. Now, look, that picture is just the machine. You get all of everything I've just explained to you. You get all of that. The Moxie machine works perfectly well, no issues, and if I had any questions, pinhole quilting were very, very helpful. From Sandra in Belfast.
There we go.
There you go. I wonder what that close-up is there. The Moxie machine works wonderfully. I think the quality is brilliant and the instructions are very clear. That's what we wanted to know, wasn't it? From Rosemary in Cornwall.
That's brilliant.
See, isn't it funny? They've gone all over the country, haven't they? The Moxie machine is working perfectly well. I would recommend anyone to buy this machine.
And Leanne bought it on Sewing Street.
Leanne bought hers on Sewing Street. There you go then. Have a look at the chart of space that you'll need. Yeah, they're all the same. The two bundles we offer are exactly the same size. So you need minimum 8'8" by 5'2", does it say?
That's right.
Yeah. Can it go in a garage?
Yeah.
It can do, but make sure it's not a damp garage.
No, not damp.
Yeah.
Damp isn't ideal for the machines, but if it's a nice insulated, lined garage.
Or a
there's no
she shed
reason
at the bottom of the garden.
She sheds are perfect, but I mean, with it -11 at ours last night, I would say put the heater on first.
Dulcie's got a fireplace in hers.
Oh, really?
Log burner.
Yeah,
and a
log burner.
fireplace,
I've seen quite a few with log burners. They're lovely.
Yeah, it's the width of our garden. It fit beautifully.
Beautiful.
Anyway, so that is your ready to go. We called it the basic, but it's not anything but basic. So that will get you started, right? Now, and you get everything that I've just shown you. What we're going to do is take a very, very quick, 2-minute break now, and then we're going to show you what the additional things are if you buy the luxury version. So don't go anywhere. Get yourself a quick cup of tea or have a comfort break, and I'll see you back here in 2 minutes.
Hello, it's Emma from the Swift Quilting Company. Just wishing everybody at Sewing Street and all the viewers a very happy Christmas. Cheers!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
We're back. Couldn't figure out if we were back or not then. Could you do the big screen, Charlie, please? Right, now, congratulations if you already checked out on anything we've got today. We'll come back to the Ready to Go basic one in a minute because I know there's a lot of you still deciding. What I just want to say is, if this will help, if you buy the Ready to Go basic one, right, in the future, that one is, how much is that one? £5,495. If you get that one today because you're thinking, in the future, all the bits that you see in here are all available from you, aren't they? So you're not going to, if you're buying the basic thinking, now you always tell us, John, to buy a machine that we're going to grow into. You will grow into this one because you'll get more and more confident with it. But if you're going for the Ready to Go, Don't panic thinking, oh, I'm just stuck with the ready to go then, because everything that we're about to show you in this bundle, you won't get the deal because we won't be doing it just on its own, but you can get everything that we're going to be showing you. So you can make it into a luxury version in your own time. Sure. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And sometimes if people come on the foundation workshop, they find out new techniques and then they, get those
So don't be
things.
thinking,
There's lots of different things they can do.
If I buy John's basic one, then I'm stuck with the basic one. You're not at all. You can extend it. And I'm sure there's other things. And there's, can you do rulers on these?
Yeah. Funnily enough.
Oh, okay.
I was going to mention that. So this was done on the Moxie, and this is basically ruler work.
Right.
Where I've stenciled something and then used rulers to create it.
Perfect.
So we get a deeper foot, and you get a ruler base that goes around the free arm of the Moxie. So that's what a lot of people want to do.
Okay, perfect. I've just got to reiterate the email address. If you've got any questions, if you send in your email, because Hannah's very busy and Pete's there ready to answer any of your questions. So studio@sewingstreet.com. There's a few people sent messages in on the white on the bottom and we can't fit the whole message on. So if you've got a question you want to ask Pete, just hurt my eye. If you've got a question you want to ask Pete, email it in now. They're here for another 20 minutes, 25 minutes. So get your questions in now. The other thing I need to say to you is get it in now, because what always happens on the Moxie or the long arm shows is literally 2 minutes before we're about to finish and I'm saying goodbye to Liz and Hannah's like, there's another message, another message, another message. If you want it answered on air or now while we've got the offer going and everything. Now remember, this offer will be until stocks last, I suppose, until we sell out. But if everybody who's got the basic ready to go one in their basket will be selling out very quickly. I'm just saying, not adding in undue pressure. Right. So the bigger bundle, the luxury, I'm calling it the luxury bundle, you get absolutely everything that I showed you earlier. You get the fabric, the feet, the bobbin. Sandra's got hers already, but now you also get some easy grass quilt clamps.
That's right.
You get, you got that anyway in the basic there.
Yep.
You get one of these that she can't remember what it's called. What's it called?
Super clamp.
Super clamp.
Yep. Super
clamp. You also get 4 panda pencils. They're wrapped up. I'm not going to open them now. You also get
lovely thread.
This gorgeous. Now, there you go. Let me take those out of there. Gorgeous box to put your threads in. These are you get the threads as well. You get the glide threads. They'll be just a random selection of colours, will they? But they'll be lovely colours. Yeah. But look, I love it because you can use it for other things as well if you want to. You go to a class or something like that. Yeah. Then you also get the scissors with the thingy on. Oh,
scissors.
They're in that box. They're in the box. The scissors with the retractable on. You get a little torch. You get a pen. You get a glide foot 2,
which I have one here.
Yeah.
So this is going to be useful for your quilting from the back. And that's the main...
You get so much. Now, you don't need any of these. If you've bought the ready-to-go basic, you don't need any of these. These are all your luxury premium add-ons. So it's when you then move on to the next stages and things like that. So there's going to be more to play with eventually up there. You also get... Was there something else? Oh, yes. That's
very important.
You get the... Now, when you get your machine... Can we just go to the machine, Charlie? When you get your machine on the basic one, you get those in your box, right? And you attach those. If you go for the luxury, you get the ones that you can attach at the back there, which we'll show you from the overhead in a second. But you get the back ones there. And you might be thinking, well, why do I need... And let me move that over there.
There we go.
There you go. Why do I need handles at the back then?
So handles at the back and the laser light that you get and the pantograph enables us to then stitch out a design. This design here will be reproduced beautifully on the front.
This is for people who are thinking, I don't want to do feathers, I don't want to do free, I want a really, really lovely classic or any, because you can get...
anything.
Now,
you
do I
do
get
your
some
own
of those
design.
in here?
You get a sample in the box.
Do you want me to set that? I won't open
so
the box.
it's in there.
Okay.
It's this design.
Okay.
And that design, when you quilt it out... Sorry, can I just pass it back again? This design, where shall I put this? Or?
Just hand it over here, over the top of here.
Okay, this is the design that you get.
Oh, so this is that design.
And I literally did this week. Ooh,
just be careful.
I'll try to get rid of the
enough
dust.
falls for one day.
Yes.
So basically, this is if you've done your log cabin quilt, right? And you're sitting there thinking, oh, I'm terrified, my free motion's not good enough, I'm not good enough yet to do it. You get this, right? You choose, you get the one in the pattern, but you can buy others, right? And then it can't go wrong, can it? Because you're going to do your 10 inches or your 14 inches, move your quilt up, and then it'll all join together, won't it, to create that pattern again. So if you're thinking, I really, really want to do this, but I'm terrified that I'm going to ruin my log cabin or something like that. This way, now this comes in the deluxe premium box, doesn't it? So you get all of this. And don't be thinking, oh, I don't want that pattern. There are loads of patterns you can get.
You can download them from the internet, from different websites.
And I presume you can buy this paper
you could draw your
empty and you draw your own if you wanted to.
Absolutely.
So if I wanted to do I love Hannah all over my quilt with big love heart, I wouldn't. No, I don't want to see your handwriting, Hannah. We'd get somebody in, we'd get a sign writer in and do it beautifully and everything, and then you could follow it. Do you know what you could do?
What's that?
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead now. Memory quilt, right? If you want to make a memory about your grandma or your granddad and everything, and you've got a sample of their writing.
Yes, that would be
I've gone all a bit goose pimply. You could photocopy it bigger.
Yes.
And then you could put it on there and you could
draw it.
So if they had a favourite saying, you could stitch their actual writing on there, couldn't you?
Beautiful.
Children's drawings when children are growing up.
Or children's handprint, you could do that as
well.
well.
Don't put their hands on there.
No, you
stand there, darling.
Trace around their hand, put it on the back and use the laser light to trace that.
Do you know what you could do? You could do one each year. You could do age 2, age 3, age 4, age 5. As growing. Wouldn't that be lovely?
Yeah.
But it's endless. It's basically endless. So you get this facility in the premium version.
Yep.
So what you get is you get the handlebars. They're the ones that go on the back. And this is what we were saying earlier about if your room is only 5'2" wide, ideally, if you get the super deluxe one, you'd like to have a wider room. But you could, if you're going to use this one, just move the table forward. You've still got to put your quilt on and everything that side like normal.
But then if it was on the wheels or on sliders,
and then you could just move it across. Because it depends how out of your ladies and gentlemen that bought them, which side is used the most?
Probably the free motion.
Yeah, So that's the side you're going to use most of the time. And then the odd occasion you want to do this, and it's not difficult to move forward or anything like that. When you move it, would you suggest taking the Moxie machine off? Or do you leave the Moxie machine
what
on?
I would do is I would just secure it with
lock it with you, because you get the little
channel
locky thing in the bundle, don't you?
So that it doesn't move around as much. So that stops it moving front to back. Or we can put it on these wheels. And this is very handy for doing straight lines as well, John.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so now we can go just front to back and it stops it moving around.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's work out how this works. Can I move that piece of paper?
Yes, you can.
Let's work out how this works. So you've unravelled. How long are these things, these pieces of paper?
They go out to 12 feet, these pantographs. So you just cut it to size.
Oh, what are you going around there?
But because I'm going to suggest we move it on so that we've got a nice free space.
Go on then, click.
So I'm going to show
because wasn't there something else you wanted to show? Oh, you're changing the foot. You're going to change the foot, didn't you?
Yes, I'm going to do both things now.
So this is how you move it on. So say we've done either side, we've done our first lot. This is how we'd move it on to do the next section, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. And so what we want to do is basically let off our front two rails. I've got one floating, so I just need to let the backing one off. And then I can just move this forward.
Oh! Is that easy?
It's that easy. Just check that your wadding is running freely.
Yeah, of course.
And it's just going to come
So now your backing is attached to one roll, your quilt will be attached to the other roll, and your wadding is hanging between the two freely, isn't it?
That's right.
Now, would you
tension
then
it.
put it on the day before? Does it need to hang?
I get wadding out the day before I quilt it.
Oh, so even if you don't put it on this machine, you hang it over something.
I hang it over some sofas and things to let it breathe, to kind of become a little bit
more. Have you got one at home as well as in the office? Then?
No, because it's only 3 minutes from where we live.
I was going to say, that's a bit
down there. I used to
if
have
you're
one.
at home and you think, I really want to do a bit of quilt, you can just go to the office and open up and do it there.
Yeah, that's what I did last weekend.
Except, now let me tell you, if you do go to visit, don't go the shortcut way where the fjord is, because a lot of cars get stuck. Your sat-nav won't take you that way, but just double check. Don't try going through the fjord, because an awful lot of cars have got stuck in there.
Yes.
Isn't that right?
It is right.
It's a beautiful part of the country where they are.
Every year someone gets stuck in there.
It was nearly me, but there you go. We'll just be typical.
I just get
right, so we move that on.
I need that glide foot. What do I do?
You need what?
The glide foot.
Oh, sorry, there you go.
Right, there we go. Thank you.
Thank you. So
right,
do
so
I
we've
need
moved
this?
it on.
This needs to go on if I do a pantograph.
Benefit of this, we were saying about how much bigger than the backing and the wadding needs to be.
Yeah.
So what's happening is the foot is going, I don't know if you can see this, it's going on and off the quilt. This would be bigger. This is not as wide as it would be. But if that got caught, because you're looking down there, you're not looking at what you're doing up here. Okay. You might go to the edge of the quilt, that gets stuck underneath.
Yeah.
And
it's
not good. Whereas with this glide foot, it just literally glides over the top.
Quick question. Let's have a look at the quick question. Can this machine be delivered to the Republic of Ireland? I can answer that, Mary in Tipperary. Yes, it can. Yes, it can.
And we can just quote for delivery and send it,
Lovely.
without the VAT and all that kind of stuff that we have to do now. Okay.
Oh, of course, Republic Island is. I know somebody who bought my book had issues with that, and I ended up having to send it to Northern Ireland and then to meet a friend at the border and swap it over. It must look very dodgy.
Yeah, it's.
We've spoken to Pete. We've spoken to Pete. Or Hannah has. Right, that's a bit of a negative. She spoke to Pete and he said, "No, we can definitely do that."
No, we can definitely do
yes,
that.
you can get Mary. You can get.
Yeah.
But please be careful, Mary, because I think nearly all of these are in baskets now. We better get on with the demo because we've only got 15 minutes left.
Oh gosh, right. So
I know we could spend so long doing this.
We could. Let me just get the lead.
Do what, sorry, Han? Yeah. Okay. Right.
Right.
So you start showing us how that works.
Yeah,
Hannah just needs to tell me something.
So what I would do is I just sew down the edge of the quilt to secure that edge. And once I've secured the edge, I'm ready to start stitching. Just pull the bobbin thread up. Okay. So then,
what you do?
Okay, well, I want to make sure I know where I'm going to be stitching. There's a laser light here at the back.
Yeah.
Okay, so I adjust the laser light for the bottom.
Can we see that? Can we see that laser light there?
It's just here. Little red light.
Here he comes, here he comes.
Oh,
Charlie of the new fade haircut and the new shape beard.
There's a little red
Yeah,
laser
you can see
light.
it. Oh, there, you can see it there. You can see it there. Yeah.
Cool.
Right.
So what I'm trying to do is basically find out what the minimum, like this is, my machine is right up against the quilt take-up rail. So I want to sort of get to the bottom of where my quilt is so I don't get flat bottoms, which is never good.
Can I just also point out that red light in real life is really, really bright. It's only with the studio lights. I don't want you to be thinking you're going to be at home going, oh, where's the light? It's a real, you know those things you do to annoy your cats with? It's that bright. It's one of those. The ones that the aeroplanes in Heathrow had to complain about. It's that strong. Right, so you're pointing it, you're getting it lined up with...
so I'm getting it lined up. I would start stitching off the quilt.
Off the quilt.
So I put my needle down where I'm going to start.
Yeah.
Bring up the bobbin thread.
Yeah. Do you always have to bring up the bobbin thread whenever you start?
It is best to, because otherwise the stitches don't look very good on the back. But
of course, yeah, because
it's a bit more of a mess. So that's how we do it.
Yeah.
And now I'm ready. I would finger trace the design.
Right.
That's just something we recommend people do. And then I'm just going to follow the lines.
Oh, so it's a continual line, so you can't go wrong.
Yep.
Well, that's not a guarantee.
That's
if
not
Becky
a guarantee.
was doing it, she could go wrong, couldn't you, Becky?
So what I want to do
just nod. Yeah.
Is just check before I stitch the whole thing and have to reverse sew. So I will always make sure that it looks okay. And I pause.
Can you see what you're doing? So the red light here, right? You're following the line with the red light, which is being shone from up here, and it's echoing all of that line exactly onto your fabric over there, onto your quilt over there.
And you can just hold this. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, hang on. Now, do I need to also do then speed per minute? Will it beep at me if I go too fast?
I've already set it.
So what have you set it at?
I've set it to 10 stitches per inch.
Right.
And it's in what's called cruise as well, which is the setting we use for pantograph.
Okay.
So you're all ready to
start.
Go. Just press start. I'll come this side of you. Momentum's good. Go to the points and then big
Sweet!
rounds.
Oh, now I've gone really wobbly, but this is why we do practice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Also, if you're doing a thing shaped like this on a log cabin, how much of these lines, because nobody's going to get the template out, aren't they, and go, oh, we went a bit, well, look, I'm doing it now.
Well,
it went a bit wobbly there.
You can actually see, if anybody goes to Hidkit for the current Kaffe.
Oh, yes, I've been invited,
There's a gift shop.
Yes,
and there are 3 quilts in there with my brother's quilts.
No.
And I quilted them.
No.
2 of them are quilted.
So your brother who owns that shop?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is lovely, isn't he, your brother? Yeah. In fact, your whole family. So I need to tell you, she's from a whole sewing dynasty, aren't you? The shop there's a family sewing shop and everything. And they're all adorable. They're all gorgeous. She's the only, she's like the runt of the litter, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm the one that sort of, the head to cast.
Oh, I've got to stop.
Press. It'll stop itself.
It just stops, actually. You don't have to press anything.
That's right.
Right, I need to go into camera because I need to tell you.
For beginners.
There are so many people got it in their basket now. Not everyone's going to get one if you do check out. How many? Okay, for this big bundle, we've got 3 times the amount of machines that we've actually got. We've got in baskets. So if you all want one, we might have to have a quick chat after the show to see if we can get some more. But at the moment, there are 3 times the amount of people who want this machine that we've got available. Okay, I'll check the basic, the ready-to-go bundle in a minute, because obviously we can only go by what graphics in, tell you how many. Okay, of this machine now, there are only 2 left. And how many still in baskets? 13 still in baskets. 13 in baskets, and there's 2 left now. That's for the big bundle, the superior, premium, I don't know what we called it. Exclusive. Anyway, 6,225. Use the split pay. And also, very quickly, because I want to do some more sewing. Interest rate, when I finished yesterday, I got a text from the bank saying the interest rates have gone up, right? If you take the interest-free payments, no matter what happens in the world, you're going to pay it over the next 5 months, right? No matter what happens, your payment will not change. We won't suddenly go, oh, interest rates have gone up. So in effect, we're losing money because we're obviously we have to buy the money to buy it from you in the first place. Yeah. You know what I mean? So nothing. If you do take the split pay, you'll only pay that each month. It won't be, oh, sorry, Mrs. Jones, but the interest rate's gone up. We can't do that. Anyway, more sewing.
Right.
I'm so excited. Yeah. I shouldn't be jumping up and down. This one to go home and lie down.
So here we go. I pause.
Okay, we've got 10 minutes left. So if you've got any questions, this is where the questions all come flooding in now. Lots of questions coming through for Pete. Pete will reply to your answer. He's there with his laptop replying to them. But be careful, because so many people want this. Okay, so the basic, right? There's what, sorry? Of the basic one, there are 3 available. And how many people in baskets? 6 people in baskets. 6 people in baskets. Right, if you've got any questions, now's the time. You really need to get them in now, because obviously there's some people are going home soon. Well, no, where are you going this afternoon? You're going somewhere? Do you see you're going
no,
I'm going to do my Facebook Live tonight, this afternoon. Right, okay, carry on.
So here we go.
So now, the
how do you do the next line?
Are they endless patterns you can get then?
Endless.
You know, there's this kind of pattern. Yeah. Right? Endless, whatever you fancy.
So many.
So you can download them off the internet.
Yeah, absolutely. You can either get them the printed ones sent over, mostly in the States.
Yes.
But you know, you can download them. And
okay, I've got to ask 2 questions. I don't know if you can see this from upstairs. On the corner here, I've got a diagonal line. Are we able to see that? Can we drop the graphics out a second, just so we can see here? I only hold it for lift. There's a diagonal line there, and then the pattern seems to go that way.
Yeah, so that would be if somebody wants to use this design for a border, and that's going to be your corner.
Oh, now if you've done a medallion, if you've done a wide medallion quilt, you could do this and follow the square of that, and then the next one put a different one down to do, because have they all got corners on them?
A lot of them have, not all of them.
Double check before you buy it then.
Yeah, but actually, I mean, can I just mention something about the medallion?
Go on.
That's really useful to know, is that if you wanted to do that and that, you need to be able to either do it in what we call chunks. We chunk the borders as we go down.
Right, of course.
Or you baste it as you go down, and then you take it off 90 degrees and you put it back on so that the length is the width. Then you can do it as
then
a
you can do the whole thing without chunking it.
Just like that.
But that will do your corner, and then you can match it up. Yeah.
Then you match these up. So
again,
stop
endless.
sewing.
You
absolutely.
don't just have to do a thing
you can
endless.
you can do borders, you can do sashing.
Was
lots
there anything
of
else
things
in this bundle here that I need to talk about? So you get your glide thread.
The glide thread. I mean, there's some beautiful threads there to play with.
And also you'd be able to do something like that.
Yes.
So it's not like you've been out and just bought red or whatever. And the joy of it is it's not like an overlocker where you need to have 4 threads on all the time. You've only got your top thread and your bobbin to fill, and that's it. So it's like a sewing machine.
It is, and the way that we approach that kind of thing is that we put it onto the system as I showed you earlier. But then I would baste it all in place, so do some long stitches. And so that it's only on 2 rails, and then I can go forward or back as I want. So starting at the centre and working your way out. So that is slightly different to how we do a normal quilt.
That again is another.
These are all the
thing
things
to
that
learn.
we teach and we talk about on our Facebook Live sessions as well.
So you must join in on the Facebook Lives because you'll learn lots.
Say who you are and where you're from when you come online.
Yeah, I do. I usually swear. You shout abuse down that. So now, do you only say that lady Mary buys hers in Tipperary and she wants a class but can't come to Worcestershire? Do you do classes either 1-to-1 or classes on Zoom?
We can do stuff on Zoom, but we don't have anything at the moment.
Okay.
Our education is something that we're
So if something for you to think about.
Yes,
right. But if Mary says I can't come over from Tipperary or wherever, I can't remember where she was now. I need to just know something. You're quite happy, instead of just being on the phone like that, to do a face-to-face go.
Oh yeah, we do Zoom or WhatsApp, whatever's most convenient.
Because all I want you to think is that you buy
99% of the problems, to be honest.
I don't want you to buy this thinking, oh, once it's arrived, that's it, they've left us.
It's really, after-sales support is really, really important. We don't want someone to make this purchase
and it's
not
you and Pete, isn't it? I mean, I know you've got other people working there and everything, but really, you are in the office, you're there. And also, if you get to any of the shows, you're at most of the shows as well. You've got your own stand at all the most shows. So, we've got 6 minutes left now. Anything else you want to say about this bundle before we just recap on the other bundle?
What, in terms of the additional
anything you want to say about the Moxie Premier bundle?
I think the thing to say about the Premier bundle is the fact that it enables people who aren't confident, who's literally it's their first long arm, to get quilting edge to edge, finish those quilts that you've currently got, probably just piling up because people love the piecing and then dread the quilting.
Yeah.
So
that's what I say. I always say that.
Finish them, and it just has that lovely quilted effect, and that transformation is what you can do with a long arm.
Yes. Also, I don't want to. I know we do it for pleasure and everything like that, but you could start offering long arm for your friends. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying buy it for yourself, but if you, like if you were my friend, right, and I piece something, I'd be around all the time going, oh, you could just do that, because the other thing that we did say is, it doesn't have to be a huge quilt, does it? You can do lap-size quilts and little croc quilts and everything on it, can't you?
So I mean, with this, say I got something like this. I would.
Oh, can I just say, in the past, Hannah's just telling me, I remember now, and we had the two sisters as well, didn't we? People have clubbed together, like a little club, like 4 friends have clubbed together. One's got the room for it, they all buy it together, and then they all use it, and they've gone 4 ways on it, which is a brilliant way of doing it, because you might not be able to afford it on your own.
So imagine this was a smaller quilt. Yeah. I can actually just put this on using these super clamps.
Oh, so you don't need to do the header and the leader and the...
No, I can just put it onto the rails, and then just quilt it there.
So if you're doing cushion fronts...
Yeah,
you could just put a cushion.
Gosh, there's so many different ways you can do it.
Coming back, don't worry.
I'm coming back. Yeah,
Watch that trip.
Yes, I know. I've been really careful. What you could do, say you've got more than one cushion front as well. You can put your backing fabric on. Just lay on the pieces that you want to stitch, and
would you use your long pins to pin them into place, or would
you base them into place using the machine? Yes.
So, if you're doing 4 Delphine cushions, you put your backing down,
fabric,
lay the 4 fronts with the wadding, and just you have the wadding.
The wadding,
normal.
You could either have it as a single piece like this, and you just butt them up to each other, or you could put each one individually. Table mats.
But then you could run across.
Absolutely.
Table runners. I hate a table runner, but you could put a table runner across there and do it, or bed runner.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So now I just need to be serious now. Because we're about to run out of time. £6,225. This is the superior, ultimate, gorgeous, beautiful bundle. It's £6,225, £1,245 on split pay. I'm just going to give you an update of stock. 1. How many people in baskets? Right, there are now 10 people got it in their baskets. 10 people have got this in their baskets. There's 1 left. Right, that's the superior, which is fabulous. Oh, now, right, let's go to the ready-to-go basic one, which is anything but basic, because you get everything you need to start. They've even thrown in fabric, so you don't even have to look in your stash box, do you? So this is the, what have we called it? We've just called, there's no name on it, but it's the basic one.
It's the Moxie.
It's the Moxie. It is the Moxie. It is the Moxie. Right, so now this one, how many of these have we got left? 3 left, and how many in baskets? 4 in baskets. So just now, the one thing I want to stress is I've said it once, but if you've bought this one and you kind of think, oh, what happens in the future if I want to go to you can get all the bits that we've shown you. You won't get the deal, but you can make it into the Supreme. So it's not like if you buy a sewing machine, you buy the entry level and then you want the super duper one. You've just got to rebuy the whole lot. No. You would just have to buy these bits, because the table comes with the extension bit here. So you then can buy the bits to go on the pentagraph thing and everything like that. So don't be thinking, oh, if I buy the basic, I'll be left behind. Do you know what I mean? So I just want you to be aware of that. Anything else you'd like to say to them about the basic one?
The basic one, free motion quilting, just get those quilts finished. I mean, that's what I would say. 2023, make that the year you finish your UFOs.
How many people have got unfinished quilts in upstairs? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And remember, you set it up, you download the app, it's easy to set up. Or more people put them in baskets next thing. If you have any problems whatsoever, you get hold of Pinhole Quilters and they're more than happy to help you over the phone or on a Zoom call or something like that, or just kind of explaining something to you. Like Liz said, their customer service is brilliant. It's a family-run business, the same as the whole family businesses. They're all the same. They're all brilliant because they all care. And it's also, you're not doing this be thinking, oh, I've seen a gap in the market, I'll do. You're a quilter.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do it because you love quilting.
I shall be gifting a quilt on Sunday to one of my best friends. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice. I didn't know you were coming round. Watch my arm. Oh no, it's that one. It's that one. Anyway, please make sure you check out. Right, how long have we got, Charlie? 3 minutes left. Right, have you got anything you'd like to say? Because you won't see you again before Christmas. Would you like to say anything to the ladies and gentlemen?
I'd just like to say thank you very much to the Alex Hospital in Redditch for looking after John.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Because it was a bit of a traumatic start to your day,
tell me about it. You weren't the one with your head bouncing on the floor.
No, exactly.
But I'm back. I'm all right.
Yeah, so you managed to extract the three-pin plug from your head.
Oh, it's over there covered in blood still, but there you go.
So just to say to everybody as well, just have a lovely Christmas, and I really hope that you can get into some finishing of your quilts in 2023.
So if you buy today, you will get in the new year. So do you ring them and say it's on its way?
We'll be in touch.
Yeah, they'll be in touch. It's all covered like that. Please check out if you've got it in your basket. Right, do I need to do tomorrow's menu very quickly? We'll just do tomorrow's menu quickly. Here we go. It's not me, so I'm off for 3 days now. Just planned that way, so I'm at home recuperating. Dan Morris Fabrics at 8 o'clock. Dog of the Month panel with Sandy chocolate chip cookie. 10 o'clock, we've got Stuart Hillard's blankets and socks. Becky Alexander Frost in tomorrow. She's doing... no, hang on, she's not. Becky Alexander Frost toys with Sandy chocolate chip cookie. And then quilt as you go and tools. Well, buy your quilt as you go tomorrow, and then in the new year, you can do it on your long arm, can't you? Brilliant. Have I got a hobby maker? No, I haven't got my makeup. They start straight after we finish. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you.
It's always lovely.
You carefully.
Oh no, it's fine. It's always really lovely to you. And Pete, even though it's like a little,
Yeah.
But if you go to any of the shows, do go and see them.
Yeah,
don't be frightened.
No
I can't afford one of those.
Point.
That's how I first met you. Actually,
yes,
is at a show, and Pete was there, and I was like, "What is this? What is this thing?" And then he went, "Oh, we've heard all about you from Joy," and that was it. Then that was it.
Yes,
so make sure you check out on whichever one you want. I understand it's a considered purchase, but it's a considered purchase that will pay you back in kindness, in mindfulness, in freedom, and just having, you're just going to have a brilliant time. Any questions, you can still email the studio. Hannah and I will still be here for a little while longer. Okay, they'll be on the live page, remember, underneath us until midnight tonight. Then if there are any left, they'll go into the shop tomorrow. But the amount of people who've got them in their baskets, because now I think people go, okay, it's finished now. Yes, I'll do that, or no, I won't do it, or whatever. So the choice is yours, basically. So we're going to go now. So thank you very much indeed. I don't think I'm back till Tuesday. I'm back in on Tuesday. Have a lovely Christmas.
And you.
Have you got your tree up yet?
No, that's next week. We've been really busy.
Yes, and I'll see you on Tuesday. Enjoy the next few days, and thank you so much for all your lovely messages today about my fall. I know it's fallen. John's had a fall. I'll see you on Tuesday.
Take care.